11th Century Beginning Quasi-God Chapter 301 to 350. 301. Angered, Violent Flying Dragon 99 Wanban. After successfully subduing the baby dragon, Zhangfeng didn't have time to rejoice, and immediately there was also an angry roar from the depths of the cave. It's not good, it has disturbed the Flying Dragon clan. The first time, Zhangfeng also guessed that maybe the roar came from the parents of the baby dragon he had just conquered. Thinking of this, Zhangfeng also immediately taking back the fairy elf and riding the fast dragon, they flew out of the cave. After all, fighting with the dragon in the cave is likely to attract more dragons. The speed of the fast dragon is very fast, and so is Zhangfeng, who is sitting on the back of the fast dragon. He grasped it tightly, and the strong winds also blew Zhangfeng's face. And Zhangfeng also found that the angry roar became clearer and clearer, and it was obvious that the flying dragon was chasing him. The system detected it seems that the two stormtroopers are chasing after him. Zhangfeng also understands that it is their children that he may have just subdued. Fortunately, although the stormtroopers live in groups, because of personality problems, they are at most appearing one by one. The Tyrannosaurus species in this cave obviously have their own living areas. The speed of the fast dragon is very fast, and it flew out of the cave in an instant. Feeling the warm sunshine and fresh air outside, Zhangfeng also relaxed a little. Kulong, slow down. Patting Kuailong on the forehead, Zhangfeng also motioned for it to slow down and prepare to deal with the flying dragon chasing behind him. Ouch! Roars sounded, and the two waves of dragons directly attacked the fast dragon in midair. The two waves of dragons came from the parents of the two flying dragons that had just rushed out of the cave, the precious dragons that Zhangfeng had just subdued. At this time, they can be said to be very angry, because they found that their children's breath was gone, and some trainers had entered their caves before, and they also knew that their children were probably captured by humans, which made them very angry. Quick dragon, quickly avoid. Zhangfeng's reaction was also very fast. Kuailong's sudden stop and accelerated ascent was also dangerous to avoid the angry blow of the two flying dragons. High in the air, Zhangfeng, who was sitting on the back of Kuailong, also looked towards the two tyrannical dragons chasing after them. I saw that the eyes of the two tyrannical dragons that were chasing were full of tyranny, and at the same time their faces were very ferocious, and they were obviously in a state of extreme anger. Seeing this, Zhangfeng also threw it out with a helpless expression on his face. With two Pokeballs, the flying dragon is also very dangerous at this time. Two white lights flickered, and Darkrai and the Vulcan appeared in front of Zhangfeng. I saw that the larger body on the left, the direct double claw blew the light flickered and rushed towards Darkrai. And the storm flying dragon on the right stayed behind, saying that the dragon type can save. Seeing this scene, Zhangfeng's face was also faint, and the flying dragon was not as violent as he thought. Now there is also a strategy of doubles. The smaller stormy dragon is ready to cover the other one. Vulcan, use a silver whirlwind on the rushing stormy dragon to restrict its movement. Darklay, the wave of evil, attack the flying dragon behind. Zhangfeng's voice sounded, and the two elves also immediately acting. Under the fierce flapping of the Vulcan worm's wings, two violent silver whirlwinds directly attacked the flying dragon that was rushing towards him. At this time, the flying dragon behind the larger flying dragon was red. The dragon's breath was also accumulated, and it slammed into the Vulcan. Similarly, Darkrai, who had been prepared for a long time, also threw a wave of evil directly in the past, and slammed it with the dragon's breath. Boom! Explosion occurred, and the power of the first attack was comparable, and the stormy dragon rushing over was also directly hit by the silver whirlwind of the Vulcan, with a painful expression, and the attack with the dragon's claws was also interrupted. Seeing this scene, Zhangfeng's brows are also slightly wrinkled. Obviously the strength of the two flying dragons on the opposite side are very strong. Interesting. Fire God Insect, Butterfly Dance. Darklay, use the black hole. Cover the Vulcan. After pondering for a while, Zhangfeng also spoke directly, commanding two elves to fight in doubles at one time. I saw that the golden scale powder was sprinkled, and the Vulcan also danced a light and mysterious dance in place. And Dakli Yi also understood what Zhang Feng meant. The black ball of light in his hand took shape, and the two black holes attacked the two typhoon dragons on the opposite side. Although the typhoon dragons on the opposite side were angry, they didn't completely lose their minds. Lei felt a deep sense of oppression, and naturally he didn't dare to underestimate Darkrai's attack. The two Tyrannosaurs narrowly avoided Darkrai's black hole, and the speed of the two Tyrannosaurus was also very good. Avoiding Darkrai's black hole, the smaller Tyrannosaurus also directly accelerated the dragon's claws and swung towards Darkrai, and Darkrai also immediately entangled with it. Vulcan, shoot flames. At this time, after the butterfly dance ended, the Vulcan worm also shot a hot flame directly at the larger Tyrannosaurus. And the opposite Tyrannosaurus noticed the attack of the Vulcan and was not afraid at all, and also used a jet of flame. The two flames met in midair. Darklei, make a wave of evil on another stormy dragon. At this time, Zhang Feng's voice was directly transmitted to Darkrai, who was constantly fighting against the smaller stormtrooper in midair. Darkrai also reacted instantly when he heard the words, and instantly turned into a shadow to avoid the storm. Phylong's head hammer attacked, and a pitch-black wave of evil hit Phylong's shoulder fiercely. The energy of the evil element exploded on the shoulder of the larger Phylong, and Phylong lost his balance for a while. Divine Insect, accumulating flame attack. Darklei, black hole ready. As Zhang Feng's voice sounded, the Vulcan worm covered its entire body with flames and rushed towards the unbalanced storm-flying dragon. Similarly, the dark energy balls between the hands of Darkrai, who had succeeded in the sneak attack, began to gather, and the black hole was in its hands. Seeing that Darkrai got rid of his own attack and turned to attack his family, the smaller Tyrannosaurus also had its tail flashing blue and rushed towards Darkrai. 302, Colorful Stone, Fire-Breathing Dragon Leader 99 Wanban. Seeing the flying dragon rushing towards Darkrai at full speed in midair, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time, it's just right. Flying Dragon. Darklei, black hole. Darkrai, who heard Zhang Feng's voice, also turned around suddenly and threw the black hole prepared in his hand. Obviously, Storm-Flying Dragon didn't want to reach Clay's black hole. The Stormy Dragon. The stormy dragon that was hit by the black hole attack also fell directly into a sleep state, and its body fell straight to the ground. Boom. At the same time, the other side also exploded. The Vulcan worm without any interference has no energy storage flame attack. The suspense hit the larger storm-flying dragon. Before the two storm-flying dragons fell to the ground, Zhang Feng also threw two Pokeballs into them, and neither of them struggled too much, and they were successfully subdued. After subduing the two flying dragons, Zhang Feng also took Vulcan and Darkrai back to the Pokeball and quickly fled the scene. The fierce battle with the two flying dragons just now not only alerted the surrounding elves, but also the violent. There were also bursts of roars in the Phylong Cave. There are many powerful Heavenly King level elves in the Dragon God's Cave, so if they are besieged by them, things will become very troublesome. After the fast dragon flew for almost an hour, Zhang Feng also completely left the range of Bao Phylong Cave. Looking at the sky, the sun was completely set, and it was going to get dark soon. Soon, Zhang Feng also chose a forest with a good environment to camp. The forest is also beautiful, and the sound of insects can be heard all around. Today's whole day's harvest can be said to be very big. 2 Quasi-God level stormy dragons, plus 2 Quasi-God dragon elves after evolution. Only the Dragon God's Cave can encounter so many the Quasi-God level dragon type elf. I was speechless all night, maybe because I was too tired to be on the back of the fast dragon all day. Zhang Feng slept very deeply, and only woke up at noon the next day. Zhang Feng who woke up I also found a small creek to wash my face, and I have to say that there are many elves by the creek in the morning, basically they come to drink water. They saw Zhang Feng and did not attack. At this time the creek most of the elves on the side are more docile in character. Washing his face, Zhang Feng also headed straight for the deepest part of the Dragon God's Cave, because he got up a little late the next day, so he couldn't waste any more time. On the way to the depths of the Dragon God's Cave, it was he felt that the strength of the wild elves around him was getting stronger and stronger. In the sky, he could occasionally see a three-headed dragon from his side, perhaps the dragon who was afraid of Kuai-Long. The three evil dragons did not directly attack Zhang Feng. I have to say that the Dragon God's cave is indeed very large, and the fast dragon flew almost at full strength for 2 hours before Zhang Feng reached the core of the Dragon God's cave. To be honest, Zhang Feng really wanted to subdue a three-headed dragon. After all, the three-headed dragon in his hand is still better than Shaw's, and he has to help the three-headed dragon find a suitable owner. But after all, after entering the depths of the Dragon God's cave, the Quasi-God elves are not so rare, and the basic strength of other wild elves such as desert dragonflies and shishi blue birds have also come to the Heavenly King level. If the first evil dragon fights, it is likely to provoke the surrounding elves. Even the deterrent of the fast dragon will not be very effective at that time. After all, there are still existences in the Dragon God's cave that are stronger than Zhang Feng's fast dragon. After entering the core area, Zhang Feng also used it with Kuai-Long. The core area of the Dragon God's cave is also a large forest, and the trees are very tall, and Zhang Feng seems to be walking in it. Entering the virgin forest. After walking for a few minutes, the system detected the movement of the secret treasure, and Zhang Feng naturally moved in the direction of the secret treasure without hesitation. According to the system map, the destination is a huge open space. Just arrived, Zhang Feng saw a huge boulder shining with colorful lights lying quietly in the center of the open space. Looking at the boulder, Zhang Feng also immediately. The pupil shrinks, you must know that. The colorful light is very similar to the light when the elf evolves. Maybe this is something related to the keystone and the evolution stone. After thinking about it, it is not quite right. The keystone and the evolution stone is not so big, but this colorful light is strange. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng is also ready to approach and see what kind of secret treasure this is. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to approach, a roar came, and a hot flame hit Zhang Feng directly from midair. Kuai-Long's response was also very fast, and it would not tolerate anyone hurting its master. Under the anger, a red dragon's breath, he stopped the flames in midair. At this time, Zhang Feng also squinted and looked into the midair, only to see a sturdy fire-breathing dragon with a long scar on his right eye carrying to the fire-breathing dragon is flying towards him. Zhang Feng is also a little curious about this unexpected guest. The system detection is turned on, and the strength of the fire-breathing dragon headed is directly exposed to Zhang Feng's eyes. Fire-breathing dragon, orange aptitude, level 1. Heavenly King level elf. Because he grew up in the Dragon God's cave, he has very rich practical experience. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the introduction of the system, Zhang Feng also looked quite surprised. Such a powerful fire-breathing dragon is rare outside. At this time, the scarred fire-breathing dragon also roared at Zhang Feng, pointed at Zhang Feng, and then pointed at the 7-colored 7 boulders, looking quite angry. The fire-breathing dragon seemed to be telling Zhang Feng that this 7-colored 7 boulders belong to him. Yes, no one can get close. It's interesting, so I want to see what this colorful 7 stone is. During the speech, Zhang Feng directly took out a poke ball from his waist. Obviously, if he didn't defeat this fire-breathing dragon, he probably wouldn't have the chance to get close to the 7 colorful stones. Woo! White light flashed, and Latius appeared, because its experience value had reached a critical point. Zhang Feng was also looking forward to this battle to upgrade it, and its strength would be on the next level. Seeing that Zhang Feng was not ready to give up, the fire-breathing dragon-headed was also completely angry. Without any greetings, a jet of flames attacked Latius, who had just appeared. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, recommended. 303. Fight hard, Mage Latius 99 Wanbon. Seeing the scorching flames hitting Latius, Zhang Feng also shouted without hesitation. Latius, make a clean shine. Woo! Latius let out a soft cry, the pink energy in his mouth began to gather, and in the next second, the clean luster and the jet flame met in midair. Zhang Feng also looked towards the midair. The pink energy and the red flame were stalemate with each other, At this time, the two fire-breathing dragons behind Scar's fire-breathing dragon also moved. On Zhang Feng's side, the well-prepared Kuailong also joined the battle, facing two fire-breathing dragons with one enemy and two. The strength of these two fire-breathing dragons even before reaching the Heavenly King level, Zhang Feng's fast dragons can also steadily suppress the opponent 1 by 2. Here, the Scar fire-breathing dragon sees that the power of his moves is comparable to that of Latius, and his claws are also flashing with blue light. Under the flapping of the wings, it accelerated and rushed towards Latius. Latius, speed up. Seeing that one of the fast dragons is still able to deal with two, Zhangfeng also focused all his attention on the battlefield on Latius' side. He also knew that even though his Latius was a divine beast and his level was the same as the opponent's, the gap is not big. But after all, Latius' combat experience is not as rich as the other parties. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Latius did not hesitate at all, and instantly accelerated his rise, flying directly into the sky like a jet plane. The dragon's claws fluttered in the air, and the fire-breathing dragon slightly raised its head to look at Latius in the sky, with a solemn expression. Obviously the opponent's speed was much faster than himself. With a roar, the scarred fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings. One after another air blades attacked Latius in the high sky with bursts of air-breaking sounds. Latius, rotate to avoid, use the mind hammer. As soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, Latius in mid-air rushed towards the fire-breathing dragon below. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the air slash, Latius slashed past the air sideways in the air, his mind hammering he slammed into the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also nodded slightly. I have to say that Latius' flying skills are already very mature, and this kind of thrilling escape is extremely difficult. When the fire dragon saw Latius attacking him, his claws lit up with blue light and met him directly. Boom! The dragon's claws hit the head of the mind hammer, a strong wind spread, and Latius was blasted out. Even if it was top down, even if the fire-breathing dragon made a temporary shot, Latius was still fighting with its the strength has lost the match. Seeing this scene, even Zhang Feng's face changed slightly. I have to say, this Scar fire-breathing dragon is really a bit fierce. The Scar fire-breathing dragon with rich experience in combat is naturally I won't take a chance, and while Latius is going backwards, the Scar fire-breathing dragon will speed up and fly towards Latius. Latius, use the dragon's claws. Zhang Feng was also immediately shouting, the Scar fire-breathing dragon is caught, and the situation is very bad for Latius. Latius, who flew out backwards, also noticed that the Scar fire-breathing dragon was chasing up again, holding back the pain, both claws. Under the cover of blue light, he shot directly at the Scar fire-breathing dragon. The Scar fire-breathing dragon seemed to have anticipated Latius' attack long ago, and made an emergency stop before approaching Latius, just a short distance away. Latius's dragon claw swiped in the air. At this moment, the flames of the scarred fire-breathing dragon's fists flickered directly on Latius' abdomen. The power of the flame exploded, Latius groaned in pain, and the huge force from its abdomen made its body tremble. Be careful, Latius! Zhang Feng also exclaimed, seeing that the scarred fire-breathing dragon's claws directly grabbed Latius's shoulder. Zhang Feng immediately. The consciousness is not good. But at this time, Latius does not have any resistance, and can only let the Scar fire-breathing dragon clamp its body. After grabbing Latius, the Scar-breathing dragon also slightly tilted his head. He lifted his head and began to fly towards the sky. Oops! Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also touched the space ring with his right hand. He knew that he had to find a way to do something. When he came to the sky, the fire-breathing dragon holding Latius began to fly in a circle at a high speed. It's its ultimate trick, throw it on the earth. On the ground, Zhang Feng, who was staring at the battle situation in the sky, also directly took out the keystone from the space ring. Latius, let it see your true strength, evolution. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng directly launched the evolution, hoping that it would be too late. The fire-breathing dragon that had finished spinning in the air grabbed Latius' body and threw it to the ground. The fire-breathing dragon's power is very terrifying. Latius fell to the ground at a high speed. At this time, the keystone in Zhang Feng's hand lit up with colorful lights, and at the same time, the evolution stone on Latius also reacted and shone. Woo! A low cry, the colorful rays of light dissipated, and Latius, who was covered in purple, violently stabilized his body before he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng was also relieved. High in the air, the scarred fire-breathing dragon, seeing that Latius' form has changed, he can't help but be cautious. After all, it can live in the dragon god's cave where the powerful dragon-type elves live, and his sense of smell is also very sensitive. Latius, self-regeneration. Seeing that Scar's fire-breathing dragon is still far away, Zhang Feng shouted directly. Immediately, Latius's body lit up with healing light. Obviously, although he successfully escaped from the earth, Latius was also attacked by the dragon's claws of the fire-breathing dragon. Of course, as a divine beast, Latius Scar's recovery ability is also extremely terrifying. Seeing that the scars on Latius began to recover, the scarred fire-breathing dragon also realized that it was not good, opened his mouth fiercely, and a hot flame sprayed directly at Latius. Yes, the wave of the dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Latius directly interrupted self-regeneration, and the dragon-type energy in his mouth began to gather, and the next second, it was launched directly. This time, Qingming and Qiming clashed in midair, only stalemate for a second. The dragon's fluctuation, it smashed the jet flame and directly hit the unsuspecting fire-breathing dragon. After the enhancement of evolution, the power of Latius has also been improved by leaps and bounds, and the fire-breathing dragon also did not expect Latius at all. The power will suddenly skyrocket. 304. Surprise, Mage Evolution Stone 99 Wanban. Adjusting its figure slightly, the Scar fire-breathing dragon also showed a more fierce look. Although it knew that the evolved Latius was very strong, the injury also aroused the fierceness in its bones. Seeing this Scar fire-breathing dragon with such sharp eyes, Zhang Feng also nodded slightly. Indeed, he was called a superb fire-breathing dragon. Latius, clean and shiny. Although the Scar fire-breathing dragon is very persevering, Zhang Feng is not ready to accompany it to continue to consume it. The pink energy gathered around Latius's mouth, and the Scar fire-breathing dragon on the opposite side reacted immediately and started to accelerate the charge directly to Latius. I saw that in the next second, Latius's clean luster directly slammed into the Scar fire-breathing dragon. At this time, the Scar fire-breathing dragon rushing towards Latius also roared with resolute eyes. I saw that the scorching flames instantly covered the entire body of the scarred fire-breathing dragon. Yes, it was the accumulating flame attack. As a level up to 1. The fire-breathing dragon, it basically masters most of the fire-type moves, and the energy-storing flame attack is naturally also the use of pure fire. In Zhang Feng's shocked eyes, the scarred fire-breathing dragon covering the whole body with flames directly collided with the clean luster. Together, and the scarlet fire-breathing dragon with scarlet flames continued to slam into Latius with pink energy. Zhang Feng squinted at Latius and the Scar fire-breathing dragon on the battlefield. Now it is Latiwenyas and Scar fire-breathing dragon competed for perseverance. Just as the flames on Scar's fire-breathing dragon gradually lost to the flames on his body, a roar came out, and I saw that the flames on Scar's fire-breathing dragon's tail skyrocketed instantly. When its physical strength is in danger, it also activates the Fiery Fire feature. When the Fiery Fire feature is triggered, the flame on the Scar fire-breathing dragon instantly solidifies, and the Scar fire-breathing dragon rushes directly to Latius with clean and shiny energy. Boom! The moment the Scar fire-breathing dragon touched Latius, it exploded. There was a powder in the center of the battle, and the red energy vortex was spinning wildly. The air waves were also blowing directly. Big, or this scarred fire-breathing dragon is the boss of this open space. Such a big movement did not attract other elves. The energy vortex gradually dissipated, and the dust that was raised gradually dissipated. I saw, lifted, form of Latius and the Scar fire-breathing dragon fell together and lost their ability to fight at the same time. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also took a deep breath, and was obviously a little shocked by the Scar fire-breathing dragon's perseverance. It's here. On the other side, Kuailong also dealt with the two subordinates of the scarred fire-breathing dragon and returned to Zhang Feng's side. After a while, Zhang Feng also recovered his lost Latius and threw the poke ball, which would seriously injure him. The scar fire-breathing dragon was successfully subdued. Of course, after conquering the scar fire-breathing dragon, he also looked at the huge colorful seven stone. He was a little curious about the fire-breathing dragon trying desperately to prevent himself from getting close to the seven-colored seven stone. The colorful seven bottom with dazzling light. What's the matter? After getting close to the seven colorful stones, Zhang Feng immediately discovered that there was an obvious imprint on the seven colorful stones. Seeing this symbol, Zhang Feng also showed a smile. Obviously, this giant stone is indeed related to the evolution stone. Zhang Feng gently placed his hand on the seven-colored stone, and just when his hand touched the seven-colored stone, the colorful light emitted by the stone disappeared without warning. The boulder is actually transparent. And there are two sets of evolution stones lying quietly in the center of the boulder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's eyes are also full of brilliance. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and his smile cannot be restrained. Evolution stones, if you are not happy, it is false. You must know that every set of evolution stones can be sold for sky-high prices in the market, and this kind of thing is basically priceless, and few trainers are willing to sell it. Yes, Zhang Feng never thought that the scar fire-breathing dragon was guarding the evolution stone. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also turned on the system detection function again. He wanted to see where the two sets of evolution stones lying in the transparent boulder belong to. Two kinds of elves. In this way, after testing for a long time, Zhang Feng also found that the system did not respond at all. However, Zhang Feng quickly reacted. Knowing the reason for the boulder, Zhang Feng did not find these two sets of evolution stones even though he used the detection function of the system. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also signaled Kuailong to break open the transparent boulder. Although this boulder is also hard, it is still in Kuailong. The sharp dragon claws failed to hold for 2 rounds, and were directly blasted away from the middle by the dragon claw. And as the boulder was blasted away, 2 complete sets of evolution stones also fell out, and the center of the boulder was obviously it was hollow. At this time, Zhang Feng was also a little puzzled. Why is the center of this boulder hollow? I have to say that this Dragon God's Cave, which is guarded by the Elf Association, is too similar to his system copy, except the characteristic of only being able to visualize one elf is different. With a hint of doubt, Zhang Feng also used the system to detect and scan 2 sets of evolution stones. When the text given by the system, the prompt appeared in Zhang Feng's mind, Zhang Feng there was also a hint of surprise on his face. Fire-breathing dragon, fossil, possessing incredible power, with a certain degree of intimacy, it can allow fire-breathing dragons to evolve in form, fire-breathing dragon. Fossils, possess incredible power, and with a certain degree of intimacy, can enable the evolution of fire-breathing dragons. These 2 sets of evolution stones enclosed in transparent boulders are actually the evolution stones of fire-breathing dragons. No wonder the scars before fire-breathing dragons you will be so nervous about that giant stone. It turns out that it has the power that it desires. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also showed a smile. After throwing the 2 sets of evolution stones into the space ring, Zhang Feng is also ready to leave this scar. The fire-breathing dragon's territory is over. As for Zhang Feng, the 2 fire-breathing dragons under Scar's fire-breathing dragon, they also let them go. After all, they still have such a large open space to manage. After leaving the territory of the Scar's fire-breathing dragon, Zhang Feng originally returned. He was going to move on, but looking at the sun that was gradually sinking, he also gave up the idea. After all, the deadline given by Dudu was 2 days. He had to arrive at the previous place before dark to join them. Remind you, 3 things to read and collect, recommend. 305, Dragon God's Cave, finally 99 wonbon. Looking at the deeper part of the Dragon God's Cave, Zhang Feng's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. After all, this Dragon God's Cave and his system copy space have too many similarities. Zhang Feng is still looking forward to the dragon gods in the deepest part of the cave. Are there some god-level elves with extremely terrifying strength, are some secret treasures like the true dragon's teeth. You know, the chance to enter the dragon god's cave is not. You can have it casually. Next time Zhang Feng wants to come in, it is estimated that he will have to pay a small price. He shook his head regretfully. After a while, Zhang Feng also took the fast dragon and started to return the same way. On the way back, Zhang Feng also took the fast dragon. Encountered several attacks by dragon-type elves, Zhang Feng did not entangle with them, and directly signaled Kuailong to speed up and get rid of them. Soon, Zhang Feng returned to the small lake that he had made an appointment with before with Du and Xiaoqi. At this time, Xiao Kai, who had been waiting by the lake for a long time, also waved at Zhang Feng, who was on the back of the fast dragon in midair. After landing on the ground, Zhang Feng also opened his mouth and said, "Is it back so early? I thought I would come back. What's the harvest earlier than you?" It seems that Xiao Kai and Du have been waiting by the lake for a while. Zhang Feng didn't expect Xiao Kai, who loves pixies so much, to come back so early. Hee, I have conquered a few very reliable partners, I hope can make a difference in the semi-finals. Xiao Kai looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Zhang Feng, how will your gains in the Dragon's Cave help you in the next battle?" At this time, Du next to Xiao Kai also spoke up. He seemed to be a little curious about what Zhang Feng was doing these 2 days. "Fortunately, I have subdued a few strong guys, which has helped me a lot." Zhang Feng also smiled slightly and said, he naturally would not tell Du that he entered the Dragon God's cave for his own organization. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Du also showed a smile. This semifinal is still up to him. For 2, okay, then let's go out. Speaking of which, Du also took out the special watch that the staff handed him when he entered the Dragon God's cave before. After opening the case and pressing the red button in the middle, Du also looked at Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai and said, "This is a special device made by the Elf Association, and in this cave of the Dragon God, where all communication equipment cannot be used, it is the only device that can contact the outside staff." As soon as Du's voice fell, a strange black space vortex appeared. "You can go out," Du also said to Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai. Nodding slightly, Zhang Feng also followed Du through the cave. His vision changed, and Zhang Feng also returned to the previous cave. "Brother Du, it's over." The staff headed by the former also got together at the first time. As the staff guarding the Dragon God's cave, he is basically used to seeing all kinds of big people, but he has never been so respectful, only when facing his idol, Yu. Dragon, he will show the look like a fanboy. "Well, Wusong, you must be tight-lipped about the news of these 2 children entering the Dragon God's cave." Looking at the staff next to him, Du also said in a gentle tone, "The internal forces of the Elf Association are complicated, and Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi entering the Dragon God's cave directly without paying any price may cause some problems. People's dissatisfaction. Du also does not want interested people to use this to deal with President Amalanchi." Seeing Du's opening, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, showing a thoughtful look. It seems that this Elf Association is still a bit interesting. After leaving the cave, Du also separated from Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai. As the champion of China, he naturally has a lot to do. After Du left, Zhang Feng and Kuailong also took the Kuailong and the fire-breathing dragon respectively to prepare to go directly. Fly back to the hotel. In the sky, Zhang Feng also found that he had a lot of missed calls on his mobile phone, including Lu Mengan, Sha Zimu, and Shengguan Waner. Kuailong's speed is very fast, less than an hour. Zhang Feng returned to the hotel. As for Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon, the speed is not slow, and Zhang Feng's fast dragon can catch up even if it is not flying at full strength. And this time, the 2 chose to land directly at the hotel entrance. The passers-by and hotel staff who saw this scene were also talking about it. Originally, they were surprised to see the fast dragon, although there have been many quasi-god elves seen at the Huasha conference recently, and even various battles between gods and beasts, including legendary the white dragon Reshiram of the gang has appeared. But the fast dragon who is a quasi-god appears on the street, and it is still very concerned. But after seeing the figure on the back of the fast dragon as Zhang Feng, they also expressed their understanding. After entering the hotel lobby, the four girls were already waiting here. You guys are finally back, the semi-finals are about to start, but you two have disappeared. Serena was also the first to come up. Zhang Feng, are you all alright? Lu Mengan followed suit. Then, Shengguan Wanner and Xia Zimu also approached. Seeing Lu Mengan's worried expression, Zhang Feng remembered that when he left, he only said something to Lu Mengan asking her to pick up Shengguan Wanner, didn't tell her where she went. Well, I have something to do these 2 days, so I went out with Xiaoqi. But it's all right now. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Because Du also said, don't say the Dragon God's Cave casually, and Zhang Feng didn't tell them where he and Xiao Kai went. Seeing that Zhang Feng returned safely, Lu Mengan didn't have much. Of course, Zhang Feng has to go to his parents to explain. It took about half an hour. Zhang Feng also explained it to his parents. Of course, he was complained by his mother for a while. After all, he didn't say anything. Let's go. After everyone had lunch together, Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai were also going back to their room to rest. After all, they were a little tired from the 2 days in the Dragon God's Cave. And the 444 girls also discussed it, not to disturb the two of them. After all, they still have to prepare for the next semifinals. You must know that the outside world is saying that Dakdo, who owns the White Dragon, will definitely win the championship. I believe the pressure on the two of them is also not small. Please download Filu to read the underlined version of the novel fiction. 306.99 Wanbon_. After returning to the hotel room, Zhang Feng also took a shower, put on his nightgown and lay on the bed. I have to say that he was basically on Kuailong's back in the Dragon's Cave for the past 2 days. This kind of extremely fast flight, coupled with the sneak attack of 1 or 2 dragon elves from time to time, Zhang Feng's spirit is also in an extremely tense state, and he is really a little tired. Light scattered on the ground. After a while, there was an even sound of breathing in the room, and Zhang Feng, who had just laid down on the bed, also fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Zhang Feng, who had just fallen asleep, was also awakened. Who? Zhang Feng's tone was a little impatient. Obviously, he was woken up just after falling asleep. Anyone would be a little temperamental. It's me, Shengguan Wanner. Door. Shengguan Wanner's voice sounded. Hearing that it was Shengguan Wanner who was knocking on the door, Zhang Feng also stood up, rubbed his eyes and was ready to open the door. Wanner, I'm here. Shengguan Wanner came to him and believed that it must be related to Ula Ula Island. Zhang Feng was also completely drowsy. Opening the door, Shengguan Wanner's delicate face was also revealed. Seeing Zhang Feng open the door, Shengguan Wanner also directly after entering the room, she was obviously used to it. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Feng also found that Shengguan Wanner was staring at him with a smile on her face. What's the matter with me? Bear this feeling, Zhang Feng also spoke directly. Of course, he didn't think that Shengguan Wanner would come to him so late. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Shengguan Wanner also restrained her smile and looked serious. That's right, I did some research, and it seems that the island owner of Ula Ula has also worked in the Elf Association before, and his island was qualified to purchase because of his great contribution to the Elf Association. Also, this island owner's name is Ming Xiangtian, and he is also very strong. Although he is no match for the 4 Heavenly Kings, he is also a trainer with Heavenly King level strength. Speaking, Shengguan Wanner also looked at Zhang Feng again. After all, there is not much to talk about now. The first condition to obtain this island is defeat the island owner, and it is in a 1v3 situation. What she said to Zhang Feng now is to prepare Zhang Feng. After all, the strength of the island owner is not simple. I have worked in the Mingxiangtian Elf Association. Hearing Shengguan Wanner's words, Zhang Feng also fell into a deep slump. He did not doubt the authenticity of Shengguan Wanner's news. After all, Li Ruo, as a Heavenly King level trainer of the Elf Association, also has the right to purchase. Looking at it this way, this island called Tomorrow Shang has a bit of strength, so this battle is worthy of Zhang Feng's attention. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng also said to Shengguan Wanner, "Well, I know, don't worry. I'm sure about the elf battle. Victory." Seeing Zhang Feng's affirmation, Shengguan Wanner also said with a slight smile, "Since this is the case, then it's easy to handle, and then I'll show you something interesting." While talking, Shengguan Wanner also took out a stack of photos from the space ring. Taking the photos from Shengguan Wanner, Zhang Feng's face changed when he saw the first photo. After reading the stack of photos, his face also became serious. "How did you get this stack of photos?" While asking, Zhang Feng also put all the photos on the table in front of the sofa with a dignified face. The amount of information in these photos is huge, and they are all about Shengguan's family. Zhang Feng attaches great importance to the content of the photos and is also a little curious. "How did Shengguan Wanner get these photos?" "Actually, it was taken by my second uncle, Shengguan Ming. Although he was under house arrest for a period of time because of my relationship, and his status in the clan was not as good as before, he still has some influence. Also, according to what he said, he had already bribed a guard beside Shengguanzhang in advance, and it was the guard who took pictures of all this." Speaking of Shengguanzhang, Shengguan Wanner's tone also cooled down. She had to say that her tragic life was almost all thanks to her grandfather. Shengguan Wanner joined Zhang Feng's organization actually has her own selfishness. She hoped that the organization after becoming stronger, she can get a chance to avenge her grandfather Shengguanzhang and everyone who harmed her father. Seeing the hatred on Shengguan Wanner's face, Zhang Feng said after a moment of silence, "This matter, don't tell anyone yet, keep these photos well, it may be the key to your revenge on the Shengguan family in the future." After speaking, Zhang Feng also indicated that Shengguan Wanner could leave. Zhang Feng was quite surprised by these photos, and he had to think about how to deal with it. On the other hand, Shengguan Wanner, who had heard Zhang Feng's words, was also in the eye. "It's getting wet." She didn't expect Zhang Feng to say anything about being an enemy of the Shengguan family. She must know that with Zhang Feng's current popularity and strength, the Shengguan family would never dare to attack him easily. As an enemy, she even guessed that when she decided to take revenge on the Shengguan family in the future, Zhang Feng would stop her for the overall situation. You must know that after Zhang Feng's organization is established, maybe she will still deal with the Shengguan family. After all, she gave it to Zhang Fengzhen Dragon Tooth, and he also fulfilled his promise to help her get rid of the Shengguan family and rescue her mother. But Zhang Feng seems to acquiesce in dealing with the Shengguan family at this moment. Obviously he will support him in dealing with the Shengguan family. This moved Shengguan Wanner very much. After all, since her father passed away and her mother was placed under house arrest, she has never met anyone who was simply kind to her. Then, Shengguan Wanner also put away the photos on the table and left in embarrassment Zhang Feng's room. She didn't want Zhang Feng to see her crying in front of him. After all, although Zhang Feng is her leader, Zhang Feng is a lot younger than her after all. And Zhang Feng's thoughts are all sinking entering the pile of photos that Shengguan Wanner had just brought. He was digesting such a large amount of information, and he did not notice Shengguan Wanner's emotions at all. After feeling the sound of the door being closed, Zhang Feng's eyes were also filled with the light flashed. "Okay, since you are courting death from Shengguan's family, don't blame me." 307 Ideographic, Chong Ling's thoughts 99 Wanban. At night, the night sky tonight is also extremely beautiful. The stars shine, bringing light to the dark night sky. In an independent villa in Jinghua City, Chongling is sitting in the living room, and in front of him, there is an old woman and a young man who looks very similar to him. "Father, isn't it a good idea for us to introduce the flare team to that old guy, Shengguanzhang? You know he's not a fuel-efficient lamp. Furthermore, Fratali, the leader of the flaming team, has always wanted to encroach on more of China's territory. Will it threaten the safety of the people?" The young man's expression is quite worried. After all, although he is secretly involved with major evil organizations, he is also the special investigator of the Elf Association. Most of China is owned by Team Rocket. If Team Flare intervenes, maybe it will cause a rivalry between the two evil organizations. He is naturally happy to see the infighting between the two evil organizations, but he is still a little worried about the security situation in the region. Hearing his son's words, Chongling's face is also ugly. His character, it can be said that he is extremely ruthless and decisive, and Chongling also believes in his own style of behavior. He only thinks about himself. In order to achieve his own goals, he doesn't care about the lives of others, an exquisite egoist. But his son Chongling Wei is hesitant, and the most outrageous thing is that he still has a heart of sympathy for the weak. All of this makes Chongling extremely angry, but Chong Wei is his only son, so he can only warn him many times, and teach him how to behave. During this time, he smelled something unusual in the Elf Association, and he devoted all his energy to dealing with his enemy Demolancy. He did not expect to return home. His son actually had the same idea as his enemy, and it was ridiculous to maintain law and order. In his eyes, civilians were like ants. However, Chongling raised a teacup on the table and threw it directly to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the teacup was torn apart, and Chong Wei also immediately. Trembling all over, he stood up from the chair. He knew that his father must be angry because of what he said, but he is the special investigator of the Elf Association after all, and he also has some persistence of his own. Indeed, at this moment, Chongling's face, it was extremely gloomy. The old woman beside him also lowered her head and said nothing. For a while, the scene was a bit depressing. As someone around Chongling, the old woman also understood Chongling's temper very well. May transfer his anger to himself. Father, what else do we need to do? After a long time, seeing that Chongling's emotions seemed to have eased, Chongwei also mustered up the courage to speak. Chongling looked at the fear in his son Chongwei's eyes, and sighed slightly. You don't need to interfere in this matter. My heart is be your special search officer, and I will say it when I need you. Chongling's cold voice fell in Chongwei's ears, but it was like the sound of nature, and Chongwei also immediately farewell and left. Watching his son leave the room, Chongling said to the old woman, let our people keep an eye on the Shengguan family's movements. The Shengguan family will definitely use the power of the Flare team to solve Zhang Feng. This guy named Zhang Feng had better die in the hands of the Flaming team. With his talent, if he joins the Elf Association for Damalanchi's use, it may be another Yulongdu. Speaking of this, there is a touch of cruelty in Chongling's eyes. If it can't be used by him, it must be eradicated. After all, he also received the news that in the past 2 days, Damalanchi has let Zhangfeng and Shaoqi enter the Dragon God's Cave. This is also Damalanchi's usual way to recruit excellent trainers. Got it, sir. The old woman also lowered her head and said respectfully. She was speechless all night, and the next morning, Zhangfeng and his party were also eating breakfast in the hotel lobby. Naturally, Serena soon also chatted about Doc, who suddenly became the focus of the public. After all, the Huasha conference is the largest event in the country. Needless to say about the flow of people, almost all of them came to Jinghua City for the Huasha conference. Those who witnessed the White Dragon Rahiram, naturally, too deeply shocked by its strength. All these people have also become the crowd who brag about Dakat on the internet, and some of Zhang Feng's fans even defected. Videos, pictures, etc. spread into the internet. The whole China, including people from all over the world, also witnessed the performance of the White Dragon Reshiram. In particular, the appearance of Latios of Mei, who was vulnerable in front of the White Dragon, deeply shocked the trainers all over the world. Therefore, discussions about Dakota's strength have also started all over the world. Many people on the internet think that he has the strength of a champion. As for these, Zhang Feng actually expected it, but he didn't particularly care about it. For him, the strength is not blown out by others, but accumulated by his own efforts. Even if someone said that he was weaker than Doc, he would not care at all. However, Zhang Feng also heard a few the girls seemed to be a little worried about the semifinal between him and Xiao Kai. Don't worry, Bai Long is not so scary. Zhang Feng also looked at everyone and said, that's natural, Since the ambition is to become a master of the elf, this little thing can't trouble me. Other side, Xiao Kai also smiled and said loudly. For Xiao Kai, the stronger the opponent in the semifinal, the more excited he is. After all, he is also looking forward to playing against a strong opponent. Seeing that both of them are so confident, everyone there is no need to say more about women. After dinner, the girls also went out to go shopping. It is also a girl's nature to love fun. And Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi also left the hotel together and went to the forest on the outskirts of Jinghua City to give the elves special training. Xanaduo, aim for the sharpest psychic attack of the Fangtooth Land Shark. Don't show any mercy, give it enough pressure. Tooth Land Shark, try to find the feeling that you are entering that ice crystal state. Zhang Feng also started special training for the Fangtooth Land Shark, because the battle in the Huasha conference also brought its level to 1.5, but it still failed to evolve into a fierce bite land shark. Therefore, Zhang Feng also felt that it was necessary to put some pressure on it, and that kind of controllable ice crystal state. Zhang Feng also hoped that the Fang's land shark it can be completely mastered. At that time, its strength will also be improved to a higher level. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. 308. Exchange Mage Evolution Stone 99 Wanbon. Looking at the elves who are undergoing special training, Zhang Feng also looked thoughtful. After all, today's special training has another purpose. Determine the elves who will appear in the semifinals. Because the schedule is not until tomorrow. It will be announced. Zhang Feng doesn't know who his opponent will be, so he needs to choose a lineup with as many attributes as possible. What's more, he has to consider. He is very likely to meet Doc in the semifinals in the face of his white dragon, perhaps his cracking seat must also appear. After all, as a first-level god, the white dragon's strength is too terrifying, even Zhang Feng is not too sure to defeat the cracking seat without appearing. Zhang Feng, what are you thinking about? At this time, Xiao Kai, who put down the self-training of the elf, also came to Zhang Feng. Nothing, thinking about tomorrow's opponent. Zhang Feng shook his head and said with a chuckle. He also found that Xiao Kai was still full of confidence even after seeing Dakoto's strength. As expected of the real protagonist, you must know that Zhang Feng's confidence is largely due to the existence of Rift Seat. The elves in his hands have only been with him for less than a year, and it is obviously unrealistic for them to reach the level of a first-level god. Looking forward to the battle with you. Comes to the semifinals, Xiaoqi's eyes are filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng also smiled and nodded. In fact, the strength of this year's top 4 can be won in any of the usual Huasha conferences. By the way, I got a good thing in Dragon God's Cave. I think it should be very suitable for you. At this time, Xiao Kai was also preparing to give him the things that he had never had the chance to give to Zhang Feng after leaving the Dragon God's Cave. What? Looking at Xiao Kai, Zhang Feng also revealed a hint of doubt. Mr. Du and I accidentally obtained a set of evolution stones for the Shattering Shark in the field of Shattering the Shark in the Dragon God's Cave. Xiaoqi said. He also took out 2 stones from the space ring and handed them to Zhang Feng. They were the key stone and the evolution stone. He took the evolution stone and the key stone that Xiaoqi handed over. Zhang Feng's eyes were also full of brilliance. Xiaoqi also has his own adventures in the Dragon God's Cave. After all, he has never encountered the Lu Shark group. That's right, Du often enters the Dragon God's Cave after all. I believe that for the distribution of ethnic groups in the Dragon God's Cave, I also understand very well that even in such a vast Dragon God's Cave, he can lead Xiao Kai to find his favorite elf. This is also Zhang Feng's advantage even if he has no system, but after thinking about it, if Du follows him, he may also. Thanks, Xiaoqi, I happen to have a secret treasure that is especially suitable for you. Zhang Feng naturally doesn't want to accept Xiaoqi's evolution in vain. After all, the evolution stone of Lu Shark is about to evolve. It is indeed a good thing for the sharp-toothed land shark, and Zhang Feng also really wants to see what his special fierce-biting land shark will look like after it evolves, and it just so happens that there is something very suitable for Xiaoqi. Really, what is it? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Xiaokai is also a little bit looking forward to it. After all, the secret treasures from the Dragon God's Cave are basically very rare. And the most important thing is that Zhangfeng said that the secret treasure is very suitable for him. In the next game, the grasp will be one more point. In the eyes of Xiaoqi's anticipation, Zhangfeng also took out one of the evolution stones from the space ring that he had obtained in the fire-breathing dragon territory of the Scar. Open black lens bracket fire-breathing dragon evolution stone. When Xiaokai placed the evolution stone of the fierce bite of the land shark in front of Zhangfeng, Zhangfeng was ready to give this set of evolution stones to him. And Zhangfeng prepared to leave the other set to the Scar fire-breathing dragon. Compared with the fire-breathing dragon, Zhangfeng prefers the state. Of course, he still has to solve the problem of intimacy with it first. After all, it is not. The intimacy of the elf captured by Zhangfeng from the system space is full. The first thing I saw when Shinei Duo was born was Zhangfeng. Even Fang Lu Shark has been with Zhangfeng for a while. Scar fire-breathing dragon's resentment towards Zhangfeng is estimated to be a little big. After all, Zhangfeng it took away the two sets of evolution stones that it has been guarding and made its boss useless. Zhangfeng also knows that this is not a problem that can be solved in a short time, and feelings take time to cultivate. I saw that Zhangfeng also took out a set from the space ring, the evolution stone. Xiaoqi's expression is also a little excited. He seems to have guessed something. As this set of evolution stones. Xiaokai also thinks that this set of evolution stones is likely to belong to his initial elf fire-breathing dragon. After all, Zhangfeng also said that it is very suitable for him. You guessed it right, it is the evolution stone of fire-breathing dragon, in shape. Looking at Xiaokai, Zhangfeng also smiled. Hearing Zhangfeng's words, Xiaokai was also a little excited, and took the evolution stone from Zhangfeng's hands with trembling hands. Since his little fire dragon became a fire-breathing dragon, during the trip, he has been inquiring about the news of the evolution stone. He did not expect to get it from Zhangfeng. After a while, Xiaoqi also slowed down and nodded to Zhangfeng to express his gratitude. I need a lot of thanks. To get the evolution stone, Xiaokai can't wait to go to the place where the fire-breathing dragon trains. The semifinal is tomorrow. Xiaokai believes that the bond between himself and the fire-breathing dragon will not worry about evolution as long as he obtains the evolution stone. It will fail. Of course, he still hopes that the fire-breathing dragon can adapt to his new power in advance. After all, after the fire-breathing dragon evolves, the attributes are also from the flight type plus type to the flight type plus type. Seeing Xiaoqi leaving with excitement on his face, Zhangfeng also smiled slightly. Looking back at the fast dragon who was training the fangtooth land shark. At this time, Shinado, who was on the side, also had blue eyes flashing, and the force of thought was acting on the fangtooth land shark, trying to put more pressure on it. Huasha Conference, semi-finals, here I come. Looking at the elves who are training hard, Zhangfeng also murmured. 309.99 Wanban_. The next day, when it was just dawn, the streets of Jinghua City were already crowded with people, and many trainers who could not buy tickets also got up early to grab a better place to watch the game outside the conference venue. After all, Dakuto and Yai after the battle, Dakuto's popularity also reached its peak, and the tickets for the semifinals were also sold for a sky-high price on the internet. Even so, many rich people came to hear the news, and the purpose was to see Lahila Emu's true face. Moreover, the quarterfinals are so exciting, the semifinals are definitely not to be missed, although most of them feel that no matter who they are, they will definitely lose in the semifinals, but it does not affect them in the slightest. Looking forward to the semifinals. After the sky was completely bright, Zhangfeng and his party who had just left the hotel were also stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that the street in front of the hotel was almost crowded with spectators who were rushed to the conference venue. There are even some media reporters carrying a lot of equipment. In the sky, there are many trainers who take flight elves to the venue, but in such major competitions, trainers fly recklessly in the sky. It is easy to be invited by the elf special search officer to go to the elf association to drink tea. You must know that in the semifinals, the reporters who took the close-up shots of the White Dragon battle were basically promoted, and they also understood the terrifying influence of Reshiram. It is no exaggeration to say that they are. At Dock many people came, but they also underestimated the enthusiasm of the people in Jinghua City. Many reporters were blocked on their way to the venue. Wow, there are so many people. This is too exaggerated. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. At this time, Lu Menggen's mother also spoke up. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. The usual Washa conferences are not so exaggerated. The influence of Dakoto's Reshiram is terrifying. Crowd, Shazimu, who had watched the Washa conference several times, also spoke up. In the past, this situation would never have happened. Zhang Feng also had a numb scalp, and fortunately, as the top 4 players, he and Xiao Kai were both beaten up. After distributing a lot of tickets, they don't need to worry about the tickets at all. Then, if we are going to get there now, Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi will definitely be late. At this time, Lu Menggen also frowned and said. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng also discussed with everyone, and he and Xiao Kai first discussed with the staff of the Elf Association to fly over. Zhang Feng's parents also agreed first, just instructed Zhang Feng must first obtain the consent of the Elf Association. Zhang Feng also nodded helplessly. As an ordinary good citizen, his parents are still full of respect for the Elf Association. When he left the hotel, he appeared in the crowd. Zhang Feng and Zhao Qing's people were surrounded. After all, the two were already famous enough at this time. Wow, Zhang Feng, you haven't had a venue yet. I'm so lucky to meet you. Xiao Kai is also here. My fan, your fire-breathing dragon is so handsome, can you sign my name for me? Zhang Feng, will you let Kuailong play in the semifinals? For a time, the people were also arguing, and the already congested streets became even more congested. Looking at the crowd leaning towards him, Zhang Feng's scalp was numb. There is no difference. Glancing at the staff of the Elf Association who are far away from them, Zhang Feng also gave Xiao Kai a wink and threw the elf ball before the two were completely overwhelmed by the crowd. The white light flickered, and the sturdy figure stood in front of Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai. Exactly, the fire-breathing dragon and the fast dragon, the crowd rushed up immediately. Stopping their steps, Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai also climbed onto the backs of their respective elves and flew straight away while the people were stunned. Leaving the ground and looking down at the crowd, Xiao Kai also breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at it with horror. The crowd rioting on the ground. This is too scary. Xiao Kai said to Zhang Feng with lingering fears. Zhang Feng on Kuailong's back also nodded and said, go and say hello to the people from the Elf Association first. Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi were the top 4 players after all, and the Elf Association let them go as soon as they heard their words. Therefore, Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi quickly rushed outside the venue. At this time, the venue was already surrounded by water. There is basically no place to see the landing, only small passages for the spectators who have bought tickets to check tickets. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai landed directly at the ticket gate, and the staff did not stop them, and they also recognized them. There are 2 people. When I entered the venue, I saw that the auditorium was almost full. Because it was too early, many of the audience sat in their seats to catch up with sleep. Of course, many sharp-eyed people also noticed Zhang Feng who was present. And Xiaoqi, even if they shouted, the venue became lively for a while. Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi didn't think much of it and walked directly into the player channel. Apparently they are still on the road. After walking through the contestant passage, Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi also sat on the contestant seat. Because they were flying by the elves, they were not too late, and the game would officially start in about half an hour. In the contestant's seat, Zhang Feng's eyes were also swept around. He also saw many high-level clan members in the VIP seat near the high platform, including even members of the Shengguan family. Maybe because of the semi-finals, maybe because of the White Dragon Lishila Mu, all the big figures in China gathered at the venue. About 10 minutes later, Damalanchi also brought the 4 heavenly kings into the high platform, and the host was already waiting there. Please be quiet. Seeing Damalanchi signaling that he can start, the host also summoned all his strength and shouted into the microphone. The host's enthusiastic voice also made the audience immediately quiet down and looked at the high platform. China conference. I believe everyone can't wait for the semi-finals, so I won't waste everyone's time. Please see the big screen, today's top 4 battle table. Other hand, the host's hand is also pointing to the huge electronic screen opposite him. 310, semi-finals, open 99 wonbon. Following the direction of the host's hand, the people in the venue also looked at the huge electronic screen that was constantly flashing. 2 seconds later, the picture of the electronic screen was finally frozen. Looking at the electronic screen, Zhang Feng also looked as expected. Oh, the group is out. Today's first game is Zhang Feng and Akashi. The host's voice also rang for the first time, and Damalanchi's expression on the high platform was extremely indifferent. This is the grouping he thought about again and again. S's. Zhang Feng met the red-haired guy, which means that Xiao Kai is going to face Dakto. For a time, the auditorium was also full of discussions. Obviously, they thought that Zhang Feng was lucky enough to be able to draw Dakoto, who looked weaker. Seeing the battle on the big screen, Xiao Kai was also a little dignified. After all, he going up to Dakto means he will face the White Dragon Reshiram. The first match of the semi-finals of the Huaxia Conference is about to start. Please both parties, Zhang Feng from Hanlin City and Akashi from your country, come to the venue to prepare. The sound of the broadcast spread throughout the venue, and Zhang Feng also stood up from his seat. Zhang Feng, see you in the final. At this time, Xiao Kai also stood up and said with a smile. I will. After speaking, Zhang Feng also turned around and walked towards the players' passage. While walking, Zhang Feng also glanced at the audience. It seemed that there were no parents or daughters. They might not be there yet. President, do you think Zhang will Maple be stronger than Crimson? On the high platform, Uncle Lu glanced at Xiao Kai, who was still sitting on the player's seat, and asked. Maybe it is. Damalanchi stroked his beard and said calmly. Du, who are you more optimistic about? At this time, Shiba, who was wearing a fighting suit, also looked at Du, and he wanted to see what Du would choose. Zhang Feng, he may have hidden something, and his Darkrai and Latias are both not easy to deal with. Moment of silence, Du also opened his mouth and said, Xiaoqi's performance in the Dragon God's Cave these 2 days has been in his eyes. He thinks that Xiaoqi's strength is still a little worse against Dakota. So he naturally became more optimistic about Zhang Feng. Soon, Zhang Feng also walked into the opposing battlefield, but there was no one on the opposite side of him. It seems that Akashi has not arrived at the venue. Akaji player, please enter as soon as possible. Akaji player, please enter as soon as possible. The microphone also kept shouting Akashi, and the audience at the scene also looked at his player channel. Bastard, what are you doing? You're late. Yes, the natives are so rude, they dare to be late for this kind of conference, but I am looking forward to this game before dawn. Such a person should be disqualified. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the venue, and many people in the audience also said that Akashi should be disqualified from the competition. Zhang Feng stood quietly on his side in the battle arena. As for Akashi, he didn't have much. Think. Time has passed, and the audience at the scene seems to be getting a little irritable after they have not seen any figures, and some abuses have begun to appear. Seeing the audience's increasing dissatisfaction, the host also looked at the main seat. Damalanchi above. Give him half an hour, and after half an hour, if he hasn't been able to show up, announce Zhang Feng's promotion. Damalanchi said to the host with a flat expression. Hearing Damalanchi's words, the host also nodded, turned to pick up the microphone and shouted. Akaji player, if you still can't arrive after 30 minutes, then he will be disqualified from the competition and Zhang Feng will advance. Who's going to disqualify me from the competition? Soon as the host's voice fell, Akashi's voice also sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that Akashi was standing on the back of a Tyrannosaurus, slowly descending from the top of the venue into the battle arena. Hearing Akashi's words, the host also frowned. Obviously he was a little disgusted with this red-haired boy. The flying dragon fell to the ground, and gusts of wind blew the corner of Zhang Feng's clothes, and Akashi also smiled from the flying dragon. Jumped down on his back. Okay, now that Akashi has arrived, the first match of the semi-finals officially begins now. The host's voice sounded, and the referee also immediately. Walking between the two, the rules of the game were read out. At this time, Akashi looked at Zhang Feng with great interest. Hey, I'm just late, are you expecting me not to come? Akashi looked at Zhang Feng with a smile, and said in a frivolous tone. Listening to the sarcasm in Akashi's words, Zhang Feng also said with a flat expression, it's the same whether you come or not. He didn't have much feeling for Akashi's ridicule. This kind of mentality behavior didn't have much effect on Zhang Feng. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the smile on Akashi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of coldness. Then, the battle of all 66 members now officially begins. As the referee announced the official start of the game, Zhang Feng and Akashi also threw the Pokeball at the same time. Bite the land shark, prepare to fight. The Fangtooth land shark, it's up to you. With the sound of two voices, a white light flashed, and a majestic and fierce biting land shark appeared in front of Akashi. In front of Zhang Feng was a sky-blue fang-tooth land shark covered in ice fins. Oh, player Zhang Feng and player Akashi have chosen the first elf to be of the same race. Is player Akashi's quasi-god biting blue shark able to win, or player Zhang Feng's incredible sharp-toothed land shark who can only master ice-type tricks can you win? The host's voice sounded, and the audience cheered at the scene. As expected of this year's semi-finals, you can see such a wonderful match at the beginning. 31199 Wanban _____. Glancing at Zhang Feng's fang-toothed land shark, Akashi's expression was quite relaxed. He knew that Zhang Feng's fang-toothed land shark might be a bit special, and the ice attribute also had an advantage over his fierce biting land shark, but it was always just a sharp point. It's just a toothy land shark. He has absolute confidence in his quasi-god level bite blue shark. Bite blue shark, dragon claw. Mouth rose slightly, and Akashi waved and shouted with a relaxed look. At this time, Lai bite blue shark also leaned over slightly, his claws flickered with blue light, and in the next second, he instantly disappeared in place and attacked the fang blue shark on the opposite side. Seeing Akashi's fierce bite of the blue shark, he rushed over at the beginning. Obviously, the other party underestimated his own fang blue shark and tried to directly rely on his strength to crush his fang blue shark. Fang blue shark, frozen fist attack. Zhang Feng also directly chose to let the fang blue shark attack without hesitation. Wow, both players chose to attack directly at the beginning of the game, but it seems that the fang blue shark on Zhang Feng's side will be more difficult. After all, it has to face its own evolution. Host also began to analyze the situation. Zhang Feng's fang blue shark's right fist icy energy emerged, flashing blue light directly facing the opponent's dragon claws and blasted up. A gust of wind pressure spread, and in the field, green and blue light in the constant confrontation, Zhang Feng's fang blue shark and Kai Sis fierce bite blue shark are attacking close to each other. He tilted his head to avoid the fierce bite blue shark's azure gleaming dragon claws. Zhang Feng's fang blue shark right fist in an instant, the ice gathered and slammed directly on the left shoulder of Lai bite blue shark. The frozen fist blue shark used all his strength, and Lai bite blue shark also stepped back a few steps, and his expression was slightly painful. What did I see? Zhang Feng's sharp-toothed land shark suppressed Akashi's fiercely biting land shark at the beginning of the game. Seeing this scene, the host also deliberately spoke in a very exaggerated tone, because Akashi was so arrogant at the beginning, which made him a little uncomfortable, so he would subconsciously prefer Zhang Feng when explaining. Shark, use the wave of the dragon. He didn't fight Zhang Feng's fangtooth shark in close combat, and Akashi frowned slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Feng's fangtooth shark is not only fast, but also has a faster reaction ability than its fierce bite land shark, and its moves are also powerful. Not bad. Qixi wanted to use his advantage in the power of biting the land shark to crush Zhang Feng's fang shark, but he didn't know that Zhang Feng's fang shark had the aptitude of a third-level god, although its strength was weaker. But the speed has already surpassed it. Humph! Fangtooth land shark, jump up and dodge. Zhang Feng was also immediately shaking his head and shouting. His own Fanglu shark fought with the fast dragon a lot in training. With the strength of his legs, the Fanglu shark jumped to it instantly. Directly dodged the attack of Dragon Wave. Very good instant explosive power. On the high platform, Xiba also cast an admiring look at Zhang Feng's Fangtooth land shark. Fangtooth land shark, boulders. The Fangtooth land shark in midair froze when he heard Zhang Feng's voice. The ice fins with blue light flashing at the tail slammed down, and suddenly, boulders shot directly at the ground shark. The Fangtooth land shark's ice power all comes from the blue ice fins all over its body. Pediatrics, bite land sharks fiercely, and shoot flames. Staring at the Fangtooth land shark in midair, Akashi shouted with a slightly dignified expression. After his fierce bite land shark was suppressed by Zhang Feng's Fangtooth land shark in melee combat, Akashi also put away his contempt for Zhang Feng. A scorching flame shot out from the mouth of the fiercely biting land shark on the ground, and I saw that the violent flame directly turned the boulder into white air. At this time, Zhang Feng's Fangtooth land shark also fell back into the field. He didn't expect that Akashi actually learned to spray flames for his own fierce bite land shark. Bite the land shark, the dragon's claws attack. I saw that Akashi's fierce bite land shark also instantly rushed to the Fanglu shark that had just landed, and the dragon's claws flashing with blue light were about to attack the Fanglu shark. The Fanglu shark, the shadow clone. Zhang Feng shouted with a calm expression, and saw that Fanglu shark suddenly divided into countless identical clones. And the fierce bite Lu shark that rushed over also passed through one clone, and the dragon's claws were empty. Fanglu shark, right now, use the freezing fist. Seeing that Lai bite Lu shark's move directly hit the air, Zhang Feng also shouted without hesitation. In an instant, the countless clones behind Lai bite Lu shark at the same time flashed blue light with his right fist and slammed into Lai bite Lu shark. Lai bite Lu shark, get away. Seeing this scene, Akashi also hurriedly shouted that Zhang Feng's fang-toothed land shark is also powerful enough. If he is hit by its freezing punch like this, it is also a great threat to biting the land shark. And the fang-toothed land shark, who had not had time to turn around just after the dragon's claws hit the air, was also hit in the back with a freezing punch by the sharp-toothed land shark. There are even some ice chips on the back. Is this a quasi-god? It's not very powerful. What are you thinking about? What level of battle is this? God Zhang Feng alone is enough to push your team. Seeing that Akashi's fierce bite land shark was beaten by its degenerate type, the audience was also talking about it. Cut, stand up, fierce bite land shark. Looking at Li bite Lu shark who fell to the ground, Akashi directly ignored its injury and shouted coldly. Hearing Akashi's voice, Li bite Lu shark also roared and stood up again. Yo, this one, biting a land shark is also very strong. Shiba, who saw this scene on the high platform, also smiled and said. Obviously, Akashi also noticed that Zhang Feng's fangtooth land shark was a bit fast, and he had to take some measures to limit it. Bite the land shark, use quicksand hell. The flaming land shark stood up and directly used the quicksand hell. Suddenly, a huge desert vortex appeared under the feet of the fangtooth land shark, and the fangtooth land shark was unstable and fell directly into it. The quicksand hell can trap the opponent in a certain period of time. In the overwhelming sandstorm, a very tricky move. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 312 Michelle's intuition 99 wonbon. Looking at the Fanglu shark who was struggling desperately in the quicksand hell, Zhang Feng's expression was a little dignified. Oh, that's not good. Player Zhang Feng's Fang Lu shark has fallen into the quicksand hell created by the fierce bite Lu shark of player Akashi. In the middle, the violent sandstorm made the fangtooth land shark unable to break free. Looking at the battle in the field below, the host is also quite worried and said that at this moment he seems to be completely biased towards Zhang Feng's scene, and many audiences also exclaimed, the current situation of the Fang Lu shark can be said to be very critical. Exclamation mark quote. The fangtooth shark, the wave of the dragon. The fangtooth land shark that was caught in the quicksand hell also stabilized his body, the dragon energy in his mouth gathered, and shot directly at the fierce biting land shark on the opposite side. Resolve it, the dragon god swoops. However, the quicksand hell was a bit of a distraction for the fangtooth land shark. The dragon's wave was a little off, and Akashi's fierce bite land shark jumped slightly, and then easily avoided it. Then, the fierce bite land in midair, the shark's whole body flashed with blue light, and the dragon god swooped down to aim at the fangtooth land shark. The fangtooth land shark, think about the feeling during the special training with Shinado. In such a critical situation, Zhang Feng shouted directly at the shark-toothed land shark trapped in the quicksand hell. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon god who bit the land shark swooped and directly hit the shark-toothed land shark trapped in the quicksand hell. Tooth shark, the sandstorm dissipated, and in the field, the fangtooth shark lay quietly on the ground. The fangtooth shark lost its ability to fight. Glancing at the fangtooth land shark lying on the ground, the referee shouted without hesitation. Now looking at Zhang Feng as an opponent, Akashi is really strong. Wow, it's not good. I don't expect Xiaoqi to Dakodo anymore, but Zhang Feng must not lose to Akashi. Yeah, I don't want to see an American and a native play in the final. The front auditorium, a young couple saw that Zhang Feng's Fang Lu shark was directly defeated. Obviously it was a little hard to accept. At this moment, Zhang Feng also took out the pokeball and took the Fang Lu shark back. In fact, he played in the first battle. Zhang Feng is still looking forward to it. After all, its level has come to 1. However, it has not evolved into a fierce bite land shark, and its ice crystal form is also worth looking forward to. But after all, this is the semi-final of the Washa Conference, and the opponent Akashi is also the strongest young trainer in the country. I regard him as Fang Lu. Shark's sharpening stone is still a bit taken for granted, and Zhang Feng never thinks he is that kind of people with the protagonist halo don't think about this. Smile slightly, Zhang Feng's hand is also touching the pokeball. Washa the conference, the second-generation dragon envoy, I hope you can make me happy. Shaking his head slightly, Akashi said to Zhang Feng with a relaxed expression. And this sentence also made Zhang Feng's hand to touch the pokeball around his waist a beat. Many people have said similar things to me, but they now I no longer have the qualifications to compete with me on the same stage. You will be next. Prepare for battle, fast dragon. Zhang Feng said with a flat expression, and at the same time through the pokeball, the white light flashed, and a roar sounded, the fast dragon appeared, and a faint coercion emanated from it. Wow, Zhang Feng's second Pokemon is on the way. It's his initial elf, a quasi-god level fast dragon. It is said that the fast dragon of Zhang Feng comes from the vibrant forest. I believe this fast dragon should be the elf that has followed Zhang Feng for the longest time, and it is also the absolute main elf of Zhang Feng. The host excitedly introduced Zhang Feng's fast dragon. This battle, no matter goes, he is more optimistic about Zhang Feng. Washa player seat. How's the game going? A clear voice sounded from behind Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi also turned his head directly. Serena and Yayi were standing beside him, looking at him with smiles. You are here, Yayi, you are here too. Xiaokai was obviously a little surprised, but he didn't say much. Since Yayi came to the scene to watch the battle, she must have come out of the shadow of failure, so he doesn't need to mention it anymore. Yes, I met you on the road. Serena and the others, come here together. Two girls sat down, Yayi also said with a chuckle. Shangguan Wanner, Lu Mengan, and Sha Zimu were sitting with Zhang Feng's parents and Lu Mengan's mother. How can this happen? Brother Zhongfeng already has a baby. The elves have lost their ability to fight. Glancing at the slanted electronic screen, she saw that the icon belonging to the Fangtooth land shark had completely dimmed. Serena was obviously a little surprised. You must know that Zhongfeng would have an absolute advantage in every previous battle. Did you let the fast dragon appear long ago? When she looked at the sturdy Kuailong in the field. As Zhongfeng's initial elf, Kuailong seemed to be in a hurry to play now. Yes, Zhongfeng has encountered a little trouble, but it shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, Xiao Kai also nodded and said that he, who often competes with Zhongfeng, is still full of confidence in Zhongfeng's strength. The US player seat, Dakto and his party also arrived after Akashi's appearance, and they were also late. Brother, which one of the two do you think has a better chance of winning? Looking at the fast dragon in the field. The fast dragon who easily solved his ace elf dragon King Scorpion, Adair asked. Hearing Adair's words, Dakto also looked at the field, and after a while, he said, I'm optimistic about that. My country, some people, I feel that he has not revealed his true strength, and Zhongfeng has exposed too many things. Other side, when Michelle heard Dakto's words, she couldn't believe it. She looked at Akashi in the field in disbelief. Zhongfeng had the god of nightmares, Darkrai. She didn't know why in this situation. Why does Kido still believe that Akashi can defeat Zhongfeng? In fact, in her heart, she still prefers Zhongfeng who defeated her. When facing Zhongfeng, she felt a huge pressure. It was an invincible feeling and her intuition as a woman has always been accurate. Staring at the two facing each other in the field, Michelle said softly, perhaps, Zhongfeng will win this battle. 313.99 Wanbon_. Use the claws of the dragon and bite the land shark fiercely. Although Akashi's expression was still relaxed, he was still energized when he faced Zhongfeng's fast dragon. Facing the fast dragon, Li-Bite Lu Shark's claws flashed with blue light, and his body burst out. Kailong, make freeze fist. At the rushing Li-Biting Lu Shark, Zhongfeng shouted without hesitation. Kuailong also rushed forward with his fists flashing blue light. Fang's fast dragon, Qingming and Lanmang slammed into each other, and suddenly, Akashi's fierce bite Lu Shark was blasted half a meter away by Zhongfeng's fast dragon. What? Seeing this scene, Akashi frowned, although he knew that Zhongfeng's fast dragon might be very strong, but he didn't know that its power was so terrifying. Wow, Zhongfeng's fast dragon's power is really terrifying. Akashi player the bite land shark doesn't look like an opponent at all. I don't know what strategy Akashi will take next. To face Zhongfeng's fast dragon. The host was also shocked by the terrifying power of Zhongfeng and Kuailong, but this was just in line with him, and he could teach that red-haired boy in his own country a lesson. Bite the land shark fiercely and use the quicksand hell. Fly, fast dragon. I saw that the fierce bite land shark commanded by Akashi also directly used the quicksand hell, turning the field on the fast dragon's side into a sandstorm. However, obviously Zhongfeng will not be hit by the same move in a row, and the fast dragon directly rises rapidly. Came to midair to avoid quicksand hell. Fast dragon, make a dragon dance. In midair, the figure of the fast dragon also rotated at a high speed, and the dragon dance started. Bite the land shark, sharp stone attack. Looking at the fast dragon who performed the dragon dance in midair, Akashi also said directly. On the ground, the fierce bite land shark stared at the fast dragon in midair, surrounded by stone blades, and in the next second, all shot towards the fast dragon. Fast dragon, avoid the stone blade, get close to the fierce bite land shark, and use the dragon's tail. Zhongfeng shouted confidently, the speed and strength of the fast dragon itself are extremely excellent, and after the dragon dance, it can't be resisted. Move, the body is directly attached to the countless blade stones, and the fierce bite land shark rushed to the ground. Bite the land shark, fight back quickly, the dragon's claws. When he saw that Kualong was so relaxed, and immediately want to remind Li-Bite Lu Shark. But the speed of the fast dragon is obviously faster. Li-Bite Lu Shark just flashed a blue light, and the fast dragon has reached the top of its head. Bite the land shark reluctantly with both claws in a defensive posture. Boom. I saw that there were cobweb-like cracks on the ground under the feet of biting Lu shark, and it also staggered back because it couldn't resist the dragon's tail. Of course, Zhangfeng also naturally did not miss this opportunity. Quick dragon, freeze fist to end it. As Zhangfeng's voice sounded, the fast dragon whose tail had ended and fell to the ground also had his fists flashing blue light and slammed into the abdomen of the fierce biting land shark again. In this case, Zhangfeng's fast dragon was also pressed. Akashi's fierce bite Lu shark was a little breathless, and this freezing fist, it also had no chance to escape and was directly hit. I saw that the cold air began to erode the body of the fierce bite land shark, and the energy of the ice attribute instantly became intense. Bite the land shark into an ice sculpture. Freezing fist can be said to have a significant effect on the fierce bite of the land shark. Beautiful, this match against Akashi is going to lose. Contestant's seat, Yayi also smiled and shouted, although she did lose to Dakto, but Huasha also had Zhangfeng and Xiaoqi, and she also hoped that the two of them could hold the championship this time. Bite Lu shark, get out now. Who saw Bite Lu shark turned into an ice sculpture, also looked slightly cold, and shouted at Bite Lu shark in the ice sculpture. No, Akashi's Bite Lu shark is about to lose, and Zhangfeng's Kuailong is too strong. The national player's seat, Hina stared at the field and her complexion changed slightly. Akashi is a player from their country. She naturally hopes that Akashi can defeat Zhangfeng. Keep watching, Akashi is not so easy to lose. Beside Hina, Takuya also said with a flat expression, he is full of confidence in Akashi's strength. In the field, the bite land shark in the ice sculpture also began to struggle violently, and there were also fissures on the ice sculpture. Looking at the fierce bite Lu shark in the ice sculpture opposite, Zhangfeng's mouth slightly raised. Can you think of it? Quick dragon, help it out, dragon wave. Zhangfeng's voice just fell, and the dragon-type energy has already begun to gather in the mouth of the fast dragon. As more cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, the dragon's wave of the fast dragon also shot directly at the fierce bite land shark. Boom! A loud bang, Qingming directly swallowed the figure of bite Lu shark. The people at the scene did not see whether bite Lu shark broke free from the ice sculpture at the last moment. Of course, it doesn't matter. Seeing that biting Lu shark has fallen on the field, his body is also covered with scars. Wow! Zhangfeng's fast dragon is still strong. Seeing Zhangfeng's fast dragon defeating Akashi's fierce biting land shark, the people at the scene also raised their hopes again. In this elf battle, the two sides still seem to be evenly matched. With a cold face, he retracted the fierce biting land shark who was incapacitated. Akashi also threw the next Pokeball. Prepare for battle, Blizzard King. White light dissipated, and the huge Blizzard King with white hair all over his body also appeared. At the same time, at the moment when he appeared, his snowfall feature was activated directly. It's also snowing heavily. The second elf of Akaji is a unique elf in the depths of the Kana Snow Mountains in his country. It is said that they will live quietly in the mountains covered with snow for thousands of years. It will cause a blizzard to hide itself. Host also introduced the unique elves of this country to the audience at the scene. But there are many Blizzard Kings, and many Chinese trainers can also be obtained from their own countries through various channels, so they are not too rare. The underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 314 Ideographic, vs Blizzard King 99 Wanbon. Looking at the falling snowflakes in the sky, Zhangfeng also took out the Pokeball without hesitation and took back the Kuailong. Obviously, this Blizzard King of Akashi is aimed at his own Kuailong, although Kuailong is not afraid of the Blizzard King, but there is no need to bite the bullet. Faced with Blizzard King, Zhangfeng also chose to take back the fast dragon. After all, the opponent is an ice elf, which is also an absolutely wise choice. The host also spoke up. On the opposite side, seeing Zhangfeng taking back the fast dragon, Akashi didn't have too many surprises. It's your turn to appear, Vulcan. Throwing the Pokeball into the air, Zhangfeng's voice sounded immediately. White light flickered, a burst of dazzling light flickered, and the Vulcan appeared in the air in front of Zhang Feng. Use the seed machine gun, Blizzard King. As soon as the Vulcan appeared, Akashi directed the Blizzard King to launch an attack. Obviously, he had no idea of replacing the Blizzard King. I saw that the countless cyan seeds in the Blizzard King's mouth fired and attacked the Vulcan King in midair. Conflame attack, Vulcan. Looking at the battlefield where the snow was still falling, Zhang Feng did not hesitate at all. He must fight quickly. Hearing Zhang Feng's order, the Vulcan also made a soft cry, and a hot flame erupted all over its body. The snowflakes also vaporized in an instant. The next second, the Vulcan worms with flames all over their bodies rushed towards the Blizzard King directly against the attack of the seed machine gun. The power of the seed machine gun was obviously not enough to resist the Vulcan who used the accumulating flame attack. Insect, I saw the Vulcan incarnation of the flame directly broke through the Blizzard King's seed machine gun and slammed into the Blizzard King's head. CC. With a wailing, Blizzard King's huge body also took a step back. Blizzard King, don't let it pull away, just use the mallet like this. Frowning, Akashi did not pay attention to Blizzard King's injury, but continued to order Blizzard King to attack Vulcan. Then, following the Blizzard King, he jumped high and blasted towards the Vulcan. Vulcan, avoid it. Zhang Feng was also immediately reminded that the Vulcan was also staring at the Blizzard King who was attacking him, and his wings began to flap. At this time, more snowflakes appeared on the Vulcan's wings, and the rapidly rising Vulcan was also dangerous. It avoided Blizzard King's mallet attack, but the speed of the Vulcan is much slower in snowy weather. You must know that this kind of attacking Vulcan can be easily avoided. Divine Worm. Zhang Feng also noticed that the speed of the Vulcan was dropping, and the butterfly dance started, and the golden scale powder also scattered along with the butterfly dance of the Vulcan. Blizzard King, use the boulders. The mallet hit the air, and the blizzard fell to the ground again. Wang also raised his head slightly, and shot countless boulders towards the Vulcan in the sky. Spray flame, Vulcan. Seeing that Blizzard King's boulders are a bit wide, Zhang Feng also shouted without hesitation. And the Vulcan worm that had been prepared for a long time also melted all the boulders that attacked him directly, and the fire element, the effect of the move on the ice type move is also very good. Blizzard King, Frozen Beam. Seeing that Blizzard King's attack was completely suppressed by the Vulcan, Akashi also frowned slightly and continued to shout. A blue beam shot directly from the Blizzard King's mouth to the Vulcan in midair, and because of the speed of the snowflake Vulcan in the air it was also a beat too slow. Even though Vulcan responded and tried to dodge sideways, it was still hit on the right wing. The right wing of the Vulcan was completely frozen by the ice, and its body was unbalanced and fell to the ground. Oops, fire, the gods are in danger. Sure enough, flying in the air in snowy weather will be more affected. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai and Yi also looked solemn, and the Vulcan worm's wings were frostbitten to face the biggest advantage of Blizzard King. The national player seat. Win, Zhang Feng has no chance. Indeed, Blizzard King's snowfall characteristics are very strong, and this Blizzard King is a birthday present from the 4 heavenly kings. Takuya also spoke for the first time. He should know the most about Akashi. Blizzard King, use the gavel. Looking at the falling Vulcan, Akashi also shouted with a relaxed expression. In his opinion, this blow is enough to end the Vulcan. The Blizzard King on the ground also appeared with a giant mallet condensed from the cyan light in his right hand, staring at the Vulcan. Falling Vulcan. Vulcan, make a flash charge. Zhang Feng's face was slightly condensed, but he didn't panic too much. After all, his Vulcan is not that simple. Zhang Feng's voice sounded, and instantly, the falling Vulcan also reacted, and the whole body was burning with fiery flames. The ice cubes condensed on the right wing are also melted instantly. What? Seeing this scene, Akashi also shrank his pupils. He didn't expect the Vulcan to react so quickly. The next second, the red flames all over the Vulcan turned into blue light and wrapped his body, directly facing the Blizzard King. Going to attack, Blizzard King also roared, and the mallet swung towards the Vulcan worm, which was covered in blue light and attacked. Boom! Explosion occurred, and the figures of Blizzard King and Vulcan were swallowed up by the raging energy at the same time, and a wave of air spread out. This was caused by the counter-bang of the mallet and the flash charge. In the venue, everyone's eyes were also full focus on the smoke and dust, looking forward to the final outcome. At this time, the snow in the sky also stopped, revealing a ray of sunshine. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Blizzard King was still standing, and the same Vulcan was opposite it. Also flying in midair. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. 315. Rock God Pillar, Regilock 99 Wanban. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also frowned, but 2 seconds later, with the low cry of the Vulcan, the Blizzard King also lost his ability to fight. Akashi's Blizzard King finally fell to the Vulcan, under the flaming charge of the worm. Without Blizzard King, I don't know how Akashi is going to deal with Zhang Feng's fast dragon. Blizzard King lost his ability to fight, and the host's words were also questioning why when the Vulcan came on the scene, Akashi did not choose to replace it. Elf. Oh, without the Blizzard King, Zhang Feng's fast dragon will be easier to exert his strength. Seeing the Blizzard King being defeated, Mei also said with a long sigh of relief. Similarly, when the Blizzard King lost his ability to fight, the trainers in the US player seat and the domestic player seat also reacted differently. Your Vulcan is still alive. Yes, your strength is worthy of my seriousness. It's your turn, Regilock. In the field, Akashi also withdrew the Blizzard King, and while speaking, he threw the 3rd Pokeball. The white light flickered, and a pixie made up of gray and orange rocks appeared. Regilock has 2 thick rocks. The arms and hands are 2 huge gray rocks, the shoulders are made of huge and towering orange thorn-like rocks, and the hands are connected by several broken rocks. The torso is a columnar rock with an uneven surface and 2 orange patches above the left chest and right leg. The legs are short. There are 3 spikes of orange rock on the back, arranged vertically. It has a rather inconspicuous gray rock tail. What is Akashi, who actually possesses the rock god pillar, which is called the 3 holy pillars in my country's mythology, Regilock? It is said that the whole body of the 3 holy pillars is made of rock. Even if the body is damaged in battle, it can be healed by sticking rocks. Let's look forward to the performance of the rock god Regilock in the spirit battle. Akashi's Regilock appears, live, whatever. Neither the host nor the audience were too excited. You must know that since the quarterfinals, they have seen many legendary elves, and even the white dragon has appeared. Zhang Feng also looked at Regilock in front of him slightly. Frowning, Akashi didn't reveal much in the previous elf battle, and now he can't hide it in the face of Zhang Feng. You're very good, but that's the end of it when you meet me. Regilock, Stone Blade Attack. Akashi looked at Zhang Feng with a relaxed expression. I saw that Regilock slammed the ground with both fists, and then countless stone blades appeared in the field to attack the Vulcan insects in the air. Vulcan insects, pay attention to dodge. Hearing Zhang Feng's reminder, the Vulcan also kept dodging the stone blade's attack. Bang! In the end, the Vulcan was also left-winged by Regilock's stone blade, and then the Vulcan also screamed and held back the pain to open the distance from Regilock. Do you think you can escape like this? Lay is locked. As Akashi's voice sounded, the orange dots on Regilock's face also flashed a strange light, directly locking the Vulcan in midair. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also frowned, and the Vulcan was struck by lightning. Gillick's next move will definitely be impossible to avoid. If you can't avoid it, attack, Vulcan, accumulating flame attack. Zhang Feng was also heartbroken, and shouted directly. Following that, the Vulcan worm neighed, the flames all over his body rushed to the ground with all his strength. Regilock. Regilock, use the electromagnetic cannon. Looking at the Vulcan worm rushing towards him, Akashi smiled contemptuously and shouted to Regilock. I saw that golden energy balls instantly gathered between Regilock's hands, the arc flashed, and the electromagnetic cannon shot directly into the air. The Vulcan. Because of the locking reason, the electromagnetic gun also attacked the Vulcan directly without any accident. Boom! Explosion occurred, and the electromagnetic gun directly hit the Vulcan insect in midair, and the huge smoke and dust spread out in midair. The flames around the Vulcan insect were dim, and the body fell heavily on the ground, failing to resist Regilock's attack. An electromagnetic cannon. Seeing the Vulcan fell to the ground, the audience at the scene also became nervous. Regilock, use the destructive light. Akashi obviously won't let this opportunity go, and the golden energy of Regiro's face began to gather. Vulcan, fly quickly. Zhang Feng's voice also sounded in the ears of the Vulcan. When he noticed that Regilock was accumulating energy, the Vulcan began to struggle, flapping his wings and trying to fly into the sky. At this time, the Vulcan also showed extreme with a look of pain. The wound from being hit by the stone blade on the wing has always been there. After such a delay, Regilock's destruction light was also fired directly at the Vulcan insect on the ground. Vulcan insect, spray flame. Zhang Feng also found out that the injury on the Vulcan insect's wings seemed to be a bit serious, so he chose to fight directly. A hot flame in the mouth of the Vulcan insect, which was barely supporting the body with its wings, aimed at Regilock and shot it. Regilock's destruction ray was released, but after a stalemate for only a second, the destruction ray dashed away the jet flame and hit the Vulcan, which was already seriously injured. The blasting energy exploded on the Vulcan, and the fire the worm was directly thrown away by the shock wave, and when it landed on the ground, it had already lost its ability to fight. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth evoked a smile, and he glanced at Zhang Feng, who was looking forward to seeing the discomfort on Zhang Feng's face. And obviously, Zhang Feng directly ignored Akashi's eyes. Come back, Vulcan. It's your turn now, Celebi. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng threw the Pokeball directly, and letting Celebi appear was something that Zhang Feng had considered before the match. White light flickered, followed by a petite cyan figure in the battlefield. Shirby. A soft cry, Celebi, who was shimmering with cyan light all over his body, flew around Zhang Feng and then landed on the opposing battlefield again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 316 Celebi appears. 99 wonbon. Wow, what a cute elf. Celebi, the god of the forest, I only feel that my whole body is healed when I see it. For a time, the eyes of the audience at the scene were all focused on the lovely Celebi. Celebi is a green, elf-like creature with a round head that converges in an arc. On the back of the head and the forehead are green tentacles with blue tips, pale blue eyes with thick black circles, round toeless feet and three-fingered hands. Celebi's character is extremely gentle and not aggressive. When encountering a quarrel or fight with others, he will try to resolve it. He likes to help others and often travels in time. Wherever Celebi has been, the trees are lush and the flowers are in full bloom, so he is also treated by him. The trainer is called the god of the forest. No, this conference is too. On the high platform, staring at the Celebi summoned by Zhang Feng, the corner of the host's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't even remember how many legendary elf he had ever seen. Shiba, this one is called Feng. The boy is really lucky. If I remember correctly, he just traveled for a year. Kona, darkly, Rabbi, Latius, how much will this Zhang Feng give us? Surprise. Fairy. The four heavenly kings also had mixed reactions to Celebi's appearance. Although Celebi is known as the god of the forest, his fighting ability is not very strong. It is precisely because he has the ability to travel through time and space that few people see it. Pass it. Oh, it's Celebi. It's so cute, it melts my heart. When they saw Celebi, Serena and May's eyes suddenly lit up. Also as legendary pixies, Celebi's appearance was beyond Regilock's level. In the field, Akashi watched floating in the Celebi in midair also frowned slightly. He originally thought that Zhang Feng would let Darkrai or Latias fight against his Regilock. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to be. Except these two mythical beasts. He also has Celebi. However, after a while, Akashi was relieved. After all, Celebi is not known for his strong fighting ability. Say hello to Celebi, Regilock, rush up and use a freezing punch. Akashi's voice sounded, and Regilock's right fist flashed a stunning blue light and rushed directly to Celebi, who was floating in the air. Celebi, use a straw knot. Seeing Regilock rushing over, Zhang Feng also shouted with a relaxed expression. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Celebria's eyes flashed with blue light, and grass knots appeared directly under Regilock's feet. Gillick obviously noticed the grass knot in the ground, and stumbled and fell directly in front of Celebi. His right fist also hit the ground, leaving a trace of ice. Nice job. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai, who was sitting on the player's seat, also lit up. Obviously, the effect of knotting a straw knot is also very significant for this kind of huge elves. Celebi, Fei Ye Storm. The effect of tying the grass knot was remarkable, and Zhang Feng continued to attack without any hesitation. Celebi let out a low cry, waved his little hand, and a green storm directly hit the back of Regilock, who fell to the ground. Regilock, whose defense was terrifying, also let out a wailing. Seeing this scene, Akashi's face also became ugly, because he found that Celebrity's blow of Flying Leaf Storm was a bit outrageous, and it didn't look like snow at all. The power that the rabbi can exert. Celebi, the magic leaf. Zhang Feng obviously knows that the Flying Leaf Storm is not enough to defeat the powerful Regilock. The colorful leaves around Celebi also attacked the Regilock on the ground in an instant. Regilock, Stone Blade Attack. After being attacked by Celebi's Flying Leaf Storm, Regilock also stood up again, only to see it let the magic leaf attack him. With a roar, his fists hammered to the ground, followed by a row of stone blades, and attacked Celebi in midair. Celebi, pay attention to dodge. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face changed slightly and reminded him. Akashi's Regilock's defense is still too terrifying. You must know that his Celebi has the Jade of the Forest, which can increase the power of his grass-type moves by 30%. Zhang Feng, I really didn't expect Regilock to be able to carry out such a powerful move and launch a stone blade attack at the same time. In the sky, Celebi was also immediately. He opened his own colored protective cover, and fluttered his transparent little wings to avoid the constantly protruding stone blade attack. Celebi's reaction was fast enough, and most of the stone blades were attacked by it. Dodged, and a small part of the stone blade that rubbed its body was blocked by the protective cover. Nice job, Celebi, parasitic seeds. Zhang Feng also looked at Celebi in midair and praised. I saw that Celebi in midair shot a red parasitic seed directly at Regilock's face. Then, the parasitic seed that hit Regilock's face directly, the vines grew and wrapped around Regilock's body. Zhangfeng's Celebi successfully evaded Regilock's stone blade attack with his excellent flight dodge and protective cover, and then used the parasitic seeds to hit him. Regilock. In the next battle, the parasitic seeds will continue to absorb Regilock's physical strength, and the battle situation has begun to fall to Zhang Feng's side. The host held the microphone and said loudly to everyone in the entire venue. The audience in the venue naturally cheered, and compared to Akashi, they were more supportive of their own country's players. Regilock, lock on Celebi. Akashi's voice also became a little louder. Today's game should have been his personal performance, and he will never allow Zhang Feng to shine. Celebi, Energy Ball. Zhang Feng observed Qiji's Regilock. He knew that Regilock had been attacked by so many at this time, and it was time for him to give it the last blow. The seemingly gentle cyan energy gathered, and in an instant, a cyan energy ball is rapidly attacking the Regilock on the ground. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 317, see the beast again, Reggae 99 Wanbon. Seeing that the energy ball broke away from Celebi's hands and attacked Regilock, Akashi was also immediately. Wave the order. Regilock, use the electromagnetic gun. Lock was over. The arc flashed between Regilock's hands, and the electromagnetic guns began to converge, but Celebi was well prepared, and the speed of the energy ball was fast. Difficulty. I saw that the cyan energy ball accurately hit Regilock's left arm, and the electromagnetic gun in Regilock's hand also dissipated instantly. The blasting energy exploded in Regilock's left arm, and Regilock's huge body it also fell to the right. The stone on Regilock's left arm was also blown out by Celebi's energy ball. His How is it possible? For a time, the audience at the scene was also very surprised. Celebi's energy ball is not only fast, but also extremely terrifying. Readaloud, who fell to the ground after struggling for a while, also fainted. Seeing this scene, Akashi's face became colder and colder. Readaloud lost his ability to fight, and it was Celebi who won. The referee's voice sounded, and Celebi was also immediately flying in front of Zhang Feng. He flirted around Zhang Feng like a coquettish girl. Good job, Celebi. Zhang Feng also smiled helplessly. This kid actually has a personality similar to his Latius. Celebi also laughed very happily after being praised by Zhang Feng. Looking at Zhang Feng, Akashi had a cold face. After retracting Readaloud, he took out a poke ball from his waist and threw it gently into the air. Defeat your opponent for me, Reggae. White light flickered, and the whole body was composed of ice cones and icicles from Antarctica. The ice god pillar Reggae, which was shaped like a crystal, also appeared in the audience's shocked eyes. It is said that the body of the ice god column was formed by the Ice Age. It is made of ice that cannot be melted even by fire. Can control the air conditioning at -0 degrees. Oh, what the hell, when did this Akashi appear? To have two of the three gods at the same time, this is incredible. Wow, it's Reggae again now. I'm looking forward to the elf behind this guy. One mythical beast is fine, but having two mythical beasts at the same time makes the venue immediately. It became noisy again. After all, most of the trainers present were still focusing on taking orange qualified elves as the ultimate goal of their trainer career. I believe that this China conference exposed the information of the trainers as well. Appeared in the hands of the leaders of the world's major evil organizations. Hey, Sister Yai, this person is so good to see that Akashi uses the legendary elf Serena one after another, and is a little worried about whether Zhang Feng can defeat him. Rest assured, Zhang Feng, but it's not that simple. Don't you know that his Darkrai and Latius haven't appeared yet? Said to Serena. Looking at Reggae, who was standing quietly opposite Celebi, Zhang Feng also showed a surprised look. He is no stranger to the three god pillars. In the anime, Zhongjung is the god of the pyramid who has the three god pillars. Zhang Feng still remembers that the protagonist also suffered a lot in the battle against the pyramid. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also has a thought in his heart: will Qixi also have the three god pillars? Reggae, freezing beam. At this time, Akashi's voice also directly interrupted Zhang Feng, who was thinking. The previous battle also made Akashi understand that he must go all out in the face of Zhang Feng. The light spots on Reggae's face flickered, and an extremely cold expression, the blue light shot directly to Celebi in the sky. Celebi, use a double. S response was also very fast, and an identical double appeared in an instant. The double was hit by Reggae's frozen beam and dissipated directly in the air, and the real Celebi also floated in front of Zhang Feng. Cela then, the spirit is strong. Blue eyes were surging with superpower fluctuations, and a burst of superpower fluctuations directly affected Reggae on the ground. Reggae, break free. Akashi's voice sounded. Reggae also felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase, and the eyes made up of 7 spots on his face immediately. A terrifying light flashed. I saw Reggae waving his arms, and Celebi's superpower was directly broken by Reggae. Use the energy ball, Celebi. Seeing Reggae breaking through Celebi's superpower, Zhang Feng was no surprise. The Jade of the Forest can only increase the power of Celebi's grass-type moves, and Celebi's mental strength can only be used by Celebi. It seems a little underpowered. Reggae, use the electromagnetic gun. Akashi's voice just fell. Regice's crampon-like hands were aimed at Celebi in midair, and the electromagnetic guns gathered again. Seeing that Reggae can also use the electromagnetic gun on the scene, the audience also showed a surprised look, because the three gods' pillars in this world are originally elves in the myths and legends of their own country. The audience in China doesn't know much about their abilities. I see, the electromagnetic gun is also from the air and the energy ball of Celebi. Boom together. The energy exploded in midair, and the blue and yellow energies devoured each other to form a huge energy vortex. The electronic screen of on the scene also kept flickering. The dazzling light also illuminated Zhang Feng, and Akashi couldn't open their eyes. I have to say, this blow is also a bit amazing. After a while, the energy dissipated, and the battlefield was also in a mess, and Celebi and Reggae were also attacked. Affected, suffered different degrees of damage. Celebi held up the protective cover at the last moment, and the whole body was pushed out by the energy wave, and the injury was not serious. Similarly, Reggae, who was specially protected against terror, also directly carried it. The raging energy. Reggae, lock on Celebi. Celebi, make a good sunny day. That the yellow light spots on Reggae's face flashed a strange light to lock Celebi. Celebi also successfully completed the sunny day. In the sky, the sun is even more dazzling. Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel Lu's novel. 318, Hard Fighting, Photosynthesis 99 Wanban. Still flying in midair, Akashi shouted gloomily, Reggae, use the electromagnetic gun. The ground, Reggae crossed his hands, a golden energy ball converged, and the next second, it shot directly at Celebi in the sky. Sunshine flames. Celebi. Zhang Feng waved his hand heavily and shouted. He also knew that this electromagnetic cannon was absolutely unavoidable when he was locked by Regis. Instant. The blazing sun and the electromagnetic cannon faced each other in midair, the energy exploded, and the huge smoke and dust spread out in midair. Seeing this scene, Akashi's face was also a little ugly. When the ultimate power is not weaker than itself, it will appear more clumsy. Celebi, fly right above Reggae, and use the flames of sunshine. Hearing Zhang Feng's command, Celebi's protective cover appeared around his body moved instantly, and he appeared right above Reggae in a moment. What's going on? What does Zhang Feng want? Seeing Zhang Feng's actions, the audience at the scene was also quite astonished. To be honest, they couldn't understand Zhang Feng's intentions. It's now, photosynthesis, Celebi. Seeing Celebi appear directly above Reggae, Zhang Feng's eyes also flashed. Shuibi. A light cry, Celebi, who appeared directly above Reggae, flashed white light against the dazzling sunlight. Reggae, don't let it succeed, frozen beam. Soon as Zhang Feng's order was given, Akashi also subconsciously shouted out. After all, it is common sense to fight against grass-type elves to prevent them from using recovery moves. And when the energy of the ice attribute in Reggae's hand was gathered, it looked towards when Celebi was in the sky. Celebi, who was covered in white light, looked even more dazzling under the sun. Reggae just raised his head, and then lowered his head again under the strong sunlight, and the frozen beam in his hand was also dazzling. Directly dissipate. Taking advantage of this effort, Celebi also completed photosynthesis. Oh, the young man is beautiful, borrowed sunlight to complete photosynthesis. Seeing this scene, on the high platform, eyes lit up, and the tone was quite admirable. Celebi, sunshine and flames. And Celebi shouted loudly in the sky. The scars on Celebi's body who were bathed in sunlight and completed the optical synthesis also disappeared completely. Converging in an instant, the sunlight at this time is also extremely abundant, and the moment the energy accumulation is completed, Celebi aimed at Reggae on the ground. Reggae, use the destructive light. The golden energy began to gather in front of Reggae, and at the moment when its destructive rays were about to accumulate, a flame of sunlight from top to bottom slammed directly on Reggae. Damn! Seeing this scene, Akashi's expression also froze. Obviously, on a sunny day, Snow Rabbi can almost instantly burst into flames. Reggae, who was directly bombarded by the green light, fell heavily to the ground, and even blew up the center of the battlefield. A huge pit with smoke and dust. Great, Zhang Feng won. Hushella is really strong. He has defeated 2 legendary elves one after another. It really deserves to be his own country. Even the mythical elves are vulnerable. The scene, the audience was also excited. They felt the terrifying power contained in Celebi's blaze of sunshine. They also didn't think Reggae had the ability to continue fighting. Staring at the smoke in front of him, Zhang Feng was still with a dignified expression. He was looking for Reggae's figure. Celebi's sunshine flames are indeed very powerful, and he also has the bonus of Forest Jade, but in his previous life, he played games against Reggae. Gundam 200. The special defense of the race is still fresh in my memory. Reggae, use hail. I saw that the opposite Akashi also shouted into the smoke without the slightest hesitation. Although he did not see Reggae's figure, he was extremely confident. Sure enough, in the audience's surprised eyes, a blue light shot from the smoke towards the sky was covered with dark clouds in an instant, followed by hailstones that fell directly. The smoke dissipated, Reggae was quite tired but still maintained a fighting stance, and the hail fell on it. It seemed to be quite enjoyable. The hail hit Celebi's protective cover. Although it didn't hurt much, it also affected Celebi's speed. Reggae, attack, freezing wind. Following Akashi's voice, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes from Reggae's mouth directly hit Celebi in midair. The hail weather also greatly affected the flight of the elf, not to mention that Celebi had to hold up the protective cover. After all, its fin wings cannot support it to continue flying in the sky full of hail. Its petite body was thrown out. After hitting the wall on the sidelines, Celebi also fell to the ground. Oops, Celebi. No, it looks so painful. Celebi quickly stand up. Celebi was injured, and for a while, the female trainers in the field also stood up distressed. No way, Celebi is too cute. Celebi, can you continue to fight? Zhang Feng's voice sounded, and it was obvious that the freezing wind had significant damage to Celebi of the grass type. Fortunately, Celebi absorbed sunlight and performed a photosynthesis before, otherwise it would be even weaker now. Shuibi. A slightly weak low voice sounded, and the petite Celebi also flew again. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng also smiled slightly and praised. Good job, Celebi, we will never fight this battle. Blues. 319, Feature Exchange, Situation Reversal 99 Wanbon. Speaking, Zhang Feng stared at the opposite Reggie Ace with a thoughtful look. How should he deal with Reggie Ace in this situation? Wow, we can see Zhang Feng's Celebi and Akashi. The Reggae is facing off. At the same time, there is still hail in the sky. You must know that Celebi may not have much physical strength left at this time. I don't know how Zhang Feng will deal with this hail weather. The host held the microphone in his hand and shouted loudly. The current situation can be said to be extremely unfavorable for Celebi. I must see that it is impossible for Akashi's pig brain to defeat Zhang Feng. Shiba, who was sitting on the high platform, also spoke up. In this battle, Zhang Feng has won a strategic victory over Akashi, including letting the Blizzard King who can deal with the fast dragon face the Vulcan bug that is unfavorable to his attributes. Or Reggie in the battle between Locke and Celebi. Shiba felt that Akashi was not enough. Be careful, and if you want to become a pixie trainer who truly stands at the top, it is not only the pixie who is strong. Look, I also curious how the kid would turn things around in this situation. Uncle Lu also stared at Celebi and Zhang Feng with great interest. Hearing what the two of them said, Damalanchi, who was sitting in the main seat, also frowned. He was more optimistic about Yai at first, but now Zhang in front of him, Feng showed a potential that was not inferior to Yulongdu. In the field, staring at Reggae's body, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered strangely. Immediately after that, Zhang Feng's face was filled with joy. Waving his hands heavily and shouting, "Go ahead," Celebi uses a characteristic swap. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, the opposite Akashi was also immediately. The pupils shrank, and the exchange of characteristics is a move that uses superpowers to exchange the characteristics of himself and the opponent. Thinking of this, Akashi's complexion is also gloomy. I saw a strange light from Celebi's blue eyes, which instantly hit Reggie. Ike. At this time, Celebi lifted the protective cover, let the hail fall on him, and Celebi showed a look of enjoyment. Damn. Seeing this scene, Akashi also came to understand that his characteristics of Reggae had been transformed. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also smiled lightly. He had just used the system to detect that Reggae's characteristics was not Hengjing body. The ability will not be reduced due to the opponent's move characteristics. When it is a frozen body that can recover physical strength under the hail, Zhangfeng directly chose to let Celebi use the characteristic swap. At this moment, the situation it was also completely reversed, and Celebi also grabbed Reggae's ability to recover his physical strength in the hailstorm. What's the matter? How did Celebi remove the protective cover? Is it because of physical strength? Contestant seat. Serena's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene. She was worried about Celebi. Perhaps now Celebi has replaced Reggie's characteristics and is not afraid of hail. At this time, May also spoke up. She has been traveling for several years. She knows much more about elf characteristics and various moves than Serena. Reggae, Frozen Beam. Being calculated by Zhangfeng, Akashi was obviously a little annoyed, and directly ordered Reggae to attack. 2 blue beams were fired directly from Reggae's hands and attacked Celebi directly. Celebi, avoid. You don't have to maintain the protective cover, and you won't be hurt in hail weather. At this time, Celebi's speed has also increased a lot, and you can easily avoid Reggae's attack with a sideways. Celebi, Energy Ball. After avoiding the attack, Celebi instantly gathered an energy ball and slammed it on Reggae. Reggae was blown back by this energy ball, and at the same time, the hail that hit Celebi was still there. Restoring it. Wonderful. Seeing Reggae being blasted out, Uncle Lu, who was sitting on the high platform, couldn't help clapping his hands and praising him. After experiencing countless elves' battles, they understood Zhang Feng's strategy almost instantly. Indeed, it's also thanks to the fact that this Reggae has a frozen body instead of a hinging body. Kona, who was sitting on the side, also smiled and said, she has always had a good impression of Zhang Feng. This kid has a big heart, and he dares to bet on this level of battle, but he really let him bet right. Now. And Reggae, who were still fighting together in the field, Shiba said. Indeed, if it is Hengjing's body, Celebi will still be damaged by hail. The situation will not change. Even it is also possible for Akashi to direct Reggie Ace to attack Celebi before Celebi performs the characteristic swap. It is true that this command is extremely risky, but what Shiba doesn't know is that Zhang Feng is learning about Reggie Ace. After the characteristics, I chose the characteristic exchange. With an explosion, Celebi and Reggae were blown away by the energy at the same time. After a while, the 2 elves stood up again out of breath at the same time, and the scars on their bodies were also not a few. Immediately after, the hail in the sky gradually stopped, and the weather gradually became clearer. Let's decide. Reggae, use the curse. Celebi, Sunshine Flames. Akashi sounded at the same time, and both of them also realized that their elf physical strength had reached a critical point, and it was time to decide the outcome. The elf can also increase the attack power by casting a curse, and Akashi is also preparing for the final blow. Similarly, the blue light in Celebi's mouth is also beginning to gather, because it is not a sunny day, and Celebi needs more sunlight to accumulate. Time. Fix it, Reggae, and unleash the last billion shockwave on Celebi. Akashi waved his hand coldly and shouted, as if he had also pronounced Celebi's death sentence. I saw that Reggae rushed towards Celebi, and then his whole body was also wrapped in pink energy. At the same time, Celebi the sun and flames were also accumulated, and with a soft cry, the green light with terrifying energy fluctuations shot directly at Reggae, who was rushing towards him. At this moment, the audience stared at the boss, for fear of missing the wonderful picture. The underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 320. Shock, Regis Kilu 99 Wonbon. Sunlight slammed on Reggae, who was rushing towards Celebi. I saw that Regis continued to move forward with cyan energy, and the pink energy around his body was even stronger. The moment Jachi touched Celebi in midair, the terrifying energy also exploded in midair. The wind pressure spread, and the figures of Celebi and Reggae fell to the ground at the same time. The raging energy also made the 2 elves almost lose both sides. Fortunately, the protective barrier of the auditorium was also reinforced, and it was not affected by the raging energy. Wow, the fierce collision of the sun's flames and the billions of shock waves. The 2 elves, the strength seems to be on the same level, and both have been seriously damaged. At such an exciting moment, the host's voice sounded just right. In the eyes of everyone, Celebi and Reggae fell heavily into the field at the same time, and Reggae smashed a big one. Pit. Celebi, Reggae lost the battle at the same time. Moment, the referee's voice sounded, and for a while, the venue that had just quieted down became noisy again. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also took back Celebi, who was incapacitated. As Celebi's first battle, he defeated Reggie. Locke and Reggae are also very successful. Zhang Feng is also quite satisfied. I have to say that the bonus of the Forest Jade is indeed extremely terrifying. The opposite Akashi is also a little cold. After all, he has just defeated the two pillars. Zhang Feng's Celebi made him quite embarrassed, and the current situation is extremely unfavorable for him. The US player seat. Brother, it seems that your opponent in the final should be Zhang Feng from China. Zhang Feng's Celebi beat Regilock and Reggie Ace to die together. Adair also doesn't think Akashi has a chance to win. After all, Zhang Feng's Darkrai and Latias haven't debuted. Keep watching. Dakuto also frowned slightly. Although he didn't want to admit that he was wrong, it was obvious that the current situation on the field was completely in favor of Zhang Feng. The faces of the players on the national players' seat were a bit ugly. At the moment when they showed extraordinary strength, they also placed high hopes on Akashi. Takuya's title of the first trainer of the younger generation naturally fell on his head, and if Akashi lost to Zhang Feng, it would mean that because their national trainers are not as good as Huasha trainers. Hey, you're indeed very strong, but your ending is already doomed when you meet me today. Come out, Regis Kiryu. Akashi said to Zhang Feng, and immediately threw it out. As expected. Hearing Akashi's voice, Kaide's expression froze. Akashi's next elf was actually a steel god pillar, and all three god pillars were subdued by him. With a flash of white light, a full steel god pillar pendulum taking a fighting stance, he appeared in front of Akashi. No, steel god pillar. As soon as he saw the steel god pillar, even Shao Kai, who was quite calm before, changed his face. The three legendary elves of the three god pillars were all subdued by Akashi. Wow, no, what did I see? Akashi's fifth elf is actually the steel god pillar Regis Kiryu, and Akashi has conquered all the three gods in his own country's mythology. It's not just Shao Kai. As the host's voice sounded, the audience in the entire venue also began to discuss. The intensity of this Huasha conference is too high, and all kinds of legendary elves have basically appeared on the stage, even in the top 4 stages, such as Zhang Feng, Akashi, and Dakuto basically have 3 or more divine beasts. Don't worry, it's just a steel divine pillar. Zhang Feng's divine beast and fast dragon have not yet appeared. Watch the game well. The worry that Mei saw Serena's face was also immediate. Opened his mouth and said. In the field, Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment while looking at the steel god pillar opposite and threw the Pokeball in his hand. The white light flickered, and the fast dragon that came out of the Pokeball also roared and flew directly in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's fast dragon. This match was great. Zhang Feng's Kuailong was greeted with cheers from the audience as soon as he debuted. After all, Kuailong has some special meaning for Huasha's trainers. Quick dragon, use the dragon's claws. Facing the steel god pillar, Zhang Feng also chose to attack without hesitation. He had confidence in his fast dragon. The fast dragon flapped its wings, and his claws flashed with blue light, instantly locking on the opposite Regis Kiryu and rushing over. Bring out the iron, Regis Kiryu. Akashi's voice sounded. Regis chill immediately. Reacting, the white light flickering on the head directly collided with the attacking Kuailong. With a loud bang, the green light on Kuailong's claws and the white light on Regis Kiryu's head also collapsed at the same time. A confrontation can be called evenly matched. Continue to attack, the tail of the dragon. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Kuailong also understood, and approached Regis Kiryu again. The green light flashed, and a dragon's tail was drawn. Don't think about it, Regis Kiryu, use the iron wall. The face of the fast dragon attacking him, Regis Kiryu immediately. Using the iron wall, I saw a layer of metallic luster on the surface of its skin, followed by the attack of the fast dragon tail. There was no scar on the part that was attacked. Regiskiru, grab the dragon's tail. Akashi also showed a confident smile. I saw Regiskiru's roared, and his hands directly grabbed the tail of the fast dragon's blue light. That's it, Regiskiru's, use the cannon. Akashi also does not intend to give Zhongfeng any breathing time, and wants to take the opportunity to solve Zhongfeng's fast dragon. Fei Lu reminds you, the 3 things to read are favorites, recommended. I have been in the hospital for the past 2 days. I will make up for the updates owed from the previous 2 days tomorrow. Sorry 99 wonbon. Sorry to read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 321. Kuailong vs Regiskiru 99 wonbon. The energy of the cannon light cannon instantly converged on Regiskiru's face, and the silver light was also full of aura of destruction. The cannon light cannon hit the fast dragon firmly, and the fast dragon was directly blown away by the terrifying force. After going out, he fell heavily into the field. Feeling Regiskiru's terrifying defensive power, Zhongfeng's expression condensed. It stands to reason that the material defense of the Steel God column is not as good as the Rock God column, and the special defense is not as good as the Ice God column, but it wins in balance. And Zhongfeng can also feel that Akashi's Regiskiru is higher than the first 2. This Regiskiru may be more difficult to deal with, its strength is only stronger than the first 2. Be stronger. Xiaokai from the player's seat stared at the field and said with a slight frown. Mei's eyes also flickered. She was thinking if she met Akashi in the quarter-finals, would she be able to defeat him? Electromagnetic gun. In the field, looking at the fast dragon who had just carried his own cannon light from Regiskiru, Akashi also frowned slightly and shouted out. The cannons gathered and blasted directly at the fast dragon. Quick dragon, fly. Zhongfeng's voice sounded, and Kuailong was also immediately. The reaction came, his feet slammed on the ground, his wings fluttered and he flew up, and when Regiskiru's electromagnetic cannon was about to hit him, he quickly rose into the air. It's almost, next time you don't such good luck. Seeing that Kuailong narrowly escaped the electromagnetic cannon, Akashi also said coldly. Kuailong, who avoided the electromagnetic cannon, also flew to Zhongfeng again, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Dragon dance. Don't think about it, Regiskiru, use the infuriating bomb. The trainers on both sides also shouted for the first time. Akashi obviously did not want the fast dragon to steadily increase his strength. I saw that the fast dragon flew into the air and rotated at a high speed, and its attack and speed were obtained. Ascension. In the other game, Regiskiru also made a harsh sound, and the blue energy balls between his hands converged and aimed directly at the fast dragon in midair and blasted it. The next moment, the audience present were all stunned. I saw that the fast dragon that completed the dragon dance not only did not stop spinning, but turned faster, and even the gravel in the field was absorbed by the strong wind generated by the high-speed rotation, forming a huge tornado in the field. Regiskiru's infuriating bomb was also on the tornado, and failed to make any waves. Seeing this scene, Zhongfeng also showed a smile. This is also the fruit. The experience learned from a gym battle, also perfected this high-speed spinning dragon dance. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength, it is also a perfect defense method. Fast dragon, it's time for us to attack, rush. After blocking the infuriating bomb, Zhongfeng also shouted loudly at Kuailong in midair. Hearing Zhongfeng's voice, Kuailong also immediately. The rotation stopped, and at the same time, Regiskiru, whose eyes were locked on the ground, swooped down with a dazzling blue light and a thunderous roar like lightning. Quick, Regiskiru, use the iron wall. In the face of such a mighty blow from the fast dragon, Akashi was also a little flustered. Regiskiru was too big, and his speed was its weakness. Facing the thunderous blow of the fast dragon, Akashi could only choose to let Regiskiru. Lu continued to strengthen his defense. Slightly raised his head and looked at the swooping fast dragon. Regiskiru also looked alert. White light flashed all over his body, and his defense was improved again. This powerful dragon god swoops and crosses, this is Zhang Feng. Did you really only travel for a year? Lu frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Feng in the field. Among Zhang Feng's main elves, except the divine beasts who can have powerful strength without much training, the other elves are actually so terrifying. Bo looks like this is definitely not an achievement that a trainer who has just traveled for a year can achieve. Well, Zhang Feng's fast dragon has a very high level. Du nodded and looked at Zhang Feng's fast dragon. With Du's eyesight and understanding of the fast dragon, Zhang Feng's fast dragon is not only extremely powerful, but also full of potential. With a loud bang, the dragon god the dive directly hit Regis Quill in the field. This time, Regis Quill was also directly blasted out by the terrifying power of the fast dragon. He also smiled and said softly, "This time, Rao's defensive power is extremely terrifying, and Regis Quill, who has also used 2 iron walls to enhance his own defense power, can't stand the fast dragon's blow. Brother Zhang Feng is really strong." Looking at Zhang Feng's back and the majestic Kuailong in midair, Serena's eyes were full of admiration. You must know that Kuailong is only a quasi-god level elf, and there is still a certain gap between its potential and the divine beast, but Zhang Maple's fast dragon can still be so strong even in the face of the steel god pillar. Regis Quill, stand up quickly. At this moment, Akashi still has full confidence in his own Regis Kiru's defense. And the steel god pillar Regis Kiru, who heard Akashi's call, also struggled to stand up again. Regis Kiru, use the electromagnetic gun. Seeing Regis Quill stand up again, Akashi also immediately. The electric arc flashes between the hands, and the golden energy ball is also instantly gathered between Regis Quill's hands. Solve it in one breath, fast dragon, dragon claw. Zhang Feng's voice also rang in the ears of the fast dragon. The next second, the fast dragon's claws in midair flickered and rushed towards Regis Quill on the ground. At this time, he noticed the attack of the fast dragon. Regis Quill also aimed at the fast dragon and shot the electromagnetic gun in his hand. I saw that at the moment when the electromagnetic gun was about to hit the fast dragon directly waved his claws and cut the electromagnetic gun in half. Boom! The electromagnetic gun that was cut in half exploded directly on the side of the fast dragon, and the fast dragon also ignored the golden arc flowing through its body, and rushed to the ground. Regis Quill faster. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read to collect, recommend. 322.99 Wanbon_. That is getting closer and closer. I feel the terrifying destructive power on the green glow of its claws. Akashi also gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, Regis Kiru, make a big self-destruct. Akashi was really helpless to make this decision. The strongest among the 3 divine pillars is this steel divine pillar, and he likes it very much. I also know that I chose to let it use the self-destruction and the fast dragon to fight for both sides. I saw that after some harsh sounds came out of his mouth, Regis Quill's body began to flash a dazzling light. What? Seeing the white light on Regis Quill's body becoming more and more dazzling, Zhang Feng's expression also changed. You must know that the fast dragon at this time is already very close to Regis Quill, and even if he stops, he may not be able to escape. The scope of self-destruction is over. As a mythical beast, the power of the big self-destruction of the steel god pillar is naturally extremely terrifying. Quick dragon, hurry up and interrupt its self-destruction. Zhang Feng also shouted anxiously. He did not expect that Akashi would be so decisive to let Regis Quill, who is a divine beast, use his self-destruction and his own fast dragon to lose both. Feeling the rapid expansion of Regis Quill's body, the power of Kuailong seems to be a little anxious, and the speed has reached the peak. Seeing that the dragon's claws are about to slam on Regis Quill's body, suddenly, the white light stops, and the picture is frozen at this moment. Boom boom boom. After a deafening loud noise, the dazzling white light also made the audience at the venue close their eyes, and the terrifying energy generated by Regis Quill's self-destruction instantly ravaged the audience. The figure of Kuailong was also swallowed up by the terrifying white light. Still didn't have time to stop Regis Quill's self-destruction. Similarly, Zhang Feng also closed his eyes, but his body could still feel gusts of wind passing through his body, which made him feel instantly Worse, it seems that Regis Kilu still completed his self-destruction. What is the situation with Kuailong now? This is not only what Zhangfeng is thinking at this moment, but also the thinking of the audience. After all, even if he is in a protective cover, the audience was also shocked by the dazzling white light and the terrifying energy. So what would happen to Kuailong, who is in the center of the explosion? Thinking of this, Zhangfeng's heart also aches. Kuailong is after all the boy who has been with him the longest. The elf is also his closest friend. After a while, the white light dissipated, and Regis Quill and Kuailong were quietly lying in the center of the venue. With Kuailong as the center, the venue was also surrounded by Regis Quirrell. The self-explosion of a giant crater. Fast dragon. Zhangfeng was also immediately. He wanted to determine the severity of Kuailong's injuries. I saw Kuailong's eyes were corrugated, his face was scorched black, and there were many burn marks on his body, but fortunately it was still there. Even breathing, you must know that when this world is too seriously injured, it is possible for the elves to die. After all, this is not a beautiful animation world. Looking at the scarred fast dragon, Zhangfeng was worried for a while, and he has a huge advantage in it. At the time, I was still a little careless, and I didn't guard against the steel god pillar and the type of self-destruction. Thank you for your hard work, fast dragon. While talking, Zhangfeng took out the Pokeball and took the Kuailong back. In the Pokeball, it will recover faster. Taking back the seriously injured Kuailong, Zhangfeng also glanced at the opposite Akashi with an indifferent expression. Akashi did not. Instead of worrying about the body of the steel god Zhu like Zhangfeng, he stood there and used the Pokeball to recover the steel god pillar. Walking to the sidelines, Zhangfeng temporarily handed Kuailong's Pokeball to the staff for emergency treatment. Quick, dragon is okay, the self-destruction of the steel god pillar just looks scary. Serena is also more concerned about Kuailong's injury. After all, when the self-destruction occurred, Kuailong and Regis Kilu were close to zero distance, and the damage it suffered was unimaginable. Similarly, Mei's eyes were also quite worried. Kai looked at Zhangfeng. He knew how much Zhangfeng loved his little elf, so he believed that Zhangfeng must be extremely angry at this moment. If I say that the Huasha conference should ban moves such as self-destruction, with this the self-destruction triggered by the strength of the steel god pillar will even endanger the life of the elf with weaker defense. Fortunately, Zhangfeng's fast dragon defense is strong enough. I hope there are no hidden dangers. The side of the three girls, Shazimu said angrily. During the time they traveled together, her relationship with Zhangfeng Kuailong was also very good. Now that Kuailong was dying by Regis Kilu's self-explosion, she naturally a little angry. Similarly, Lu Mengan looked at Zhangfeng in the arena worriedly, and she also understood how deep the relationship between Zhangfeng and Kuailong was. In the venue, Zhangfeng walked back to his position step by step. His face was also completely gloomy. Referee, let's continue the game. Zhangfeng's voice was extremely indifferent, and he couldn't hear any emotional fluctuations. Change the venue, the battle continues. Hearing Zhangfeng's voice, the referee also immediately shout out. The scene, the original battlefield is also immediately. After being replaced, a brand new venue appeared in front of everyone. Before waiting for the referee to speak, Zhangfeng threw his Pokeball directly. At this moment, he just wanted to get rid of the opposite Akashi as soon as possible. A white light, the flickering, pitch-black Darkrai also entered the new battlefield. Looking at Zhangfeng with a cold and stern expression, Akashi's face was also quite ugly. After all, after Regis Kilu blew himself up, he only had the last little one left. Elf, in this elf battle, he originally wanted to use the three god pillars to easily solve Zhangfeng. But he didn't want to be forced into the current situation by Zhangfeng. Wow! After the fierce battle, we also changed the battle arena, and now, the elf sent by Zhangfeng is Darkrai. Then how will player Akashi, who has only one elf left, face player Zhangfeng's terrifying nightmare god Darkrai? Host is also quite happy, because it seems that the rude guy Akashi will be eliminated by Zhangfeng soon. Although he does not deny the strength of Akashi, he also does not hide his disgust for Akashi. See the underlined version novel. Please download Fei Lu's novel. 323. Column of the Holy Spirit, Regichka's 99 wonbon. Akashi didn't pay attention to Darkrai's appearance. His eyes swept to the audience. It seemed that all the audience were applauding Zhang Feng. After the Steel God Pillar Regis Kilu was defeated, almost everyone was sure that this battle against Zhang Feng Kaide will win. Akaji, there should be no need for you to continue to stand on this opposing battlefield. Zhang Feng stared at the opposite Akashi, and a cold look appeared in the depths of his eyes. As if feeling Zhang Feng's coldness, Akashi also turned his eyes to Zhang Feng, smiled slightly, and a purple elf ball gradually became bigger in his hand. I didn't expect you to defeat my 3 pillars without using Darkrai and Latias. It seems that the strongest trainer in China is you. Let's do it. I will give you a chance to admit defeat, because the elf in my Master Ball is an existence that you can't imagine. Akashi's tone was quite sarcastic. Even when he lost 5 main elves and Zhang Feng still had 3 elves that he could fight, he was still so arrogant. Zhang Feng raised his eyes slightly, and said lightly, compared to this, I'd rather you just get off the stage. Self-destruction is also a reasonable fighting method, and it is not worth Zhang Feng's anger, but Zhang Feng is still more worried about the sequelae of the Fast Dragon, so he wants to solve Akashi as soon as possible. Akashi shook his head and said indifferently, you don't know how to take your chances yourself. Forget it, let you kneel before God. Speaking of which, Akashi also threw his Master Ball high. Zhang Feng also frowned slightly and stared at the flying Master Ball. Obviously, the elf that needs to be subdued with the Master Ball is obviously not easy. A white light flashed, and with a huge white torso, no obvious head, the center of the torso has a yellow striped structure from back to front, and there are 7 circles on it. The little elves arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper appeared in the venue. At the moment of the elf, all the audience present were full of shock, and the people in the front row looked at this huge figure with difficulty swallowing their saliva, their eyes full of horror. This elf is the legendary one. The first-class god, Regichkas, who is called the Holy Pillar by the people. It is said that Regichkas is worshipped by the people as the god of the earth. Whenever the country suffers a terrifying earthquake, he lives in the underground. Regichkas Chikas will show up to stop the disaster. What is Rekikas? Seeing Regichkas in the field, most of the players on the national bench also showed extremely horrified expressions. Only Takuya seemed calm, as if he knew that Akashi had the Holy Spirit pillar before. Although Regichkas it is a god that exists in the myths and stories of its own country, but the Chinese trainer at the scene was also shocked by its huge body. There are 3 pairs of eye-like dots on both sides of the center of its torso, which are red, blue, and gray from top to bottom. May also represent Regis Lock, Regis Quill. This also just confirms that Regichkas used clay, ice and lava to make the 3 little elves, Regis and Regis Chiru. How is it possible? It's Regich. First it was the White Dragon, and now it's the Holy Spirit Pillar. Zhang Feng is also in danger. Washa Auditorium, Xiaoqi's complexion changed dramatically, while Mei's complexion was quite pale, as if she remembered the scene where she faced the White Dragon. Wow, I didn't expect that the last elf of Kai Shou was actually the legendary Holy Spirit Pillar. God of the Earth, it seems that Akashi also has extraordinary influence in his own country. The host's voice also trembled. This is the 2nd time he has seen such a divine beast with the power to destroy the world since he presided over the China Conference. Regichkas, not the Narnia temple who has been living in his own country, the underground. Was it actually taken over by this child? Uncle Lu's voice was rather depressed. Obviously, none of the heavenly kings present had expected that the United States and the country had their own trainers who subdued the first-level gods. Zhang Feng's Darkrai is very strong, and he may be able to match up with him. The Battle of Regichkas. Kona's voice also rang out, but she also found that her tone seemed a little lacking. It's useless. Every first-level god is blessed, and Zhang Feng's Darkrai level is not enough. At this time, Du, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke up. Obviously, He is not optimistic about Zhongfeng anymore. Hearing the discussions of the heavenly kings, Damalanchi, who was sitting in the main seat, also stared at the people in the field with frowning. Holy Spirit Pillar. This time, the United States and the country have obviously made adequate preparations. The news that their own players have a first-level god is also concealed. The appearance at this moment is indeed shocking. Sweeping to everyone in the field again, Akashi's lips Zhao also raised a faint playfulness. How? You must know that there is a gap between you and me. Your previous hard work is just a pitiful struggle, the champion of your China conference, I want it. You talk too much, Darkrai, use the black hole. Zhongfeng was expressionless, and waved his hand and shouted. Following Zhongfeng's order, a pitch-black ball of light instantly gathered between Darkrai's hands, and shot towards Regichka's in an instant. Chika's shadow clone. Akashi's expression is quite laid back. Few trainers can raise resistance when facing his Regichkas. Even if he fights with it again, it will all be wiped out. In an instant, Regichkas there are also multiple identical shadow clones, and the black hole shot at extreme speed also passed through one clone and emptied. Regichkas, use the destructive light. Akashi's voice sounded, and at the beginning of the game, Akashi chose a powerful trick. The golden energy instantly converged on Regichkas's face, and the next second, it shot directly at Darkrai on the opposite side. The strong wind generated even collapsed the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhongfeng also shrank his pupils, and hurriedly said to Darkrai, Darklay, hurry up and make a surprise attack. Darkrai also sensed the terrifying power of the destructive light, and directly turned into a shadow and sneaked into the ground. The failed destructive light directly hit the protective cover of the auditorium. In an instant, the indestructible protective cover also showed a ripple. Obviously Regichka's destructive ray attack is extremely terrifying. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 324. The Gap, the Strength Gap 99 Wanban. This kind of power is too terrifying, can you continue to watch it? It's a match for the previous White Dragon attack. The audience in front of the protective light curtain also sucked in a breath of air, feeling the terrifying power of Regichkas's moves, and their scalps are numb now. I saw that Doc, who was sitting on the American player stand, saw the destructive light of this power. Duo also frowned slightly, and Adair and Michelle beside him were shocked and speechless when Akashi's Regichkas first appeared. Because in the quarter-finals, Dactyls by Longlai Hiram appeared, and the Elf Association also strengthened the protective cover of the venue, obviously for the safety of the audience. Back in the battle, Zhongfeng did not sigh too much at the terrifying power of Regichka's trick. The shadowy Darkrai also slipped behind Regichkas in an instant, and with a wave of evil, he attacked directly at Regichkas's back. The dark and strange waves of evil that hit Darkly banged on Regichkas, he couldn't even see the slightest scar. Staring at Regichkas, Zhongfeng's brows were also furrowed. The strength gap between Darkrai and this Holy Spirit pillar seems a bit big. Regichkas, get a freezing punch. Akashi's voice fell. Regichkas turned around sharply, and a punch with a flash of blue light hit Darkrai directly. Although Darkrai was not frozen, her body was also hit by Regichkas's body. Julie was blasted out. Zhongfeng's expression changed when he saw this. Regigigas' power is not. Just kidding, the next attack must be careful. Regichkas, and it, she blade attack. Akashi looked at the figure of Darkrai who fell to the ground, and shouted indifferently. I saw Regichkas slammed his fists to the ground, and suddenly one after another huge stone blades flashing blue light suddenly stood out. Coming from the ground and attacking Darkrai. Darkrai, get out of the way. Looking at the countless stone blades that appeared in an instant, Zhongfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Even if he had the experience of fighting with Groudon and Shining Rift Seat, who were stronger than the first-level gods, Zhongfeng couldn't help it. I was speechless at the power of this terrifying move. I saw that Darkrai was also immediately reacting. He kept moving in the air to avoid the stone blade. The last stone blade could not be avoided, and also fired a shadow ball at close range to destroy it. Stone blade, Zhongfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, and then his face became more dignified. Regichkus's moves are too powerful, even Darkrai is difficult to approach it, and then his command must be sufficient. Be careful. Darkrai, use the full range of black holes. Zhongfeng waved his hand and shouted loudly, obviously, there is absolutely no possibility of evading a large-scale black hole with Regichka's size. I saw that Darkrai accelerated into the sky in an instant, and a huge pitch-black space was formed between his hands. The light ball takes shape, the next second, immediately. Countless small balls of light were split and shot directly at Regichkas on the ground. Countless black holes immediately. Regichkas, who attacked the ground together from all directions, did not have the slightest suspense. The huge Regichkas was directly hit by Darkrai's black hole and fell backwards. Nice job, Darkrai. Good job, Zhongfeng. If this goes on, Darkrai still has hope of winning. On the other side, the three girls sitting next to Zhongfeng's parents were also staring intently at the battle. Zhongfeng's Darkrai's black hole just hit Regichkas, and Lu Mengan and Shazimu couldn't hide their excitement. The performance of the two girls was also noticed by the careful Zhongfeng's mother. The gigantic body of Hung Regichkas fell heavily on the field, causing a burst of smoke. Just fell into the hypnosis of the black hole. Darkrai's nightmare feature was activated directly, and Regichkas's expression immediately became more painful. And seeing this scene, Akashi was still very calm. His face was full of confidence, and there was no panic at all. At this moment, Zhongfeng obviously couldn't care about observing Akashi's abnormality, and he waved his hand at Doc. Rai shouted, darkly, use the Dream Eater. The stronger the elf is, the more likely it is to break free from his dark hole hypnosis. Zhongfeng doesn't want to waste the slightest time. I saw that a flash of blue eyes flashed in Darkrai's blue eyes. A strange red light followed a shadow from Daklai's body and rushed directly to Regichkas lying on the ground. Regichkas, use your sleep talk. At this time, Akashi's voice finally rang out. Obviously, he was well prepared for Darkrai's unique black hole move. I saw that Regichkas's body also stood up straight, with countless sharp stones surrounding Regichkas. All of them were shot at Darkrai in the next second. The powerful sharp stone attack directly hit Darkrai's body, and suffered heavy damage again. Clay fell directly into the field. How come? Is the difference still too big? Seeing this scene, Serena was a little unacceptable for a while, knowing that it was Akashi's Regichkas who was hit by Zhongfeng's Darkrai's black hole. And it was Zhongfeng's who fell in the end. Darkrai is incapacitated, so the winner is Regichkas. The referee's voice sounded, and at the same time, Regichkas also woke up from a hypnotic state. Zhongfeng also recovered Darkrai, who was incapacitated. His expression was quite complicated. After all, Shinju is too bad. In this case, come out and see the power of Regichkas. Zhongfeng also threw his Pokeball. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 325. Slow Start, feature 99 wonbon. Woo! With a light cry, the red and white Latias appeared in front of Zhongfeng. As soon as he debuted, Latias also noticed his opponent Regichkas. Although it was called the Infinite Elf, but its opponent is even stronger than it. Sure enough, Zhongfeng chose to send Latias, the Battle of the Beasts. Let me look forward to the wonderful performance of Latias. At this time, although the host's tone was still enthusiastic, he was a little discouraged. He didn't think Zhongfeng's Latias would be the opponent of Akashi's Regichkas. After all, May's Latios was facing when the white dragon of Dakdo was also ruthlessly crushed. It's over. Those who can be called first-level gods have powers that are incomprehensible to ordinary people, and Zhongfeng's Latias can't be Regigigas' opponent. Yai said with certainty that, as the only contestant who has played against a first-level god in this conference, she understands the horror of a first-level god. And beside her, Xiaokai also frowned and stared at the field. Not only Zhongfeng, but herself. The next opponent is Dakdo. If there is no way to deal with his Reshiram, he will lose too. Latias, do your best and feel the power of a first-level god. One day, you will reach such heights too. Fighting with Regichkas is also a valuable experience. Zhang Feng will naturally not give up the opportunity to let his Latias feel the strength of a first-level god. Perhaps, this can also motivate him to work hard to improve his strength. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Akashi shook his head and said in a mocking tone, "Don't worry, it will never reach the height of Regigigas in this life. And you are just a stepping stone for me to become the strongest elf trainer in the world." Hearing Akashi's arrogant remarks, Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to him. Unlike those first-level gods who, I don't know how long they have lived, his elf still has enough potential to continue to grow. First-level gods, the strength is indeed terrifying to the point of despair, but ordinary elves have no chance to catch up with them. Latias, go all out, evolve. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng directly took out the evolution stone. The colorful light shone, and Latias' figure began to change. 2 seconds later, the purple Latias appeared. In the process of Latias's evolution, Akashi just looked indifferently. In his opinion, all the struggles Zhang Feng did was just a waste of time. Regichkas, let him see your power, she. Hearing Akashi's voice, Regichkas made a harsh sound, followed by slamming his fists to the ground, followed by blue stone blades protruding from the ground and attacking Latias. Latias, speed up. Zhang Feng's tone is quite confident. His Latias flying skills are already outstanding, and his speed will be faster after evolution. I saw that Latias raised his head and his body was tense. He flew high into the sky and easily avoided the stone blade attack of Regichkas. Latias, counterattack, clean and shine. Zhang Feng's expression is very serious, and he must keep his spirits up in the battle with Regichkas. Latias, who flew to the sky, lowered his head to lock Regichkas's position. The pink energy in his mouth gathered, and in an instant he moved towards Regichkas on the ground, blasted out. The blasting energy exploded, and Regichka's left shoulder was directly hit by Latias' clean luster, and Regichka's body shook for a while. I have to say, evolution in the future, the moves that Latias will use with all their strength can still have a certain impact on Akashi's Regichkas. Thinking of this, there is a light in Zhang Feng's eyes. There is a real hope of defeating Regichkas. Regichkas, use the rays of destruction. Akashi's expression is still indifferent. This level of attack is really tickling for his Regichkas. The tyrannical golden energy once again converges on Regichkas's face, and the next second, the destruction light directly blasts at extreme speed to Latias in midair, and Zhang Feng also immediately. It was found that the destructive light that Regichkas used this time was not only faster than the last time, but the energy contained in it seemed to be even more terrifying. Seeing this scene, the corner of Akashi's mouth also evoked a smile, for he didn't seem to be surprised by the sudden surge in strength and speed of Regichkas. Oops, how could I forget about Regigigas' characteristics? Latias, hurry up and defend. If thinking of something, Zhang Feng's expression changed immediately. Shouting, Latias also uttered a low cry, gathering strength to support a cyan protective cover, and the next second, the destruction light directly slammed on the cyan protective cover. Booming Latias, who supported the cyan protective cover, it was still pushed out a long distance by the terrifying golden energy, but Latias simply escaped the catastrophe. I saw that Latias, who blocked the destructive light, also erected his feathers and tried to deter him with a fierce cry. The opposite Regichkas. It's just that he looks a little stern. Obviously, Regichka's destruction light made Latias timid and uneasy. Zhang Feng saw that Latias successfully blocked it. Regichkas's attack was also a sigh of relief. He blamed himself a little, because he forgot that Regichkas's characteristic is slow start, the attack and speed of the elf with this characteristic in the first period of time. Halved, and the sudden surge in Regichka's power just now is just that it has regained all its power, because even in the previous life, Zhang Feng rarely met Regichkas in the game, and he couldn't for a while. Thinking of its characteristics, I almost made Latias suffer a loss. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 326, Debut, Black Split Empty Seat 99 Wonbon. Looking at the huge Regichkas on the opposite side, he glanced at his own Latias in midair, and without hesitation he took out the Pokeball and took it back. Okay, Latias, come back first. Zhang Feng has already let Latias see the gap between himself and the first-level gods, and the slow start feature of Akashi's Regichkas has ended. To face the prosperous Regichkas, Radia, there is absolutely no chance for him to win. Ah, let's see, Zhang Feng has taken back the evolved Latias, and he still has an elf that has not appeared. Let's look forward to whether the next elf that Zhang Feng is about to debut has. Way to face Regichkas. The host's face was full of reluctant smiles. On the high platform, the faces of the four heavenly kings, Du and President Damalanchi, were also quite helpless. Cough. Since there is no chance for this China conference, as long as we can beat other countries in the World Elf Championship. Lu Bo's voice sounded, the Huasha conference is only a matter of face, and the World Championship is about the country. The mother-in-law Juzi on the side also nodded. After Yayi was defeated by Dakto, she thought that this championship did not belong to Huasha. You have to know that the champion can have the qualifications to fight against the first-level gods, and the younger generation of Huasha who can compete with the first-level gods is. Except for, Duo is, the guy from the Sarav company who has resigned as the champion. It is also a bit whimsical to expect this group of newcomers who have just traveled for a few years or less than a year, the trainer to defeat the champion to compete with the opponent. Cass. Hong Liang shouted excitedly. He himself was eliminated by Shaoqi, and now that Zhang Feng was about to be eliminated by his companions, he also felt proud. Hearing the words of Hong Liang beside him, he was defeated by Zhang Feng in the preliminary round. Hina frowned slightly. She didn't like Hong Liang's behavior, even if Zhang Feng was their opponent. Even if you use evolution, the strength of your Latias still can't help my Regichkas. Let's end this farce. Akashi waved his hand lightly, and looked at Zhang Feng opposite him impatiently. At this moment, Zhang Feng smiled slightly and looked at Akashi opposite him. Akaji, do you really think that you are the only one who is special? Zhang Feng's hand touched his waist, took out the shrunken purple elf ball on the far left, and said coldly to Akashi. Kaikongza, prepare to fight. With a majestic dragon roar resounding through the sky, I saw that the whole body was entrenched in the sky above Zhang Feng. The battle of the first-level gods and the first-level gods is about to start. And the opening of the cracking seat is also silent, and hardly any sound can be heard. Exclamation mark quote. Is this elf? Akashi stared at the black cracking seat above Zhang Feng's head and seemed to have guessed something, but he was not sure. His expression was extremely shocked. This kind of terrifying coercion, and the feeling of depression that blows on people's face is definitely not a quasi-god or what ordinary mythical beasts can have. There is no doubt that the last elf summoned by Zhang Feng may also be a first-level god. It should be the one in the legend, but why is its color black? Du's face was also extremely shocked. The cracked seat in his impression was cyan. But when he saw the appearance of the cracked seat, President Damalanchi was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. He understood what Zhang Feng, a first-level god, had. Huge value. At this moment, even the champion of the conference has been left behind by him. He often thinks that if he can have two people, he is fully capable of taking a drastic action on the inside of the Elf Association and getting rid of those already rotten. If it weren't for those forces, evil organizations such as Team Rocket would not have developed to such a degree. And when Zhang Feng with a first-level god appeared in front of Damalanchi, this unrealistic idea seemed to have it is possible to realize it. Why, how is it possible, that you can also obtain God's approval? Didn't seem to be able to accept it for a while when Kaizakuza came on stage. It's okay for Dakduo, and there are trainers in China who have been recognized by God. Moreover, Zhang Feng is more hidden than he and Dakduo hide. That's what. At this moment, Adair raised his head with difficulty and looked at the dark space in the air. He looked extremely shocked. Beside him, Michelle also stared at the figure above Zhang Feng's head with beautiful eyes. Although she believed Zhang Feng could win, but he never imagined that he would still have a first-level god. Similarly, Dakatuo frowned. When he first came to Huasha, he was full of confidence for the championship. After the Washa conference started, everything it also unfolded according to his ideal direction. Defeat the participating trainers one after another, and later defeated Yayi, who is known as the strongest trainer in China. In his opinion, Yayi is indeed an opponent worthy of his all-out efforts. He really respected her, and summoned his strongest white dragon to defeat her. But this battle of the top 4 completely shocked Dakoto. Besides himself, there were actually 2 other people who got the first level God agreed, and one of them was actually something he hated. The Chinese. That's great. Zhang Feng is indeed my idol. What's the name of his little elf? Serena also stood up from her seat in surprise. Similarly, at this moment, Yayi was also staring at Zhang Feng in the arena. For a long time, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Kai smiled slightly, and he didn't know Zhang Feng either. There is still such a terrifying elf hidden, but as soon as this elf appeared, Zhang Feng also had the power to compete with the first-level gods. CC. In the field, Regichkas also made a strange sound while staring at the Risikuza in the air, and it seemed to understand that the Risikuza was at the same level as it. In this case, the Risikuza, we will give the opposite party first. Say hello to Regichkas, Dragon Wave. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he directly chose to attack. With a dragon roar, violent cyan energy gathered in the mouth of the black cracking seat, and the next second, the wave of the dragon moved towards Regichka, who was on the ground like lightning. Go. 327.99 wonbon_. It's coming, Regichkas. Seeing the attack of Kaizakuza, Akashi also shouted to Regichkas with a solemn expression. Although Akashi had always despised Zhang Feng before, he also knew that Zhang Feng's commanding ability was higher than his, but the reason why he is not afraid is because of Regichkas. After all, the strength of a first-level god has already surpassed people's cognition. But now Zhang Feng also has an elf of the same level as his Regichkas. It made him panic completely. CC. A harsh voice sounded from Regichkas's mouth. I saw that Regichkas made a gesture of parrying with both hands, and immediately in front of it, a layer of transparent protective cover appeared. This move is wide area defense. The dragon wave of rift seat slammed on the protective cover, and Regichka's body was slammed backwards and his hands were shaking. Endless. So strong. Seeing this scene, Akashi also shrank his pupils. He did not expect that the wave of the dragon that Kaizakuza randomly hit would have such a terrifying power. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Regichka's was smashed back. There are 2 meters away. Although this wave of dragons in the cracking seat did not hurt Regichkas, it also made the people at the scene understand that there are also strong and weak among the first-level gods. Regichkas, destroy the light. Akashi's voice sounded, and Regichkas stared at Rikakuza in the sky, and the golden energy began to gather in his mouth. Riskaiza, we also use destructive rays. Without the slightest hesitation, the cracking seat in midair also began to accumulate energy, and the dazzling golden light instantly shone the audience. 2 huge golden rays of light slammed together, the energy exploded directly, and a strong storm enveloped the entire battlefield. The huge electronic screen in the arena was also directly affected by the raging energy and lost its picture. Is this the way of fighting a first-level god? Standing on the player's seat, Hongliang stared at the field with wide eyes. Although they were all within the protective cover, he could still feel how fierce the battle was on the field. We are not on the same level as them at all. Hina, who was also stunned, stared at the field, and Akashi and Zhang Feng, who were watching the battle with their hands half covered, muttered. Zhang Feng is all right. On the other hand, Lu Mengan also immediately took notice of Zhang Feng's situation. This kind of fight between gods and immortals can easily spread to the trainer. Crack the empty seat. Use your speed. As Zhang Feng's voice fell, the cracking sky shone with a strange dark light, and then its entire body turned into a black light and attacked Regichkas at high speed. It was extremely fast, and it slammed into the opponent with lightning speed to attack. Must be able to preempt the attack. This move is very similar to its exclusive move, the Dragon Point, which is locked by the Rigakuza. Regichkas also feels a chill, and it can't wait for Akashi's order. The blue light flashing with the cold breath of the fists directly. And just as it was about to throw out the fists, the black light of the split sky seeped directly and slammed directly into the head of Regichkas. Boom! The terrifying power made Regichkas's body fall directly backwards, and he fell heavily into the field. And after the rapid end, the cracking seat also came to the top of Zhang Feng's head again, with a look of contempt. Boy, this is the air you talking about other gods in the outside world that are simply vulnerable. The dissatisfied voice of the cracking seat resounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Hearing the voice of the cracking seat, Zhang Feng also rolled his eyes and looked at Regichkas helplessly. As a first-level god, he was actually despised. Come on. To be honest, in the first-level gods, the split space seat is also an extremely powerful existence, not to mention that it can still evolve. I saw that Regichkas slowly stood up again, but at this moment he was covered in scars and was quite embarrassed. You must know that Latius couldn't do much damage to him before. Regichkas, billions of shock waves. Akashi stared at Rikakusa in midair and shouted angrily at Regichkas. I saw Regichkas kicked his feet, and the pink energy released all over his body accelerated directly to Regichkas in the sky. As soon as possible, solve it. Rip the empty seat, evolve, use the dragon's tail. Regichkas has extremely strong physical strength. Although the strength of the ordinary form of the crack can suppress it, it is still too difficult to completely defeat it. Simply, Zhang Feng also directly let the crack into the form. Now, hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Korakusa instantly faced Regichkas who was attacking it, and at the same time, colorful rays of light flickered all over his body. In the next second, Korakusa's body changed, and long tentacles stretched out from his lower jaw. There are countless golden streaks on the dark body. At the same time, because of the characteristics of Risikusa, there is also a chaotic airflow in the sky. What is that? On the high platform, Du also exclaimed, and his expression was extremely solemn. Akashi's face was full of disbelief. I believe that he had never heard that a first-level god could still evolve, and Zhang Feng did not take out the evolution stone. In the field, the evolved Rigakusa flipped its tail in the air, and the blue light flickered directly against Regichkas. The dazzling blue light suppressed Regichkas, who was covered in pink energy, to the death. After the evolution, the strength of the cracking seat is even more terrifying. Roar! With a loud roar, Kakutakusa violently exerted force, immediately. Regichkas was directly pulled to the ground by the dragon's tail. Regichkas, who fell to the ground, directly smashed a big hole in the field, but was suppressed one after another, and Regichkas became angry too, stood up forcibly, and his face flashed a strange red light. Regichkas, the greatest power, destroying the light. Akashi also waved his hand heavily and shouted loudly at Regichkas in the big pit. Kizakusa, the finishing touch. Zhang Feng looked at Regichkas in the pit with a dull expression and shouted. 328, defeated, lost Akashi 99 wonbon. I saw that golden light flashed all over Regichkas, and then, all the golden light also converged towards the mouth, pulled by the terrifying energy around Regichkas. The stones on the ground also trembled. The cracking seat was full of dark rays of light. The cracking seat looked down at Regichkas on the ground, and at the same time, the body was stretched straight, and in an instant, the cracking seat turned into a black arrow and rushed out. The finishing touch, the cracking seat's an exclusive move. Learn this move, and the space-splitting seat can evolve. I saw that the black light directly tore the golden energy at the moment of contact with the destructive light, and slammed it directly on Regichkas. Without the slightest accident, the finishing touch of the cracking seat hit Regichkas strongly. Under the violent conflict between the two first-level gods, circles of energy ripples spread, and black and gold rays of light also shrouded the whole venue. Wow, what the hell is going on? On the high platform, the host is also trying to see the situation in the field. God's battle is difficult to see in his life. He doesn't want to miss every second. Similarly, Akashi and Zhang Feng are also protecting the field with their hands at the same time. He opened his eyes, and the strong wind blew Zhang Feng's face a pain. Zhang Feng's face was bitter, Indeed, the battle of a first-level god is too terrifying, and only the trainers of both sides will be affected in this kind of venue. After the energy was exhausted, the black light in the field was completely dimmed, and at the same time, everyone's eyes converged. At this moment, a dragon roar sounded, a flash of blue light flickered, and the figure of the cracking seat appeared in an instant. Behind the half-kneeling Regichkas. No, Regichkas, get out of the way. Same way, Regichkas reacted to such a strong energy fluctuation, but its trembling body was too late to react. The finishing touch of Risikuza was too terrifying. Until now, Regichkas has not recovered. Mobility. The dazzling azure claws of the dragon slapped directly on Regichka's back. After a lot of damage accumulated, Regichka's body softened and fell straight towards the front. A burst of smoke. Seeing Regichka's fall, Akashi looked at its huge body with a dull expression, unable to believe the result. Is this the invincible Regichka? You lost, you are too much relying on Regigigas' power. You must know that the trainer and the elves are inseparable, and you will not lose by remembering this. Zhang Feng looked at Akashi, who had lost his soul on the opposite side. When faced with danger, Jikigas chose to rely on his own judgment many times to deal with it. It can be seen that Akashi's training was a bit incompetent. The cheers made Akashi's face even more ugly. You know, he promised that his grandfather would definitely win the championship of the Washa Conference. And he couldn't understand at all. He has a first-level god and has 3 gods. Pillar of his strength, he could even defeat the 4 heavenly kings, but why did he still fail? At this moment, Akashi also recalled in his mind that all of Zhang Feng's elves had no hesitation about Zhang Feng's orders. Yes, when Regichkas's life was at stake, he couldn't. Given a way of handling it that it also applauds, it makes Regichkas more willing to believe in his own power. You must know that the first-level gods have a strong sense of autonomous combat, and their arrogant temperament drives them to choose more. What a good way to fight. In the battle with Kazukuza, because he saw that Zhang Feng also has a first-level god, Akashi hesitated, and he lost his mind many times during the battle. Kaiza can win so easily, and Akashi also has a part of the credit in it. In short, at this moment, the level of Akashi's trainer is far from enough to control Regigigas, who is a first-level god. And in this state, the better thing is, the elf will be in battle if you don't listen to the trainer, you will fight on your own, or even worse, you will directly abandon the trainer and be completely disobedient. In the anime, Xiaoji's disobedient fire-breathing dragon that evolved ahead of time is like this. It's over, although I don't know. How did you get the approval of Regichkas, but I don't think you deserve it. Raised the Pokeball and aimed it at Rigakuza. With a roar of dragons, Rigakuza also turned into a red light and returned directly to the Master Ball. Oh, Akashi's last Regichkas also fell, and this semifinal was won. The player is Zhang Feng. Let us thank the 2 trainers for the wonderful game. Host opened his hands and shouted excitedly, this game is indeed the most exciting match between the elves so far. On the high platform, Damalanchi also smiled and looked at Zhang Feng in the field. In his eyes, the boy obviously has a greater meaning. Du also frowned and looked at the smiling Damalanchi. He naturally understood what his president had in mind, but he didn't think Zhang Feng would have any feelings for the Elf Association. Interest. With the disappearance of the split space, the chaotic airflow in the sky disappeared completely, and then, a ray of sunlight shone on Zhang Feng's handsome face. Ignoring the lost Akashi, Zhang Feng walked directly towards the staff. At this moment, he is not in the mood to experience the joy of victory. He is going to see how the situation of Kuailong is going. After the match between Zhang Feng and Akashi, the people at the scene also left the venue in an orderly manner, and the game in the morning was just like that. At the venue, the audience will also come to watch the match between Dakoto and Xiaoqi in the afternoon after having lunch. However, all the audience who left at this time are no longer talking about Dakoto's Reshiram. After all, the empty seat, the heroic performance, coupled with the fact that it defeated Regichkas, who is also a first-level god, the record is even more outstanding. The audience is like this, whichever side is stronger will go to which side, boasted Zhang Feng's championship theory for a while. There are also many. Similarly, the major families who watched the entire battle in the VIP seats also have a lot of things to think about. After all, Zhang Feng's birth made them think about how to win over this talented trainer without any background. 329. Elf Hospital, Zhang Feng's idea. 99 wonbon. Although the major families were very optimistic about Zhang Feng before, because Zhang Feng has always been at the forefront of the Tianwang potential list, because of the alliance, they have not launched a solicitation for Zhang Feng. But when he drove the so-called Lord of the Sky at the Huasha conference when the empty seat was split, everything changed. Zhang Feng even had the qualifications to be on an equal footing with their major families in an instant. After all, having a first-level god can barely be called a champion trainer to some extent. This also makes the major families present here regret quite a bit, but now the major families also have the mentality that even if they can't win over Zhang Feng, they must not offend him. But no one can stand it. At this time, in the auditorium, Shengguan Wan'er looked at Zhang Feng with a complicated look. At this moment, she completely understood why Zhang Feng had the confidence to set up an organization to fight against the rockets. It turned out that there is also such a terrifying hole card. After a while, Shengguan Wan'er also showed a smile. The stronger Zhang Feng, the greater the chance of her seeking revenge from the Shengguan family in the future. Lu Mengan and his party are also Zhang Feng's parents, and Lu Mengan's mother returned to the hotel ahead of time. After all, there were too many people paying attention to this conference, and the streets were too congested. They also wanted to return to the hotel as soon as possible. Xiaoqi and Serena were with them and received them from the staff. Zhang Feng from Kuailong went to the Elf Hospital. The Elf Hospital provides physical examinations and treatment for seriously injured elves. Because of the system itself, Zhang Feng's elf ball is quite special and has a higher quality than ordinary elves. The recovery ability of the ball is many times, but this time his fast dragon was injured too badly. Regis Kilu's self-destruction, its power is immeasurable. Zhang Feng naturally needs to know whether the terrifying attack has Kuailong's body left hidden dangers. At the entrance of Jinghua City Elf Hospital, is this the Jinghua City Elf Hospital? It's really stylish. Looking at the one-story blue building in front of him, Xiao Kai said with emotion. Judging from the cities he traveled to, most of the China region, no elf hospital has such a style. At this time, there are also trainers constantly entering it with his seriously injured elf. During the Huasha conference, the work of the elf hospital is also a lot heavy. Go ahead. After speaking, Zhang Feng walked directly into the hospital. Behind, Xiao Kai and Serena also immediately followed. They understood Zhang Feng's mood at the moment. Entering the hall on the first floor, the first sight was a nurse wearing pink nurse uniforms, followed by an auspicious egg. Zhang Feng and his party just entered the hall. People's attention, even the busy nurse couldn't help but glance at him. After all, he is now a celebrity, a first-level god trainer, and the moment of fame is also reflected. Before Zhang Feng can ask, a long-legged beauty nurse right in front of him. Mr. Zhang Feng, you came to Ling Hospital because of Kuailong, who was seriously injured in the game just now. Yunny Meimei stared at Zhang Feng, and said in a gentle tone, although she is a nurse, she also likes exciting elf battles. She couldn't help peeking at the live broadcast of Zhang Feng and Akashi's match at work. After taking a look, of course, she is also aware of Kuailong's injury. Yes, I need to do a thorough body check on my Kuailong to make sure that there are no hidden dangers in its body. At this moment, Zhang Feng also didn't have time to think about why the nurse in front of him knew about his Kuailong injury, and responded directly. As soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, Yunny also nodded directly and said, no problem, take Kuailong's body. Give me the poke ball. After handing Kuailong to Yunny, Zhang Feng and his party followed her to the fourth floor. Don't worry, Zhang Feng, Kuailong will be fine. Sighed, Xiao Kai said to Zhang Feng, who was looking at Kuailong on the hospital bed through the glass. Seeing Yunny in the nursing room seriously examining Kuailong's body, Zhang Feng also turned around and rushed. Zhan Xiaoqi nodded slightly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the big self-destruction caused by the divine beast Regis Kilu, Zhangfeng would not have to bring it to the elf hospital with the fast dragon's defensive power and physique. Now he comes to the elf hospital to make himself completely at ease. Kuailong is the elf who has been with Zhangfeng for the longest time, and Zhangfeng has the deepest relationship with it. When Yanni was doing a body check on Kuailong, Zhangfeng and his party also ate the food provided by the elf hospital. Fast food. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby, watching the trainers who rushed into the elf hospital one by one, holding their injured elf and looking anxious. Zhangfeng frowned slightly, and said to Xiao Kai, "It seems that we also need some professionals. A strong elf doctor. After all, the opponents our organization will face in the future will be Team Rocket and major evil organizations. I believe that the chances of the elves being seriously injured will be very high." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Xiao Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a thoughtful look. Serena was concentrating on her own lunch. After all, she hadn't eaten all morning. It's very simple to build an elf hospital. It shouldn't be difficult to get the relationship between the equipment and Li Ruo Tianwang. But you must know that the excellent medical and nursing talents are basically concentrated in the elf hospitals in various cities, and the Elf Association also provides these people with superior conditions and extremely high salaries. What ability do we have to convince them to jump ship from the Elf Association, an official organization trusted and powerful by the people, to our organization? Xiaoqi said it word by word. Obviously he had carefully considered this. In Xiaoqi's opinion, it is unrealistic for Zhangfeng to build a hospital with the same medical level as the elf hospital. After listening to Xiaoqi's words, Zhangfeng also his brows are furrowed. Indeed, his organization has not even come up with a name yet. Thinking about building a hospital now is too hasty. To poach the doctors of the elf hospital, you must wait until your organization has enough popularity and strength. After eating, Zhangfeng and his party went back to Kuailong's nursing room. At this moment, the lights in the nursing room were still on. Kuailong fell asleep quietly on the bed, but Yanni disappeared. Fei Lu reminded you. Collection of 3 things to read, recommend. 330, Xiao Kai, The War 99 Wanban. Zhangfeng is not in a hurry. After all, Yanni can't only be responsible for his own fast dragon, and through the glass, Zhangfeng can see that his fast dragon is sleeping very well at the moment. If there is any problem with its body, I believe Yanni will come over and tell her as soon as possible. Because there is still a game in the afternoon, Xiaoqi and Serena will go to the venue ahead of time. Xiaoqi still attaches great importance to this game. After all, Xiaoqi still wants to fulfill her own and the agreement between Zhangfeng. That is to decide the winner in the final. Serena accompanied Xiao Kai and wanted to see if she could help him. Zhangfeng sat on the bench outside the door, caught in thought. He is only one step away from the champion of the China Conference. At this moment, he also has enough popularity. After winning the finals, it is the best time for Zhangfeng to announce the news that he will create an organization to the public. As for the island owner of Ula Ula Island, Zhangfeng is not too worried. Even if it is a 1-3, he is quite sure. After a while, Yanni who came from other nursing rooms also interrupted Zhangfeng's thinking. There's nothing serious about the fast dragon, it's just the physical exertion is a bit overloaded. It's best not to engage in fierce elves battles within half a month. Yanni stared at Zhangfeng and told him the situation of Kuailong word by word. Okay, it's fine, thank you. Hearing Yanni's words, Zhangfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked Yanni in a gentle tone. Yanni waved her hand gently to indicate that Zhangfeng didn't need to thank her. In fact, she just checked Kuailong's body. The dragon itself is strong enough. Even such a terrifying self-destruction did not leave any hidden dangers for it. The fact that the fast dragon can't appear in the finals will not have much impact on you. Your opponent should be that. Much. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, Yanni also took the initiative to say. Yanni has also been following Zhangfeng since the preliminaries of the Huasha conference, and with each game, Yanni has gradually become a fan of Zhangfeng. She also looked through all Zhang Feng's previous gym battle videos, and also gave her a detailed understanding of all of Zhang Feng's elves. Among them, Kuailong is also one of Zhang Feng's absolute trump cards. Basically Zhang Feng Kuailong seldom loses in the competitions that appear on the stage, and now Kuailong can't participate in the finals. Yunny is also quite worried. And in the battle between Xiaoqi and Dakuto, Yunny also asserted that Dagduo will win in the end. Kido. The impact will naturally occur. As far as I can accept it, at least the body of the fast dragon can be healthy. Besides, watch the match between Xiaoqi and Dagduo. It's not that simple for Xiaoqi. If Dagduo can't get out of the white dragon, it's absolutely impossible to defeat Xiaoqi. Zhang Feng smiled and said to Yunny, "It is indeed a pity. Among all the trainers who participated in the Huasha conference this year, only Xiao Kai is as old as him. He has the help of the system himself, but Xiao Kai is a real genius. Of course, he can also be called a trainer with an aura." In Zhang Feng's opinion, if Xiaoqi is given another 1 to 2 years, Dakutuo and Qixi will definitely not be his opponents, but at this moment, Xiaoqi is required to. It's a bit reluctant to deal with Dakuto who has a first-level god. I see. Although she said it from Zhang Feng's mouth, Yunny is obviously still a little unbelievable. Her idea is that even without the white dragon Reshiram, Dakuto can easily defeat Xiaoqi. After chatting with Yunny for a while, Zhang Feng is also about to leave the elf hospital, and Kuailong has naturally returned to the elf ball to recover from his injuries. Be sure to remember that your Kuailong must not engage in fierce battles in the near future. Before leaving the elf hospital, Yunny once again told Zhang Feng not to forget Kuailong's injury. Zhang Feng was also a little helpless. Yunny seemed to think that she would not give up and let Kuailong appear in the finals. Zhang Feng is not that stupid. The second Kuailong's injury didn't fully recover, so he naturally wouldn't let it play, and Dakuo didn't force him to qualify for the Kuailong. Just walking to the street, Zhang Feng also received a call from Lu Mengan. Lu Mengan first asked about the situation of Kuailong, and Zhang Feng also said that there was no problem. Later, Lu Mengan also said that they would not go to the afternoon game, and they would go shopping with Zhang Feng's parents. Zhang Feng also rolled his eyes. "But I didn't say much. My parents came to Jinghua City very rarely, and it was right for them to relax." Hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng also went directly to the competition venue. Along the way, Zhang Feng also met a lot of people who greeted him. Gradually, many people are walking with Zhang Feng. Facing the enthusiastic passers-by, Zhang Feng is also a little helpless. The so-called do not touch the smiling face, and passers-by also hand over paper and pens from time to time, and Zhang Feng naturally gives them one by one. They signed. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Feng finally arrived at the venue. Looking at the staff in front of him, Zhang Feng also wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Once upon a time, he was extremely envious of the attention of everyone's life, but now he is quite annoyed. After entering the venue, Zhang Feng also saw that in a small training ground, Xiao Kai was commanding the fire-breathing dragon and Serena's fierce eagle in an air battle. I have to say, Xiaoqi's the fire-breathing dragon's fighting skills can be said to be extremely comprehensive, and the strength is improving very quickly. Zhang Feng has to wonder if this guy has any aura. Shaking his head slightly, he seems to be thinking a little too much, and with a smile, Zhang Feng is also entering the training ground. Fire-breathing dragon, steel wings. Fighting arrow eagle, Yan return. Xiaoqi and Serena's voices sounded at the same time, and the fire-breathing dragon was also entangled with the fierce arrow eagle in the air. Of course, the two of them didn't really move. It was purely a warm-up. If they really fought, it would take a few rounds of Xiaoqi's the fire-breathing dragon can defeat Serena's fierce eagle. The two stopped fighting when they saw Zhang Feng coming in. Serena took back the fierce falcon, and the fire-breathing dragon fell to the ground and stood beside Xiao Kai. You all come here. Now, it seems that there is no problem with Kuailong. Xiao Kai looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile. Zhang Feng also nodded. Zhang Feng came over, and Xiaoqi's sparring partner will naturally be replaced. Latius, clean and shiny. Latius, strong mind. For a time, the small training field also completely changed the style of painting. Serena looked helplessly at the pitted battlefield. These two people are crazy. Xiaoqi will still have a game. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download Philo novel. 331. Xiaoqi vs. Dacto, the fire-breathing dragon debuts 99 wonbon. As time went on, the number of people in the venue gradually increased. Although there was still a while before the game in the afternoon, most of the audience returned to their places. After all, the battle of the two gods staged by Zhangfeng and Akashi in the morning it also left them unfulfilled. Just in the afternoon's battle, there was Dacto, who had a white dragon. Similarly, Zhangfeng and his party also ended their warm-up. Came to the main venue, and Serena received a call from Mei Yi to find her. Yo, that should be Crimson. I hope he can hold on for a little longer in the afternoon game. I still want to see Bai Long. What's the shape? Haha, the strength of the top 4 players this time is completely different from the others. Indeed, in the morning's game, Zhangfeng's dark elf was so terrifying, I was trembling all over. Hearing the 3 people talking on the side, Zhangfeng frowned and looked over, with a hint of warning in his eyes. Similarly, Xiao Kai, who heard this, also changed his face and lowered his head. Seeing Zhangfeng looking at them, the 3 of them immediately dispersed. They were just ordinary trainers, and naturally they didn't want to provoke Zhangfeng. Turning to look at Xiaoqi, Zhangfeng said to Xiaoqi in a relaxed tone, "Play well in the game later, and stabilize your mentality. I'm waiting for you in the final." Hearing Zhangfeng's words, Xiao Kai also raised his head and his face softened a lot. Don't worry about me, but you have to get ready, I'm going for the championship." Xiao Kai waved at Zhangfeng and said with a smile. After a while, Zhangfeng also said goodbye to Xiao Kai and went to the contestant seat to meet with Yayi and Serena, because the game is about to officially start. On the way, Zhangfeng also heard that the host was using a passionate tone to drive the atmosphere of the audience. Zhangfeng also understood that Xiao Kai faced Dacto in this game. Knowing that he does not have the ability to fight against the White Dragon at this moment, the one who wins this battle is mostly Dacto. This also makes Zhangfeng quite helpless. In fact, he is looking forward to fighting Xiaoqi, but unfortunately Damalanchi will not let this happen. Unless it is the stage of the finals, there is absolutely no possibility for the 3 of Yayi, Zhangfeng, and Xiaoqi to match each other. After a while, Zhangfeng came to the contestant seat, and Serena saw Zhangfeng immediately. He waved at him, motioning him to sit down quickly. The game has already started. Zhangfeng also immediately. After sitting there, and seeing Zhangfeng, Yayi also said hello. You are really strong, and I look forward to winning the championship of this Huasha conference. Mei Mei stared at Zhangfeng with a sincere tone. Ever since she lost to Dacto, she has always felt sorry. Spirit Association, after all, the Spirit Association has poured a lot of resources into her, and even legend has it that the elf Latios gave it to her. In the end, she lived up to the elf's value and lost to Dakoto, although Damalanchi also persuaded her, saying that Dakoto has a first-level god. After all, everyone unexpectedly, even if she loses, she can't blame her. Although Damalanchi said so, but Mei still felt sorry in her heart. But this morning, Zhangfeng used Kazora to defeat Akashi's Regichkas, but she saw a glimmer of hope. For her, as long as Zhangfeng, who is a Huasha player, can defeat Dacto to win the final, then she can feel less guilt. Perhaps, at present, I am not completely sure of defeating Dacto. Reshiram. Zhangfeng smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone. Look, Dacto's main elf lineup seems to have changed. Mei was about to say something, but was interrupted directly by Serena beside her. Then, everyone looked at the field. The elf in front of Dacto was a sturdy flaming chicken, and this flaming chicken was in he has never appeared in previous battles. Well, maybe he didn't want Zhangfeng to see through his battle routine. Yayi nodded, then looked at Zhangfeng and said, the strength of this flaming chicken is not inferior to those elves who played against Yayi before Dakoto. Eyes flickered, and Zhangfeng also saw everything about the flaming chicken. On the other hand, Xiaokai also chose to let the ace fire-breathing dragon take the lead. In this order of battle, he also hoped to show his own momentum and try to bring Dako into himself as much as possible. The fighting rhythm. In the field, the fire-breathing dragon and the flame chicken looked at each other, and their eyes were full of hostility. Flame chicken, spray flame. Without the slightest hesitation, Dakuto directly chose to attack first. With Akashi's lessons learned, he also understood that his next opponents were difficult to deal with, and he had to be focused enough. Hearing Dakuto's voice, the flame chicken's hands and wrists symbolize the flames with fighting spirit emerged, followed by a hot flame in its mouth and shot directly at the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, we also use fire-breathing flames. Xiaokai naturally showed no signs of weakness. He had absolute confidence in the fire-breathing dragon. The flames spewed by the fire-breathing dragon directly intercepted the flames of the flame chicken from halfway. In mid-air, after only 2 seconds of stalemate, the fire-breathing dragon's spray flames. The attack that pushed the flaming chicken directly hit the flaming chicken. After the explosion, the figure of the flaming chicken also appeared from the smoke and dust. I saw its arms crossed in front of its chest in a defensive posture, and it seemed that it was not affected by the fire-breathing dragon's attack. Zhangfeng is also staring at the field, which is also normal. After all, as a fire-type elf, the flame chicken has enough resistance to fire-type moves, not to mention, the jet flame used by the little red fire-breathing dragon is already in the power was weakened in the confrontation. Do you think the flame chicken may win the fire-breathing dragon more? Mei Mei stared at Zhangfeng and asked. The fire-breathing dragon has won. Without any hesitation, Zhangfeng said directly. Although the strength of the flame chicken is also very good, it is still a bit far behind the fire-breathing dragon that Xiaoqi received the special training of the flame bird. Zhangfeng still remembers being in the red with Xiaoqi. I don't know how long the flaming bird I saw at Lianwo has survived, but it definitely has the power of a second-level god. And from the first confrontation, the fire-breathing dragon also occupies an absolute advantage. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 332. The chickens peck each other. Thunder Elf vs Dream Demon 99 wonbon. Sure enough, as Zhangfeng said, although Dakuto's flaming chicken is strong enough, and even brought some trouble to Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon many times, the fire-breathing dragon still occupies the absolute initiative. After the counterattack of the Heavenly Fist, Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon quickly grabbed the body of the unsuspecting flame chicken and brought it to the sky. At the beginning, the flame chicken still used his chi and fists to smash at the fire-breathing dragon, to get rid of the control of the fire-breathing dragon, but the fire-breathing dragon also resisted the pain and used the earth to throw. Flame chicken lost its fighting ability, and Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon easily won the first victory. Seeing that Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon won the battle so neatly, at the scene, people who were optimistic about Xiaoqi also applauded and cheered. The American player seat. Keep calling, and there will be times when you are embarrassed. Said with a sarcastic expression. In his opinion, his eldest brother Dakuto was just using the second lineup to play against Xiaokai, and he didn't take Xiaokai seriously at all. This game indeed, there is not much suspense, the only thing we should really pay attention to is the final. Speaking of the finals, Michelle's delicate face also showed a dignified look. She knew that in order to deal with Zhangfeng at this moment, Dakuto was even fighting with his second lineup of elves, just to prevent Zhangfeng from fighting. Kaide has seen too many battles in him. But in fact, he has exposed enough things in the battle with Mei, and such behavior does not make much sense. In the past, Dakuto who owned the white dragon Reshiram he can sweep the obstacles in front of him without any scruples, but after seeing the training that has also been recognized by the first-level gods as him, he has also become cautious. Looking at the back of Dakuto in the field, Michelle whispered. He murmured, I hope you can defeat Zhangfeng as you wish and face the nightmare of your life. Battle continued, the flaming chicken was defeated by the fire-breathing dragon, and Dakuto still sent a second elf with a calm expression. In the white light, a dream demon appeared in the venue. On the contestant's seat, Zhangfeng's eyes flashed, the dream demon sent by Dakdo has just reached level 1. Belongs to the existence of the lowest strength among the Heavenly King level elves. This dream demon looks weaker than the previous flame chicken. Zhang Feng frowned slightly, and he also understood that perhaps the person Dakduo was guarding against was himself, but this is extremely unfair to Xiaoqi. This is definitely Dakduo's second battle. He doesn't want to reveal too much. Mei's tone is quite solemn, as they have traveled for many years, and cultivated more powerful elves. Similarly, this is also the experience they have gained in many China conferences, and they must change their elves lineup. It's more difficult to be targeted. But Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai have only traveled for a year, so let's not talk about Zhang Feng's pervert. Xiao Kai obviously can't have so many choices. He also directly chose to let the fire-breathing dragon come back. Next, the elf sent by Xiaoqi is the lay elf. Compared with Dakdo, Xiaoqi's elf lineup is indeed not deep enough. The thunder elf moved at a high speed, disrupting the rhythm of the dream demon. At the same time, it also guarded against the hypnosis of the dream demon. Dakdo's dream demon level is not enough. Hi, Xiaoqi's thunder elf is also the same, so, two elves constantly confronting. The host also tried to mobilize emotions to explain the game, but after seeing the wonderful battles between Mei and Dakdo and Zhang Feng and Akashi, I will watch the battle between these two elves. The audience is naturally quite dissatisfied. Hey, what are you doing, Dakduo? Is it a fake match? Yeah, the ones who fought against Mei before. The elves didn't show up at all, so I sent these minions up. What about the white dragon? Let the white dragon play. I want to see the white dragon Reshiram. For a while, the venue became noisy. They were not satisfied. Their tickets cost a lot of money, but the game they saw was not exciting. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng had a smile on his lips. What are you laughing at? Mei Yi, who was beside her, looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. It's not a good thing for the audience to quarrel. Haha, I just remembered something. I wonder if you've heard of Keyboard Man. Zhang Feng said to Yi, who was beside him, slightly relaxed. Hearing this title she had never heard before, Yi tilted her head cutely, her beautiful eyes full of doubts. Choose someone to fight with Xiaoqi's Thunder Spirit or Akashi's Dream Demon, and I believe they can shut up completely. They are just sitting in the auditorium and pointing the way. Keyboard warriors are used to describe this type of people. Zhang Feng explained it to Yi earnestly, word by word, and at the end he asked if Yi understood. After all, this group of people is really not necessarily able to have a king-level elf in their entire life, but now they are mocking the king-level elves were pecking at each other. This also instantly reminded Zhang Feng of the keyboard warrior in his previous life. After listening to Yi, she nodded her head in confusion. Time and the battle off the field also decided the outcome. In the end, Dakdo's dream demon defeated the thunder elf with the strangeness of the ghost elves. Of course, the thunder elf was also defeated by Dakdo's dream demon before. The dream demon was severely damaged. Xiaoqi also took back the thunder elf who lost his ability to fight, and he could accept this result. Seeing that the dream demon and the thunder elf had decided the outcome, the audience at the scene also sat up one after another. Body, start to look forward to the next game. After all, the two sides facing each other are Dakdo and Xiaoqi, and they still believe that the two can play a high-quality elves battle. It is also well known. After all, everyone here does not know how many World Elf Championships they have participated in. Sessions. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 333. The Scaled Dragon. In the eyes of the Heavenly Kings, Dakato's cautious attitude is not a disguised acknowledgement of the strength of the opponent Zhang Feng he will face next. The child's strength is very strong, and it is impossible for Dakato's second lineup to win against him. Lu Bo looked at Xiao Kai with admiration. Obviously, he saw the shadow of his younger self from Xiao Kai. Perhaps Dakato has made up his mind, and perhaps Bai Long will still appear today. Kona's tone was very dignified. At the moment when Dakdo's first elf flame chicken appeared, she guessed that Dakdo was preparing to use the white dragon to solve his opponent today. In a white light, accompanied by a low roar, Xiaoqi's third elf has appeared. Gray body, with a small one on each side of the upper and lower jaws, tooth-like spikes. The top is covered by a fine arrangement of scales, and it walks upright, covered in scaly armor. Zhang Feng was also quite surprised when he saw the true face of Xiaoqi's elf. He must know that in the Huasha region, the scaly dragon is extremely rare, and the region where the most such elf is found is the United States. I want to come here. The only elf is probably. Xiaoqi conquered it after entering the dragon god's cave. Similarly, when he saw the appearance of the stick-tail scale-armored dragon, a smile appeared on Du's mouth. Facing the elf he had never seen before, Serena also took out the elf picture book without hesitation. When the stick-tail scaled dragon senses that something is approaching, it will sound the scales of its tail to inform the other party of its existence. The stick-tailed scale dragons have gleaming scales, which are said to be used to drive away the darkness that envelop the world. Perhaps because of this, it is believed that the reason why the rod-tailed scale dragons are eager to fight is to gain the strength to defeat the darkness. The uppercut that swings the arm from the bottom to the top sends the opponent flying into the distant sky. The impact force of the Scalosaurus when it swings its arms, even the nearby terrain will be changed. Hearing the introduction of the illustrated book, Serena also had a little understanding of the stick-tailed scale dragon in front of her. It's actually this little elf. Dakduo was also surprised by the appearance of the scales-tailed dragon. He searched for a long time in the United States and couldn't find a scaled-tailed dragon. He didn't expect that Xiaokai, who was in China, would actually do it. Dream Demon, Phantom Light. Without the slightest hesitation, Dakduo directed the Dream Demon to attack the wand-tailed dragon. The Dream Demon floating in the air let out a low sound, and shot out a color energy that directly attacked the wand-tailed dragon on the ground. Dragon, lightweight, avoid. Body weight reduction is done by shaving off parts of the body. Greatly increases your speed and reduces your weight at the same time. I saw that the light-weight Ankylosaurus made an easy lateral movement, which directly caused the phantom light to blast on the ground. Dodging the attack so easily, Dakto frowned slightly. Stand-tailed scaled dragon, make a noise of scales. After avoiding the attack, Xiaokai also waved his hand and directed the wand-tailed scale-armored dragon to do it. The injury left by the thunder spirit on the Dream Demon is still there. Xiaokai must take the opportunity to solve it. The scale noise is caused by friction, and the scales on the whole body, making a loud noise to attack. At the same time, after attacking, his defense will be reduced. With the sound of clanging sound from the scales of the wand-tailed scale-armored dragon, the sound waves also directly hit the Dream Demon in the air. The Dream Demon, who was seriously injured, was hit by the noise of the scales again and showed a painful look. Let's solve it. The stick-tailed scale dragon, use the dragon's claws. Xiaokai chased after the victory. I saw the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon waving its dragon claws covered with steel scales, and instantly accelerated to approach the Dream Demon. At this moment, because of the noise of the scales, the reaction ability of the Dream Demon was also much slower, shining with blue light. The dragon's claws hit the Dream Demon. In the next second, the Dream Demon's body fell to the ground weakly, and the wand-tailed scale-armored dragon defeated the Dream Demon. So strong. This little elf called rod-tailed scale dragon is so strong. Why did Xiaokai not let it appear in the previous series? Selena was amazed, and she also expressed her doubts. Obviously, with such a powerful rod-tailed scale-armored dragon, Selena did not think that Xiaoqi had conquered it recently, but only thought that it had followed Xiaoqi. It's been a long time. Hide it maybe for fear of being targeted. Mei also opened her mouth with flickering eyes. In the elf battle, collecting information about the opponent is also an important part. Knowing about the opponent will also help you to win the game to a great extent. Zhang Feng also smiled slightly, and did not explain the red stick-tailed scale-armored dragon probably came from the dragon god's cave. After all, do let them keep it a secret when they left the dragon god's cave. Zhang Feng and his party chatted, and the battle on the field continued. Dakato's third elf to appear as the electric dragon, which is the blue-skinned flashing electric dragon that he fought with Mei before. Obviously, in the face of Xiaoqi, Dakuto dare not all enter the second lineup the elf. Dakuto's electric dragon only appeared once in the Huasha conference, and was also defeated by the monarch snake in the contest with Mei. Its record looked very bad, but Xiaoqi dared not despise it. You must know that Yai's monarch snake is the main force in her main force, and the electric dragon who defeated Dakuto under the advantage of attributes still experienced a hard fight. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi is also in front of the rod-tail scale armor. The dragon shouted, "Stand-tailed scale armored dragon, don't underestimate the enemy, pay attention to its movements." Hearing Xiaoqi's reminder, the stick-tailed scale armored dragon also roared, indicating that he understood. "Electric dragon, it's time to start, evolve." Ignoring Xiaoqi's reaction, Dakuto raised the keystone in his right hand and shouted to the electric dragon. For a time, the light of the 7 colors 7 evolution shone in the audience, and in the light, the electric dragon also completed the morphological change to the electric dragon. Wow, Dakuto players chose to let the electric dragon evolve at the beginning. Obviously this game is going to be exciting. The host is obviously also looking forward to seeing the battle between the Quasi-God level cane-tail scaled dragon and the evolved electric dragon. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, recommendation. 334.99 wonbon _____. When Dakuto's electric dragon began to evolve, the people on the scene were also excited. After all, the previous battle was unremarkable for them. Exclamation mark. Evolved electric dragon doesn't care. The speed and strength have been greatly improved. As soon as it debuted, a thunder and lightning fist slammed into the stick-tailed dragon. The stick-tailed dragon with fighting attributes is naturally not afraid of close combat with it, and accelerates the rush. Shang electric dragon, the gleaming dragon claws collided directly with the electric dragon. The fierce conflict between the thunderbolt fist and the dragon claws, an invisible strong wind spread all around, and the 2 elves both retreated a few times. Step. The electric dragon retreated farther than the stick-tailed armored dragon. Obviously, this time the attacking stick-tailed armored dragon has the upper hand. As expected of the stick-tailed armored dragon. Zhang Feng squinted and stared at the battle situation on the field, and couldn't help but admire the performance of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon. Even if the electric dragon has evolved, it still does not have the slightest advantage in the face of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon. But the real horror of this electric dragon Dakuto is not close combat. Mei's voice also rang out. She had played against the electric dragon, and she obviously understood the difficulty of the electric dragon. Electric dragon, electromagnetic gun. Duck often sees that the electric dragon does not have an advantage in melee combat, but also immediately. Shouting, the ruby on his forehead flickered, and the electromagnetic cannons converged and formed in the hands of the electric dragon. In a flash, the electric dragon also launched the electromagnetic cannon directly at the nearby stick-tailed scale armored dragon. A golden light ball containing terrifying electric energy, Xiao Kai said calmly. Stand-tailed scale armored dragon, dragon tail. Immediately, the stick-tailed scale armored dragon also reacted and turned around. The powerful tail covered by scales shone with blue light and was directly drawn on the electromagnetic gun. Puff. Boom boom boom. The electromagnetic cannon was directly cut in half and then exploded, disregarding the air waves caused by the explosion. In the shocked eyes of the audience, the stick-tail scale armored dragon accelerated again and approached the electric dragon. Electric dragon, dragon wave. As soon as Dakuto's voice fell, the dragon-type energy on the electric dragon's mouth had begun to gather, but on the other side, the speed of the stick-tail scale armored dragon was obviously faster. The electric dragon had just gathered energy for 1 second, and the stick-tail scale armored the fist covered by the dragon's scales also smashed on it fiercely, and also interrupted the fluctuation of the dragon. Bang! The strength of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon is so terrifying. The electric dragon was directly bombarded and flew out like a cannonball. Collided with the wall on the sidelines, and the wall with a protective cover was not damaged. Beautiful, Very good power. He has been observing the opening of the scepter-tailed scaled dragon. As a fighting king, he is very interested in the quasi-magical scepter-tailed scaled dragon with fighting attributes. Coincidentally, the scepter-tailed scaled dragon played like a Kai's attack, even he was a bright spot. As expected, you can also find a rare dragon-type elf like the scaled armored dragon. It's really good. Having a royal dragon in the Dragon God Cave is much better than our treatment. On the other hand, seeing the battle situation turn towards Xiao Kai, Kenna also looked at Du who was sitting beside him, and said with a smile. Hearing Kenna's words, Du frowned and said, "This is not enough, although the rod-tailed scaly dragon is strong. But this battle is still very difficult for him to win." Hearing Du's words, the expressions of the heavenly kings also changed, and they all looked at Xiao Kai in the field, all showing a look of pity. Electric Dragon, use cotton spores. Looking at the electric dragon standing up again, Dakduo said with a gloomy expression, he didn't expect Xiaoqi's stick-tailed dragon to be so strong. At the same time, after making the body lighter, the speed of the stick-tailed dragon is also a little trouble. Dakodo also tried to use cotton spores to slow down the speed of the stick-tailed scale dragon. I saw that countless soft white spores shot out of the hair on the electric dragon and fell directly to the stick-tailed scale dragon. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoqi's mouth. Just like that, the stick-tailed scale armored dragon rushed over and used close combat. What? Hearing Xiaoqi's order, Dakdo's pupils shrank, and his expression changed instantly, as if he understood something. Electric dragon, hurry up and use 100,000 volts. I saw that the stick-tailed scale armored dragon directly let the cotton spores attach to itself, and rushed directly to the opposite electric dragon. The electric dragon also flickered with electric arcs when he heard Dakdo's order, and a golden thunderbolt slammed into the rush. The stick-tailed scaly dragon came over. The next second, under the shocked gazes of the audience, the huge body of the stick-tailed scaly dragon bounced up gently, swiping the arc to avoid 100,000 volts. What kind of action is that? Yayi looked at the cane-tailed armored dragon that was still rushing towards the electric dragon and took a breath. She didn't expect such a difficult evasion action. Zhang Feng was also surprised, because this move is exactly what Nakataki did in the anime. Then why Xiaoqi's stick-tailed scale dragon can't be affected by the slowdown of cotton spores? Zhang Feng and Yayi were amazed at the action of the scales-tailed dragon, and Serena was also concerned about why there was no sign of being slowed down after passing through the scales-tailed dragon with cotton spores, and even faster. Because, dust-proof perhaps it is precisely because he knows the characteristics of his stick-tailed scale-armored dragon that Xiao Kai chose this attack method. Moment, Zhang Feng also spoke up. Dust-proof. At this time, Serena also showed a rather puzzled expression. Mei smiled slightly, and said, dust-proofing is one of the characteristics of the scales of the scepter, and it will not be harmed by sandstorms or hail. It also won't be attacked by powder-type moves, so cotton spores are ineffective against. That's it. Hearing Mei's explanation, Serena was also suddenly enlightened. Nice job, just rush up like this, scaled dragon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai in the field was also very excited, and he directly waved his fist and shouted. Among his little elves, only the fire-breathing dragon and the giant pincer mantis are currently mastering this kind of action, while the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon is extremely smart. I learned this trick from the fire-breathing dragon in one day, and applied it to the actual combat at this moment. Hearing Xiaoqi's voice, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon was high, and he came to the electric dragon in an instant, getting close to him. The battle started, and the fist has already greeted it. Just after being hit by the first punch, the electric dragon lost its ability to resist, and let the continuous attacks of the stick-tailed scaly dragon hit him. The electric dragon flew out, and the electric dragon fell heavily on the ground. At the same time, arcs flickered on the body of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 335, both lose, the willpower of terror 99 wonbon. How is it? With such a strong attack, it is impossible for the dacto-electric dragon to stand up. As expected of a quasi-god level stick-tail scale armored dragon, its strength is indeed terrifying, and the evolved electric dragon has no chance to fight back in front of it. The electric dragon was blown away again, and the venue was also immediately. It became noisy, and the wonderful performance of Xiaoqi's stick-tailed scale armored dragon also surprised the audience. The next moment, the audience was in an uproar. I saw that the scarred electric dragon also stood up again, and at the same time put on a fight posture. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi did not have any surprises. In fact, he also saw that after the melee combat was launched, after the rod-tailed scale armored dragon came into contact with the electric dragon, it was paralyzed by its characteristic static electricity. When the tail scale armored dragon swung its tail for the last blow, because of the paralysis, this blow did not contain much power, but it was equivalent to sending the electric dragon out. Although the electric dragon's static electricity successfully paralyzed the rod-tailed armor dragon, but at the moment it is still at stake. Eyes flickered slightly, and Yayi said softly to Zhangfeng who was beside him, Xiaoqi commanded the beautiful spinning dodge of the cane-tailed dragon at the right time. Paralyzed, but his stamina has bottomed out, and he won't last long. Stand-tailed scaled dragon, end it and shoot flames. Electric dragon, use 100,000 volts. Two voices sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, the outcome of this battle will be decided in a few rounds. The next moment, the ruby on the electric dragon's forehead shone with golden light, and the whole body flashed arcs, followed by a very thick golden thunder. It slammed directly towards the stick-tailed scale armored dragon. Along the way, the violent electric energy also caused cracks to appear on the ground. The electric dragon who made this blow directly softened his feet and knelt on the ground. Almost all the power was poured into this blow, trying to defeat the stick-tailed dragon. Similarly, a hot flame spurted out of the mouth of the stick-tailed dragon, and slammed with 100,000 volts in midair. Just a stalemate for a second, the terrifying 100,000 volts of the electric dragon directly dissipated the jet flame and slammed into the stick-tailed dragon. The terrifying electric snake roamed around the stick-tailed dragon. The pain caused it to roar directly. No, damn, what kind of power is this? Seeing the stick-tailed scale armored dragon being smashed by lightning, Xiaoqi's face changed dramatically. Dakato's electric dragon's desperate gamble before it was on the verge of collapse seemed to have an effect. Seeing this scene, Dakato's gloomy complexion also eased a lot. As his main elf, he naturally cannot lose to his opponents so easily. No, how could this be? Can the electric dragon still issue such an electric-type move? As she said that, Serena looked at Xiaoqi's scaled dragon with a worried look. I saw that the thunder snake surrounding the body disappeared, and the body of the scaled dragon was bubbling, white smoke, as if it was electrocuted. It's average, but its tenacious willpower makes it still support its broken body. Cantail scale armored dragon, thank you for your hard work, make the final blow, spray flame. Xiaoqi looked at the stick-tailed scaly dragon who was standing on end, and shouted with a deep red eye. The stick-tailed scaly dragon reacted immediately, and the dim flames in its mouth began to gather slowly. What's impossible, electric dragon, quickly use 100,000 volts. Damn it. Daktuo's expression changed when he saw this. The 100,000 volts just now almost gathered all the power of the electric dragon. He couldn't imagine that Xiaoqi's stick-tail scaled dragon had enough power to fight back after suffering such a terrifying electric shock. Dakto, the order has just been given, and the electric dragon kneeling on the ground also raised its head with a slight panting, and the ruby arc flashed. The next moment, the electric dragon suddenly lowered his head in pain, and the arc on his body disappeared instantly. On the opposite side, the tail of the scale armored dragon's jet flames converged, and the dark red fire did not appear to be dazzling. At this moment, the stick-tailed scale armored dragon was only at the end of the battle, and the power of the move was naturally greatly reduced. This level of attack is even difficult to break the anti-electric dragon, but at this moment he shouted anxiously. Electric dragon, stand up quickly, quickly use the electromagnetic gun. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. However, the 100,000 volts just now had obviously consumed the electric dragon's last physical strength. At this moment, its body has no physical strength to respond at all. The dark red flame directly hit the electric dragon, and the electric dragon is like a candle in the wind. He fell straight down. Dakto's electric dragon lost its ability to fight, and it was Xiaoqi's who won. The referee's voice hadn't ended yet. With a muffled sound, the stick-tailed scale dragon's body also fell straight to the ground, and at the same time, its eyes were corrugated. Oh, very good perseverance. It lasted until the opponent lost consciousness. Fall. Shiba stroked his chin slightly and looked at the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon who fell to the ground with interest. As a fighting king, he believes that a really strong elf must be able to withstand the cruel ordeal. With a tenacious will, Xiaoqi's performance of the stick-tail scale-armored dragon obviously moved him. Well, it's really not easy. After being attacked at such a level, he still supports his body and uses a jet of flame. Don't you leave such a highly qualified elf to your genius brother. Lu Bo looked at Du and said with a smile. To be honest, from his perspective of the four heavenly kings for many years, Xiaoqi's cane-tailed scale-armored dragon definitely has the qualification to be promoted to the champion level. He also wondered why Du will have such a huge potential. The elf gave it to Xiaoqi. The identity of this rod-tailed scale dragon is very special. I took my brother to see it, but my brother did not get its recognition. And this little red seems to have something that can attract the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. Du also spoke without caring. After all, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read are collected and recommended. 336 ideographic _____. When he brought his younger brother Yulongyi to see the stick-tailed dragon, the stick-tailed dragon mercilessly defeated his younger brother Yulongyi who challenged it. So to a certain extent, the stick-tailed dragon, the tail-scale-armored dragon, was subdued by Xiaoqi, and he could only blame his younger brother for his poor strength. Oh, so it is. Hearing Du's words, Lu Bo also glanced at Du, and then his eyes turned back to the field. At this time, Xiaoqi and Dakduo in the field threw the Pokeball almost at the same time. The decision is yours. Come out to fight, Chop Commander. As the voices of the 2 people sounded, 2 white lights flashed, and an imposing commander of slashing appeared in front of Dakdo. On the other side, the Kirby who appeared from the Pokeball was also staring at his opponent. The commander of Cleave and Slash has a very serious look. Well, we can see that after a hard fight with both sides injured, 2 of Xiaoqi's elves lost their ability to fight, while Dakto's 3 elves were incapacitated. So, now, how will Dakduo reverse the unfavorable situation for him, or will we see the appearance of the white dragon again today? The host's voice resounded through the microphone. Xiaoqi's expression froze when he heard the voice. I have to say that Dakoto's white dragon Reshiram has always been a big mountain in front of Xiaoqi. See Xiaoqi, there seemed to be a brief absence of attention, and Dakoto naturally launched an attack without hesitation. The commander of slashing and attacking the key point. The commander of slash and slash suddenly accelerated to the front of the Kirby beast, and the sharp blade with a black glow on the back of his arm directly slammed into the belly of the Raby beast. I saw that the belly of the Kirby beast swelled, and a huge force immediately hit the beast. Reverse the Chop and Chop commander's bullets again and again. I'm going. What kind of defense is this? Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng from the player's seat also showed a surprised look. You must know that leftovers can only increase the recovery ability of the Kirby beast. Obviously, this Kirby beast of Xiaoqi must have also specially performed it. Special training in defense. Cut, Chop and Chop commander, use sword dance. A cold snort, Dakduo shouted without hesitation. Since the Kobo beast has a strong defense, then he will increase the power of the commander of the chop, until the beast can't bear it. Several sword-shaped phantoms surround the commander of the chop. Immediately. Commander's momentum is also a bit stronger. Kapiman, we use the belly drum. Without any hesitation, with the ability to recover from leftovers, Xiaokai chose to use half of his physical strength to maximize his attack power without any hesitation. When Kirby slapped his abdomen, it became fierce. Use metal claws. Kapiman, using a million-ton boxing, two voices sounded, and the two elves in the field also immediately. Then he reacted. The sharp blades of the commander's arms flashed white and charged directly towards Kabiman. Similarly, Kabiman swung his right fist with bursts of air-breaking sounds and slashed directly towards the attacking chop. Commander. Bang, fists and claws clashed. There was a loud noise. With the place where the two elves stood as the center, a strong wind spread to the surrounding. In the next second, the commander's body also stepped back a few steps. Still motionless, Kobo beast continued to attack, and Mount Tai is on the top. With an advantage, Xiaokai will naturally not miss the opportunity, and strive to play his own rhythm. Immediately, the huge body of the Kobo beast also pressed directly towards the commander of the chop. Looking at the commander of the chop, which was shrouded in the shadow of the huge body of the beast, Dakdo shouted gloomily, "Commander of the chop, dodge." The commander of chopping and slashing seemed to be waiting for Dakto's words, and jumped backwards with both feet in an instant, narrowly avoiding the top of the Kobo beast. The body was directly pressed to the ground, and the field around it immediately. A cobweb-like crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Dakuto also shrank his pupils. After his belly bulged, the attack power of Xiaoqi's Kobo beast reached a terrifying level. Next, he must be careful. Thinking of this, Dakuto couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After all, after watching the previous game, he also knew that Xiaoqi's Kobo had amazing recovery ability. Maybe it has the secret treasure of life. He can't drag it into a protracted battle. Beast, destroy the light. Xiaokai also continued to attack relentlessly. I saw that the Kobo beast lying on the ground slightly raised its head. The golden energy in its mouth gathered, and in a flash, it launched a destructive beam towards the commander of the chopper not far away. Quick dig hole, chop commander. Dakoto's voice followed. Commander Slash also reacted instantly, and before the attack of the destroying light came, burrowed into the soil. Kapiman, pay attention to your back. Seeing that the commander of the chop and cut directly used the digging hole to escape into the ground, Xiaokai also immediately remind Kirby to pay attention to what's behind him. Sure enough, Commander of Slash also appeared behind Kirby in a blink of an eye, and the white light flickering arm blade directly hit Kirby's back. I saw that Kirby staggered forward. The body is a little unstable. Not to mention the side effects of destroying the light, speed itself is not the strong point of Kirbymon, and it is a bit difficult for him to guard against the commander who can dig holes. Kabymon, use the arm hammer. The attacked Kirby turned around and came to the commander of the chop, and the right arm flashed white light and slammed it straight down. Commander of the chop, cross, cut. Arms crossed, the commander's arms shone with blue light in the shape of a cross to meet the attack of the Kobo beast in front of him. The cross of the commander of the chop and chop scissor is also very powerful, and it actually bounced the arm hammer of the Kobo beast directly. Inertia also made the Kobo beast take 2 steps back. Finally, Dakoto's commander of slashing and slashing took a little advantage in the melee battle with Xiaoqi's Kobo beast for the first time. Please download Filu to read the underlined version of the novel fiction. 337 Let's start. The real battle 99 wonbon. Seeing this scene, the surprised voice of the host on the high platform also sounded through the microphone. The commander of the chopping and slashing of the WoW Dakduo player hit the cross. The scissors looked imposing, and directly smashed all the Kobo beasts back a long way. Similarly, Xiaokai doesn't care. Attacking is what Commander of Slash is best at, but now he can't help his own Kobo beast in the field he is best at. The result is self-evident. Kobo beast, catch up, frozen fist. Dakduo's gloomy face Xiaoqi's fighting state is obviously much better. I saw that Kobo Beast's fists flickered with blue light, and directly approached the commander of the chop step by step and smashed it. The Kirby Beast, Dakduo shouted coldly. Commander of the chop, dodge its attack and then use the chop tile. Commander Slash, who heard Dakduo's words, immediately tightening his body, his eyes stared at the Kirby Beast rushing towards it with his fists, and observed its attack pattern. I saw that the Kirby Beast slashed the commander at close range, and threw his fists at those who were shorter than it. For the lesser commander of chop and slash, a series of movements, although unpleasant, can be regarded as more coherent. Similarly, the commander of the tot chop and slash immediately. After reacting, his legs jumped up into the air with force, making the frozen fist of the Kobo Beast empty, and at the same time the white light of the commander's right arm flickered, and the split tile smashed directly into the face of the beast. Commander of the split, the skilled action skills also made the audience at the scene exclaim. The expected Kirby Beast was hit by the tile split, but it didn't happen. I saw Xiaoqi's Kirby Beast acted decisively and blocked his free left arm in front of him. He took this blow. Seeing this, Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. 4. Kirby, who owns the leftover food secret treasure. The injury to his left arm is nothing, but it would be troublesome if he was hit in the face. A lot. On the other hand, seeing that the attack of the commander of the chop was once again resolved by the Kirby Beast, Dakduo's face became impatient. Of course, there was no way. After all, the commander of the chop was only a small part of his second lineup. That's it for elves. It's so exciting, they are both really strong. When can I play such a level of elves fighting? Serena patted her chest with her right hand, and said excitedly, she is a trainer who has traveled for less than a year. Her strength is far worse than Xiaoqi and Zhangfeng. Haha, don't be discouraged, Serena, you see it's the pinnacle of young trainers. They are all perverts. Of course, if you work hard, you will always reach this level. Aside, Yayi also smiled and comforted. Even if she doesn't sigh, after all, with her strength, she could easily win the championship at the previous Huasha conference, but even she can't make it in this conference. Hey, it's not good to call me a pervert in front of you. Come on, those who don't know think I've done you. At this time, Zhangfeng was also smiling around the audience, and said in a rather exaggerated tone. After the three of Zhangfeng made fun for a while, the game in the field was also decided. Although the commander of Duo Slash has a very good attack ability, and the speed is also sloppy for Xiaoqi's Kobo Beast, but it still can't cause effective damage to the Kobo Beast. To put it simply, scraping! Exclamation mark. The damage it caused to the little Chikabimon is quite weak in front of the Kirbimon with leftovers. In this way, the physical strength of the commander in Dakduo gradually decreased, and the attack strength began to be insufficient. At that time, Xiaoqi also commanded Kibimon to launch a series of fierce attacks. In the end, the commander of the chop couldn't hold on, and fell under the destructive light of the beast. After the commander of the chop lost his ability to fight, there are only 2 elves left in Kido's hands, but Xiaoqi still has 4 elves with fighting ability. Oh, we can see that the Dakdo player, who is the favorite to win this tournament, is at this moment. It seems to be cornered. Of course, the ace of Dakdo, the white dragon Reshiram, has not yet appeared. Maybe he still has a chance to come back. Let's wait and see. The host's tone was obviously a few degrees higher. After all, as a Chinese person, he still hopes that his country's trainers can show their strength when China is provoked by various countries this time. There is no player from any other country to prove the strength of Huasha to the world. Hearing the host's words, Dakduo's gloomy face suddenly softened and became no expression. I saw his eyes staring at Xiaoqi indifferently. Said indifferently, this game itself is like a farce. The difference in strength between you and me is an established fact. But you want to resist. If that's the case, then I'll let you see the gap between us completely. Hearing this, Xiaoqi's expression froze, and he looked at Dakdo angrily. As an elf trainer, he would never be timid because his opponent was too strong, nor would he laugh at his opponent's weakness. It seems that Dakdo's actions angered him. And Dakuto didn't see that Xiaoqi directly threw a Pokeball. In the white light, the fire was surging, and after a roar, the Emperor Yan appeared. That's right, Dakuto he also knows a little about Xiaoqi's strength. If he can enter the semi-finals, aside from his own first-level god, Xiaoqi's strength will definitely not be much weaker than him. Therefore, from the very beginning, he prepared for this battle. The elf lineup is 322 lineups, 3 main elves, and Emperor Yan happens to be the second main elf. It's actually Emperor Yan. It seems that Dakuto has made some preparations. I didn't completely despise Xiao Kai. Seeing Emperor Yan's appearance, an unexpected ray of light appeared in Yai's beautiful eyes. Zhang Feng's face was calm, and Emperor Yan's appearance was the right thing to do. In his opinion, Dakuto's behavior did not make any sense, and even Zhang Feng thought it was not. Counting Reshiram, Dakuto, who was all the main force, still couldn't defeat Xiao Kai. Kabiman, please keep fighting. Seeing Emperor Yan, Xiao Kai also suppressed the anger in his heart and said solemnly to Kirby. The Yan Emperor's performance is not good, but in his opinion, it does not mean that the Yan Emperor is not strong enough, and attribute suppression is also an extremely important part. Fei Lu reminds you, the 3 things to read are collected and recommended. 338.99 Wanban_. If the power of Dakuto's commander is not enough to threaten Kabiman, then in the face of Yandi, Kabiman must go all out. Yandi, use the smoke. Dakuto's voice just sounded, and Emperor Yan immediately. He kicked his feet violently, and thick black smoke spewed out of his mouth, which instantly enveloped the Kirby beast. Losing the figure of the Kirby beast in his field of vision, Xiao Kai changed his face and shouted at the thick smoke, "Kirby beast, don't do it. Panic, concentrate." Amidst the billowing black smoke, Kirbymon, who was quite flustered because he lost his vision, calmed down after hearing Xiaoqi's voice. If it's Emperor Yan, Xiaoqi must change his tactics, and the war of attrition as it doesn't work. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered on the player's seat, staring at the Kirby beast and the Emperor Yan who were shrouded in black smoke, and said slowly, "Emperor Yan, use the stored energy flame attack." With the sound of Dakuto, a fire suddenly burst out of the black smoke, and the red light began to move at a high speed. "What, can you still move freely in the black smoke?" Seeing the red light moving extremely fast in the black smoke, Xiao Kai also shrank his pupils and exclaimed, "Kapiman, carefully observe the movements around you, and use a freezing fist to attack." Moment, Xiao Kai was also immediately shouted loudly into the black smoke. As an excellent trainer, he must learn to control his emotions and never panic. After a second of bang, there was a loud noise in the black smoke, an explosion occurred, and the scorching heat wave directly pushed the black smoke spreads all around. After the explosion, Xiao Kai and Dakuto both stared solemnly at the slowly dissipating black smoke. Still unable to defend. Black smoke dissipated, and the audience took a breath of air when they saw Kirby, who was covered in burn marks. Emperor Yan's attack was so powerful, because in the previous battle between Mei and Dakuto, Emperor Yan was defeated by Sui Jun of Mei. Any performance makes the audience feel that Dakuto's Yandi is weak, but now against Kabiman, everyone understands the horror of Yandi. Is it so strong, Yandi? When I fought with Sister Yai's Sujin before, I don't think so. I also had the illusion that the Emperor Yan was very weak, and Serena, poor Yan Emperor. Seeing the Kirby beast gasping for breath and trembling slightly, Xiao Kai also looked ugly. To be honest, due to the strong strength and fatness of Kirbymon, Xiao Kai still thinks that his Kirbymon should have the ability to fight against the Emperor Yan, and sure enough, his own Kirbymon's level is low. Thinking of this, Xiao Kai also directly took out the injured Kirby beast and threw the Pokeball belonging to the fire-breathing dragon. The white light flickered, and the appearing fire-breathing dragon stood in front of Xiao Kai and stared at the Emperor Yan in front of him. Also a fire-type elf, it can feel the strength of the Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan, spray flames. Dakuto didn't hesitate at all, and Xiaoqi launched an attack just after the exchange of fire-breathing dragons came on stage. The hot flame spewed out of Yandi's mouth and attacked the fire-breathing dragon who had just appeared. Fire-breathing dragon, we also used fire-breathing flames. Pointing at Emperor Yan, Xiao Kai also directly shouted, the fire-breathing dragon is his absolute trump card, and it is also his last reliance. With its belly bulging, the fire-breathing dragon also directly accumulated a crimson flame to compete with the flame of Emperor Yan. In mid-air, the flames did not give in to each other and consumed each other. After 2 seconds of confrontation, the flame of the Emperor Yan also pushed the flame of the fire-breathing dragon and slammed into the fire-breathing dragon. Although Emperor Yan's fire-throwing offensive was slightly reduced, the power was still unstoppable. Understood, but Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon is strong enough, and he only took 2 steps back before standing still. Could it be that Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon is still unable to compete with Dakto's Yandi? Watching Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon lose to Dakto in the battle of moves, Serena spoke up. No. Because of the replacement, the elf, the fire-breathing dragon's jet flames are released in a hurry, so the power is naturally not as powerful as the Yan Emperor. At this time, Zhang Feng also explained Serena's doubts with a smile. But if that's the case, Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon's strength can only compete with Dakto's Yan Emperor, and it's still a bit difficult to win. Mei Mei stared at Zhang Feng and said, she understands that Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai often fight with elves. If Xiao Kai has any other cards, Zhang Feng will definitely know. However, after staring at Zhang Feng for a long time, Yayi is also disappointed. At that time, Zhang Feng just smiled at Yayi and didn't speak. Without getting the answer he wanted, Yayi also turned his head and looked back to the venue. At this time, Xiaoqi was also directing the fire-breathing dragon to rely on the advantage of being able to fly. He kept attacking Dakto's Yan Emperor, but the abnormal jumping force of Yan Emperor also made the fire-breathing dragon take no advantage. For a time, the scene was deadlocked, and Dakto's Yan Emperor had no good way to defeat Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon. The 2 elves seemed to be in a protracted battle, and relying on the strong physical characteristics of the beasts, Dakto naturally doesn't care about the protracted battle, he has enough patience to deal with Xiaoqi. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. Emperor Yan, shoot flames. Heat waves swept the audience, and the foreheads of Xiaoqi and Dakto also began to sweat. Compared with the audience, the 2 trainers could clearly feel the intensity of the battle more intuitively. Emperor Yan returned to Dakto. His eyes were shining brightly, staring at the fire-breathing dragon on the opposite side. It seemed very excited, the fire-breathing dragon's strength made it very satisfied, and this battle was much more enjoyable than before with Suicune, so there was no need to be so uncomfortable. Fire-breathing dragon fell in front of Xiaoqi, it is also a bit overwhelmed at the moment. It is also a great challenge to maintain such a high-intensity battle. It is also a great challenge to its physical strength. It seems that he has noticed the state of the fire-breathing dragon, and the corner of Dakto's mouth, there is also a touch. Smile. Don't force it if you can't hold it. I said earlier that the outcome of this battle is already doomed, and I can only blame you for bumping into me. Dakoto's expression is quite sarcastic, as if he is laughing at Xiao Kai for being overly capable. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. 339 Evolve. Mage Fire-Breathing Dragon 99 Wanban. This time, in the face of Dakoto's ridicule, Xiaoqi seemed to be more calm, and he didn't pay much attention to him, but looked at the fire-breathing dragon in front of him. Fire-breathing dragon, are you ready? While saying that, Xiaoqi's hand is also touching towards his space ring. Roar. Facing Xiaoqi's question, the fire-breathing dragon also raised his head and roared, and then looked at Xiaoqi with full of fighting intent. Seeing this scene, Dakoto was a little unsure of what Xiaoqi wanted to do, but after all his Yan Emperor has an absolute advantage, and he doesn't mind seeing what tricks Xiao Kai is up to. Although it's the first time, we can do our best, right, fire-breathing dragon. After speaking, Xiaoqi took out the keystone Zhang Feng gave him before from the space ring. The fire-breathing dragon didn't react much, but gave Xiaoqi a firm look. It completely trusted Xiaoqi, and treated himself and Xiaoqi. The fetters of the man are full of confidence. Don't think about it, Yandy, hurry up, use the flame vortex on the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing the evolution stone in Xiaoqi's hand, Dakato's expression was also immediately gloomy down, immediately commanding Yandy to attack. Even if the evolution of the fire-breathing dragon cannot be interrupted, the fire-breathing dragon will be severely damaged. After all, Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon can be tied with his own Yandy without evolving. His own Flame Emperor hit. A vortex of flame slammed into the opposite fire-breathing dragon from Yandy's mouth. Oh, we can see that Xiaoqi player seems to be preparing to evolve his fire-breathing dragon. I have never seen the evolution of Xiaoqi player's fire-breathing dragon. The moment when Emperor Yan took action, the host was also excited to explain the scene through the microphone. Fire-breathing dragon, we will become stronger together, let them see the bond between us, evolve. Xiaoqi stared excitedly at the fire-breathing dragon in front of him and shouted loudly, not caring about the flames attacking his fire-breathing dragon. The dazzling colorful light erupted from the fire-breathing dragon's body and the keystone in Xiaoqi's hand. In the colorful light, the body of the fire-breathing dragon began to change slowly, including the color of the body. At the same time, the flame vortex released by the Emperor Yan was about to hit the fire-breathing dragon in the colorful light. At this time, something that shocked the audience also happened. Emperor Yan's tyrannical flame vortex was directly resisted by the colorful light, and he failed to hit the fire-breathing dragon. What a big momentum! When Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon will be available, I never knew before. Player's seat. Serena was also surprised by the dazzling colorful lights in the field and asked. It was a long time ago, but it has never been used before, and he used it as a whole card. Moment, Zhangfeng also spoke up, and his anger seemed to be a little lacking. And Yayi seemed to sense Zhangfeng's strangeness, and Mei Mei stared at Zhangfeng with a meaningful expression. In the colorful rays of roar, the successfully evolved fire-breathing dragon took on a brand new look. Appearance. The gray-black skin, the blue horn tip on the top of the head, and the blue flame on the body are exactly the evolutionary form of the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon, fire-breathing dragon, fire-breathing. Seeing the perfect completion of the fire-breathing dragon's evolution, Xiaoqi also ordered the attack in an excited tone. The fire-breathing dragon saw a wing in midair, and his eyes stared at the Yan Emperor on the ground. A blue flame converged from the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, and the next second blue flame attacked the Emperor Yan directly. It's just evolution, Emperor Yan, use a jet of flame. Dakduo stared at the fire-breathing dragon in midair with disdain, and shouted coldly. Although at this moment Dakduo understood that the strength of Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon might surpass his own Yan Emperor, but with his character he would not admit it. In midair, the head-to-head confrontation between the blue flame and the orange flame only lasted for 2 seconds, and the blue flame easily dissipated the orange flame and slammed directly on the Emperor Yan. After evolution, the strength of the fire-breathing dragon also ushered in a skyrocket. The explosion was generated, and the smoke and dust that rose also enveloped Emperor Yan's body. Wow! What did I see? The evolved fire-breathing dragon showed its terrifying strength, and actually won the battle of fire-type moves. Past the Flame Emperor who is a fire-type divine beast. On the high platform, the host holding the microphone also had a shocked expression on his face. He didn't seem to have expected that Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon would be so strong after evolution. Haha, this host is a bit interesting, and I'm afraid of others. I don't know that Emperor Yan is a fire-type divine beast. Contestant's seat. Zhangfeng was also very happy when he heard the host's words. As a mythical beast, Emperor Yan doesn't want to lose face. Cut, Emperor Yan, use the stored energy flame attack. Dakatuo's face was very gloomy and cold. He seemed a little unable to accept that his Yan Emperor was completely defeated in the confrontation of fire-type moves. Amidst the smoke, a red light flickered, and I saw that the flame lingered Yan Emperor directly from the smoke. Rush out from the middle, and the target is to take the fire-breathing dragon in midair. Fire-breathing dragon, Dragon Claws attack. Evolution. After possessing the dragon attribute, the power of the fire-breathing dragon's dragon claws has also increased a lot. The wings flapped, and the fire-breathing dragon slapped the Emperor Yan with its cyan light skyrocketing claws. On Emperor Yan's body, Emperor Yan's energy-storing flame attack also slammed into the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. A strong wind spread, and the two figures fell towards the ground at the same time. Fire-breathing dragon, dangerous. Looking at the rapidly falling fire-breathing dragon, Xiao Kai shouted anxiously. On the other hand, Dakuto just stared coldly at the whereabouts of Emperor Yan. At this moment, he didn't seem to have too much expectations for Emperor Yan. Lu reminds you, 3 things to read for collection and recommendation. 340, Beilong debuts, kills 99 wonbon in one blow. Finally, the falling fire-breathing dragon seemed to have heard Xiaoqi's cry, reacted in severe pain, flapped his wings hard and began to adjust his balance. Boom, and another, with a loud noise, the huge Yan Emperor directly slammed heavily. It fell into the field, and the terrifying falling force caused cracks to appear on the ground around its body. I saw that, in midair, the adjusted fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and directed at the rippling Yan Emperor with his eyes on the ground. Roaring, the fire-breathing dragon seems to be a little excited to defeat such a powerful enemy. The referee also responded quickly, directly waving his hand to indicate that Emperor Yan had lost his fighting ability. Seeing the referee's actions, the audience at the scene was stunned for a few seconds. Cheers. Although they still don't think Xiaoqi can bring down Dakuto, Xiaoqi also showed his powerful strength and excellent command in front of the audience, and presented them with a wonderful battle. It's over. Isn't it? What did I see? Can fire-breathing dragons defeat divine beasts? And it's still without attribute restraint. On the national player seat, Hongliang has a very rich expression on his face. The experience of going abroad to participate in the Huasha conference has completely subverted his cognition. Perhaps any elf contains incredible power. As long as you work hard, you can catch up with the beast. It's not impossible. At this time, Takuya, who was watching the game seriously, also spoke up. Of course, there was no Akashi in the player's seat in his own country. After losing to Zhang Feng in the morning, his mood has been unstable, and naturally he is not in the mood to come and watch the game. It looks like the game is about to start now. Staring at the gloomy Dakuto in the field, Zaiba said with great interest. Indeed, in fact, the key to this game is, how does Xiaoqi face Dakuto's Reshiram? Other hand, Uncle Lu, who has always been very optimistic about Xiaoqi, has become serious. The situation on the field seems to be that Xiaoqi has forced Dakuto into a desperate situation, and Dakuto is only the last elf who can play. However, all the heavenly kings who understand the identity of this last elf understand that this last elf is the biggest problem for Xiao Kai. Fortunately, Xiaoqi's performance in the previous battle was very good. I won a 4-on-1 chance with Dakuto's white dragon. In the field, I glanced at the fire-breathing dragon that fell in front of Xiao Kai. There was no suspense. Dakuto took out the purple master ball, which belonged to Lai. Hiram's pokey ball. Coming. Seeing this, Yai's delicate face also had a strong look of fear. In the sky, black clouds had begun to gradually cover the entire main venue, and people were also looking forward to it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Dakuto directly pointed Master Z. The ball was thrown high into the air. White light flickered, and a roar of shock resounded throughout the audience, and Reshiram landed on the sky above Dakuto's head. Lai, Reshiram, it's here again. Looks like the game is over. The scene, the audience stared excitedly at the white dragon Reshiram who came back again, and the little red idea of winning that had just risen in his heart disappeared immediately. The ball also swayed violently. Crack the empty seat, there will be opportunities in the future. Zhang Feng put his hand on the swaying purple elf ball, frowned slightly and said to himself. He understands that, also a first-level dragon god, the belligerent Kia Kongza must have felt the breath of the white dragon. Hey, you, what did you just say? Although the venue was very noisy because of Reshiram's appearance, the careful may still notice Zhang Feng's self-talk. It's okay. Zhang Feng shook his head and turned his eyes to Reshiram in the air. At this time, the voice of the cracking seat also sounded from his heart. Okay, boy, tell you, I will defeat that dragon, it shouldn't be there, breathe out in front of me. With the disappearance of the cracking seat's voice, the shaking of the Pokeball also stopped. Relieving the frown, Zhang Feng's expression was quite helpless when he remembered the words of the cracking seat just now. In the field, looking at the opposite Lexilemu, Xiaoqi dignified at the fire-breathing dragon and shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, spray flame." Mid-air, the hot blue flames from the fire-breathing dragon's mouth attacked directly towards Reshiram. Reshiram, avoid and use the dragon's claws. Indifferent voice sounded, since Xiaoqi forced out his Reshiram, he would naturally resolve the battle as soon as possible. I saw that the white turbine at Reshiram's tail began to flash with golden light, and the next second, Reshiram Emu's figure disappeared in place and attacked the fire-breathing dragon. At the scene, under the shocked gazes of the audience and the players, Reshiram turned slightly sideways to avoid the blue flames, and at the same time the blue light on his wings skyrocketed. The dragon's claw directly hit the fire-breathing dragon. This series of actions was completed in one go, and it just didn't give Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon any reaction time. Fire-breathing dragon. By Reshiram's dragon claws and fell directly into the field like a kite with a broken string. Xiaoqi's face became ugly. One blow, just one blow, has such power. At this moment, Xiaokai also understood how much pressure it was on Reshiram, who was also facing Reshiram during the quarterfinals. Fire-breathing dragon, can you still stand up? Looking at the fire-breathing dragon full of scars, Xiaokai shouted solemnly. At this time, the fire-breathing dragon still wanted to stand up, struggling with its tenacious hands. Seeing the still struggling fire-breathing dragon, Dakoto shouted without hesitation. The tyrannical dragon energy gradually gathered around Reshiram's mouth. Seeing this scene, Xiaokai also anxiously reached out his hand towards the fire-breathing dragon. Touch the Pokeball. In this case, the fire-breathing dragon still refuses to admit defeat and Xiaokai must take it back. At the critical moment, a muffled sound, the long-struggling fire-breathing dragon also fainted and lost the ability to fight. Seeing this, the dragon energy in the mouth of the white dragon Reshiram is also gradually dissipating. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. 341. Dark Night Demon, Curse 99 Wanban. Call. Seeing that his fire-breathing dragon finally fell, Xiaokai breathed a sigh of relief. If he forcibly included it in the Pokeball, it might have an impact on his mentality, and the fire-breathing dragon couldn't hold it any longer. As expected of the white dragon Reshiram, not only easily avoided the flames of the fire-breathing dragon, but also defeated the fire-breathing dragon with a single strike of the dragon's claw. Although Xiaoqi has 3 elves left, how will he deal with the terrifying white dragon? Of the audience, don't look at the huge advantage that Xiaoqi has accumulated in front of him, but this advantage is really nothing in front of Reshiram. What should I do? We've all seen the horror of a first-level god, no matter what. White dragon, or Akashi's Regichkas, or Zhang Feng's ripple seat, their strength is completely different from that of an ordinary elf. Serena and May also expressed their opinions respectively. After watching the game until now, except for the battle between Zhang Feng and Akashi, basically whenever a first-level god appears, it will be a one-sided crush. Trust Xiaoqi. Since he lost to Dakoto, he will continue to become stronger until he surpasses his opponent. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and said to the 2 women, "Fire-breathing dragon, I will not let your efforts go to waste, I believe I will defeat it." Xiaokai assured the Pokeball belonging to the fire-breathing dragon in his hand. At the same time, his expression was also determined. Come out, Dark Night Demon. The Pokeball was thrown high, and in the white light, a black night demon with a ghostly tail and no feet appeared in front of Xiaokai. Dark Night Demon. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank obviously when he saw the night demon. It seems that this night demon is very likely. Xiaoqi is going to use it to deal with the white dragon. Staring at the night demon floating in the air, Doc Duo frowned slightly, although he didn't think he would lose with the white dragon, but he always felt that it seemed a little bad. Reshiram, solve it, cross the flames. Dakato's indifferent voice sounded, and the interlaced flame was unique to the white dragon's move. It was said to be the flame that could burn everything out. The trace of unease in his heart also made Dakato decide to directly kill Xiaoqi's demon of the night. Roar. Mid-air, with a roar, Reshiram's tail burned with red flames, the whole body flickered with flames, and a staggered flame began to gather in his mouth. Staring at Reshiram, who was constantly gathering strength in the air, at this moment, Xiaoqi's solemn face appeared a smile of relief. Seeing Xiaoqi's smile, Dakduo suddenly thought, why are you laughing in this situation? Dakoto tries to find out the reason. Dark Night Demon, same fate. Xiaoqi deliberately shouted loudly, as if he planned to let Dakduo hear it, and followed him to make a look at the Night Demon. Sure enough, when he heard, same fate. After this move, Dakato's expression was also immediately upheaval. Reshiram, stop. Dakto shouted anxiously at Reshiram in the air. His voice was very abrupt, but the white dragon still reacted, but at this moment, the interlaced flames in his mouth have been gathered. The next moment, Reshiram had to immediately. He looked up at the sky at the venue and released staggered flames. Dazzling sparks rose into the sky, and a huge fireball slammed directly on the protective cover above the venue. Boom, because the protective cover of the venue is the latest protection from Syrif technology, and the material is still selected from extraterrestrial meteorites, so even a first-level god is difficult to destroy for a while. Without the slightest accident, under the violent energy conflict, circles of energy ripples spread, and the red light almost shrouded the whole venue. Dark Night Demon, right now, right now. Make room for tricks. Seeing that Reshiram had reversed the offensive, Xiaoqi immediately shouted loudly at the Dark Night Demon in midair. But when Dakto looked at Xiaoqi, he found that Xiaoqi was staring at him, his face showing a scheming smile. The blue light was released from the single eye of the Dark Night Demon, shot into the sky, and then a magic space that included both the Dark Night Demon and Reshiram took shape. Nice job. Seeing all this, Zhangfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Even he was amazed by Xiaoqi's tactics. From the very beginning, Xiaoqi understood that the pitiful speed of his Dark Night Demon and Dakto's Lahiramu is absolutely incomparable. If he uses an attacking move, the Night Demon cannot escape the fate of being killed by Reshiram. So he used the same fate of the Night Demon to disturb Dakto's thoughts. In fact, the Dark Night Demon is preparing for the trick space, and he is betting that Dakto will not dare to take action. Although this tactic is extremely risky, it is extremely applicable to Dakto at the moment. After all, he only has one Reshiram left. Although the same fate may not be effective for Reshiram, who is a first-level god, Dakto dare not gamble. He hopes to make Reshiram win in a more secure way, instead of betting that Reshiram can hold the same fate of the Dark Night Demon. This is also the reason why the Dark Night Demon can successfully use the magic space. Similarly, Dakoto, who knew that he was fooled, also had a completely gloomy face. Damn, Reshiram, Dragon Wave. This time, he doesn't plan to let the Dark Night Demon. After all, the same fate is also a move that the more times you use it, the greater the chance of failure. The tyrannical dragon energy gathered in Reshiram's mouth, and Reshiram also stared at him. The Dark Night Demon on the ground. Dark Night Demon, please, use a curse. Xiaoqi didn't pay attention to Reshiram above the sky, but looked at the Night Demon in front of him apologetically. The Night Demon didn't hesitate at all, and a strange purple light shot out from its scarlet eyes, and it also showed extreme pain. The price for the ghost-type elf to curse is to use half of its own physical strength as the price. Similarly, the Dark Night Demon cursed Reshiram at the cost of its own physical strength in order to defeat Reshiram. Originally, according to common sense, the speed of the Night Demon is likely to be forcibly interrupted by Reshiram's move before the curse is used. However, because of the existence of the magic space, the Night Demon is almost at the one time ordered by Xiaoqi. The curse on Reshiram was completed in an instant. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. 342. 99 wonbon _ Because of the trick space, the originally extremely slow night demon was able to cast a curse in front of Reshiram, who was far faster than himself. The moment the cursed purple light fell on Reshiram, so did Reshiram's dragon wave. It slammed into the body of the Dark Night Demon. The Dark Night Demon, who had consumed half of its stamina due to the curse, fell directly to the ground after being hit by Reshiram's dragon wave, losing its ability to fight. At the same time as the Night Demon fell, a strange purple light appeared around Reshiram's body. Cursed. Dakdo looked at Xiaokai, who was recovering the incapacitated Night Demon, with an ugly face. At this moment, there is a trace of guilt in Xiaoqi's eyes. Facing the powerful Reshiram, he can only sacrifice the Night Demon. The moment the purple light appeared on Reshiram, it also showed a painful look. It's interesting, boy. Do you think that with Reshiram carrying the curse, he has any hope of winning? Zaiba's eyes were full of light. He didn't expect that Xiaoqi's battle IQ was so high that he could actually threaten Dakoto, who has a first-level god. Maybe there is a chance, but the first-level god's physical strength is terrifying. It's not impossible that Hiram can withstand the curse. Du shook his head. In fact, he was still not optimistic that Xiaokai could win, but he also understood that Xiaokai had used the power of each of his elf very reasonably. In the field, putting away the guilt in his heart, Xiaokai also let go again. The Kirby beast has appeared. The white light has dissipated, and there are still several burning marks on the body of the Kirby beast at this moment, but it is not as serious as before, and the short rest time in the Pokeball is still useful. Kirby beast, it's up to you to hold on from now on. Let's use instant amnesia. That can greatly improve one's special defense by clearing the mind and forgetting something in an instant. Obviously, Xiaokai chose to let the Kirby beast appear because he needed it to delay time. Hee, I have to admire your resilience, but my Reshiram is not so easily defeated. Reshiram, the big characters burst into flames. S voice just sounded, and with the roar of Reshiram resounding through the sky in the sky, a terrifying flame aimed at the figure of the Kirby beast was suppressed. Perhaps because of the curse, Reshilamu was also completely offended, and at the same time, the magic space completely collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi's complexion is also a trick space. If there is still a space for his tricks, his chances will be much greater, but he didn't expect to face the powerful Reshiram when the space for tricks lasts is greatly reduced. What a huge range. No, even if there is a curse bonus, it is still too reluctant, and the strength is not in one dimension at all. May's tone was slightly bitter, as if she had felt the despair she had faced when she faced Reshiram before. Look, there may be a chance. Zhang Feng said with an expressionless face. Of course, he also knew how strong Reshiram of Dakdo was, and regardless of Reshiram's talent, it was only the terrifying one. The level of the dwarf is daunting. Therefore, Zhang Feng was also very surprised when Xiaoqi's Night Demon successfully used the space trick and the subsequent curse in front of Reshiram. 1,000,000 tons of boxing, blow this flame away for me. Faced with such a terrifying explosion of large characters, Xiaokai also ordered Kobo Beast to go up to him as soon as he gritted his teeth. Staring solemnly at the approaching large character flame, the Kobo Beast clenched his fist with his right hand and slammed it straight up. The explosion occurred, and the fire burst into the sky for a while. The entire venue was turned into a crimson red by the energy ripples, and the Kirby beast in the energy center let out a painful howl, only to see burn marks everywhere on its body, and its right fist was even more scorched black. His expression tightened as he looked at it. He was very worried about the state of Kirby. The range of the large character explosion was too large, and it was impossible to dodge at the speed of Kirby, so he could only choose to carry it hard. And Reshiram, dragon waves. Dakoto obviously doesn't want to waste time. He needs to get rid of Xiaoqi's remaining elf as soon as possible and end the battle. In midair, Reshiram said that the dragon-type energy was converging, as if he was going to blast the Kobo beast in the next second. Quote, Kirbymon, hurry up with the destruction beam. Xiaokai also shouted very anxiously. He can realize that the state of the Kirby beast is very bad at the moment. The Kirby beast reluctantly supported his body, and the golden energy gathered around his mouth, but it was slower than Reshiram in the sky. But it's more than one. It's just a dying struggle. This Kirby is already very difficult to use the destructive light. It's naive to imagine that you can win in front of Reshiram of Big Brother Dark. Player seat. Adair looked at Xiaoqi in the field with a very contemptuous expression and said. He has always admired Dakdo the most, but seeing Dakdo being forced by Xiaoqi to such a degree in this game, even Reshiram, they were all calculated by the demon of the night, which made him quite angry. On the other hand, Michelle was much calmer, and her golden eyes were staring at the field, ignoring Xiao Kai beside her. In fact, she originally came to China from the United States. At that time, she also despised Washa's trainers in her heart. Knowing Dakituo's strength, she originally thought Dakituo would win the championship of the Washa conference with an overwhelming advantage. Indeed, when the competition started, everything unfolded according to her expectations. Dakito made it to the top 3 with almost only one elf. And Heechul, who had a good strength in the top 3, only forced out Dakito's second place. It's just an elf. But starting from the quarterfinals, not only was she easily crushed by Zhang Feng, but Dakito had to go all out in every battle, no matter whether it was the battle with Mei or the current battle with Xiaoqi, Reshiram was forced to fight. So, now, Michelle doesn't dare to have any contempt for Washa's trainers. Seeing Reshiram, the wave of the dragon was about to converge. Suddenly, a strange purple light reappeared around Reshiram. The intense pain caused the cyan dragon energy that Reshiram gathered to dissipate directly. Nice job. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai smiled slightly and was very excited. The destructive light of the Kabi beast was completed, and it blasted directly towards Reshiram in midair. Reshiram was also a little bit overwhelmed by the reduction of his physical strength. Without any response, I was hit again by the destruction light of Xiaoqi's Kirbymon. Please download Filu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. 343 The Cursed Horror 99 Wanban. The curse on Reshiram's body suddenly erupted, coupled with the hit of the destructive light of the Kirby beast. Even Reshiram's physical strength was a bit too much to bear, and his expression was quite painful. The huge body also fell straight on the field. In the middle of the night, smoke and dust are set off. Reshiram, the claw of the dragon. Cold voice sounded. The timing of the curse just now was too coincidental. At this moment, Reshiram's state also made Dakador feel the crisis. Hearing Dakoto's voice, Reshiram, who fell to the ground, was also in danger. He flapped his wings violently and flew up instantly. At the same time, his claws flickered, and he slammed towards the Kirby beast not far away. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai was also shocked. Reshiram had just received such a strong force. There is still such a fast speed. Kapiman, frozen fist. He waved his hand, Xiao Kai also immediately. Seeing that Reshiram was approaching in an instant, so did Kirbymon. A freezing fist slammed into it. Qingmeng and Lanmeng clashed in midair, and this was also the first time Kabiman had a head-to-head confrontation with Reshiram. As a gust of wind spread, Kabiman was directly killed by Reshiram. The dragon's claw slammed back a long way, but Reshiram was still standing there. Reshiram, cross flames. The crimson flame at the tail burned, and a hot fireball in the mouth directly attacked the Kirby beast. KB beast, million tons of boxing. With the speed of the fireball, Xiao Kai also instantly judged that the Kirby beast could not dodge at all, so he could only direct the Kirby beast to continue to fight hard. The sound, without the slightest hesitation, clenched his right fist and slammed into the huge fireball in front of him with gusts of wind. The staggered flames directly hit the Kirby beast. For a time, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the hot flame energy directly smashed the Kirby beast's body. All figures are submerged. Kapiman. Seeing this, Xiaoqi's expression became more and more anxious. In his expectation, although his Kabi beast is not as good as Reshiram, it should not be too difficult to catch the cursed Reshiram. But looking at the Kirby beast devoured by the flames, he obviously underestimated the terrifying power of Reshiram. The talent of a first-level god is it so terrifying? But after using the staggered flames, Reshiram flashed purple light all over his body, cursing it took part of its physical strength again. After a while, the fire gradually dimmed, and the Kirby beast lay quietly on the field and fell into a coma. As the referee's voice sounded, Xiao Xiao hesitated, and directly took the Kirby back to the Pokeball. Handed it over to the staff on the sidelines. After experiencing the flame attack of Yandy and Reshiram in succession, almost no part of Kirby is intact, and the confrontation with Reshiram in the following period was all relying on himself. With a tenacious will, no one knows how serious Kirby's injuries are at the moment. Back on the field, Xiao Kai looked at Reshiram in front of him, and took out the last Pokeball from his waist. Dacto, let's have a showdown. While talking, Xiao Kai also threw the Pokeball into the air. This time, when he heard Xiao Qi's words, Dacto didn't refute, and if he could push himself to such a point, Xiao Kai was qualified enough as his opponent. In the white light, a canine elf with flax-colored hair and a body composed of orange and black patterns appeared, a majestic wind speed dog. Feng Speed Dog, isn't Xiao Qi's last appearance elf a flame bird? Staring at the wind speed dog in the field, Zhang Feng was quite puzzled, but after thinking about it, it was true. After all, the little flame bird was not only born, even if the divine beast is talented, it still takes time to grow, and it does not have much battle experience. Wind speed dog Reshiram, fix it, Dragon Wave. Looking at Reshiram, who was quite tired on the field in front of him, Dacto also continued to command Reshiram to attack. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the threat of the curse on Reshiram, and the wind speed dog in front of him would be solved as soon as possible. Yi Changmeng is king, Reshiram roared, and the cyan dragon energy in his mouth gathered again, and the next second, the fluctuating light blasted directly at the wind speed dog. Wind speed dog, accelerate, rush up. In the shocked eyes of Dactuo, Xiao Kai also waved his hand and shouted loudly at the wind speed dog. In the face of the dragon's fluctuations containing terrifying energy, the wind speed dog did not hesitate, and immediately started to accelerate. Just jump up and spin, stay out of the way, wind speed dog. Seeing the wind speed dog approaching the dragon's wave, Xiao Qi's voice sounded again. Because he has perfectly mastered this dodging technique during training, without the slightest hesitation, the wind speed dog kicked its hind legs and jumped into the air, while the body was attached to the blue wave energy and rotated at a high speed get up. Wow, the action of the wind speed dog is so beautiful. It's even more perfect than the action of the stick-tailed scale dragon. This way of dodging is really easy to use. Bang bang bang. After perfectly avoiding the fluctuation of the dragon, the wind speed dog continued to accelerate towards Reshiram. The wind speed dog was extremely fast, and it came not far from Reshiram in an instant. Seeing the wind speed dog rushing towards Reshiram, Dactuo was not surprised but happy, and shouted directly at Reshiram, "It's just right, Reshiram, the dragon's claw attack." Originally, Reshiram only needed to rise to the sky to avoid the attack of the wind speed dog, but Dakoto did not plan to dodge at all. This is a good opportunity to solve the battle. The wind speed dog, just use the iron tail like this. Looking at the wind speed dog approaching Reshiram, Xiao Qi's forehead is also oozing with sweat. Approaching Reshiram is indeed a very dangerous move, but Xiao Qi has to take a gamble. He wants to bet on the timing of the curse, although it is a bit awkward. Reliable, but sometimes you need some unreasonable behavior to defeat the first-level god. The tail flashed white, and when it came to Reshiram, the wind speed dog jumped high, and a somersault was about to pull its tail. On the other side, Reshiram, who was about to use his dragon claws to attack, a strange purple light appeared all over his body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qi's face also showed a touch of surprise, and at the same time, he was also Changshu. He breathed a sigh of relief. The purple light appeared, and Reshiram's face also showed a look of extreme pain. At the same time, the blue light on both claws disappeared, and the use of the dragon's claws failed. In an instant, the iron tail of the wind speed dog was also drawn on Leshila without hesitation. Mu's wings. Bang! Facing the full blow of the wind speed dog, Reshiram's huge body also retreated again and again, of course, the unexpected curse occupied the most reason. Damn, you really asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, Daktuo's eyes became completely gloomy. The curse of ghosts is indeed an extremely dangerous move. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. 344. Reshiram's desperate situation. Inverse scale 99 wonbon. Oh, it looks like Reshiram's situation is extremely bad. The curse that belongs to the night demon has always been. Eroding it, can Xiaoqi accomplish the feat of slaughtering the god? Seeing Reshiram being smashed back by the iron tail of the wind speed dog, the host was also excited. Wow wow wow. The audience also cheered for Xiaoqi's wind speed dog. They could also see that the white dragon Reshiram was obviously extremely tired at this time. Unlike the audience, Xiaokai still had a solemn face. Don't look at his wind speed dog now. It has an advantage, but once it is hit by Reshiram's move, the situation will be reversed instantly. Wind speed dog, continue to use the flame wheel. Taking advantage of Reshiram being pushed back, Xiaokai also chose to continue the attack. I saw that the wind speed dog instantly wrapped the body in flames, turned into a flame wheel and slammed into the opposite Reshiram. Can it hit? That turned into a flame wheel. Yayime's eyes were fixed on the field, and she was quite excited at this moment. She has already decided that except Zhang Feng, who also has a first-level god, defeated Dak Dolai. Except for Hiram's chance, other trainers will never be able to cross the chasm of White Dragon Rahiram. But now that Xiaoqi is relying on her own tactics to defeat Rahiram, she has to doubt her own thoughts. Xiaokai, use your actions to prove that the first-level gods are not invincible, and let me understand that my thoughts are wrong. Staring at Xiaoqi's figure, Mei murmured softly. Reshiram, dragon, no, use a jet of flame. Daktuo stared at the wind speed dog that turned into a flame wheel, and after hesitating for half a second, he chose to spray flame. Xiaoqi's wind speed dog is very fast. Obviously he has undergone special training in this area. If he chooses Dragon Wave, if it is, Reshiram may not be able to make it out. If it is normal, there will definitely be no problem, but at this moment his Reshiram is indeed very tired, and he has taken a lot of attacks under the cursed condition, and wants to instantly cast the fluctuation of the dragon is still extremely difficult, and spraying flame is the best choice. Facing the flame wheel, a hot flame in Reshiram's mouth also intercepted the wind speed dog directly in midair. Seeing this, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. There's a reason why he chose to use the fire-type wind speed dog. Attack with all your strength. Wind speed dog. As Xiaoqi's voice sounded, I saw that Reshiram's flame was gradually absorbed by the wind speed dog in the stunned eyes of the audience, and after absorbing Reshiram's flame, the flame of the flame wheel became even hotter. It's actually a fire-starting feature. Seeing this scene, Daktuo also cried out in his eyes, and then his face became even more ugly. The wind speed dog with the fire-igniting characteristics almost blocked his Reshiram's exclusive move Staggered Flames. When looking at Xiaoqi, Daktuo's eyes were full of fear. He didn't expect Xiaoqi to make so many preparations to deal with him. At the same time, he also paid the price for his contempt for Xiaokai, and he was forced into a desperate situation of life and death by Xiaokai without showing his full strength. After absorbing Reshiram's jet flame, the flames around the wind speed dog that turned into a flame wheel again soared and slammed into Reshiram's face. Roar! With a cry of pain, his body fell backwards, and Reshiram fell heavily on the field. Wow! Wind speed dog's flame wheel hit the white dragon Reshiram again. Is the game about to end? The host stared nervously at Reshiram, who fell to the ground. If it doesn't get up, then the final will be a civil war between two Chinese trainers. Hey, I admit that you are very strong, Crimson. But I have nothing to do with this game. The reason for not winning, but you have already gained my approval. Dakito looked at Xiaoqi and said solemnly. Hearing Dakito's words and his serious expression, Xiaoqi frowned slightly and felt quite uneasy. Wind speed dog, use lightning teeth after moving at high speed. It seemed that there was something wrong in Dakito's tone, and Xiaokai was not waiting, judging Reshiram's state, immediately. Wind speed dog to continue to attack. Humph. It's useless. Reshiram, use your last strength and use the reverse scale. Also shouted indifferently. When he chose to let Reshiram use the reverse scale, the game was over. I saw that after hearing Dakoto's voice, the fallen Reshiram's eyes shot out horror. The human red light, followed by a faint red light around Reshiram's body. Oops. Seeing this, Zhongfeng's complexion in the player's seat also changed drastically. After all, he had also seen the inverse scale of the cracking seat in the system space. The first-level god in that state can be said to have exerted more than double the power of normal, and the horror has arrived. Extreme. I saw that under the flapping of Reshiram's huge wings on the ground, a gust of wind spread, and Reshiram's figure came directly into the air. When Reshiram came into the air, the wind speed dog had to stop moving at a high speed, and the thunder light gradually dissipated. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down at the wind speed dog on the ground, and the dragon-type energy in Reshiram's mouth began to gather, and the blue light filled the entire venue. At this time, Dakto also gave up on Hiram's command. After all, Rehiram couldn't hear his voice under the scale reverse state. On the high platform, seeing the more and more terrifying energy fluctuations on Rehiram's mouth, Du also stood up. Wind speed dog, hurry up and avoid it. Staring at the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air, Xiao Kai felt the chill on his back, his hands drooped weakly, and he said bitterly. Is this the power of God? Looking at Reshiram in the air, the entire audience was in shock. A huge cyan light beam shot out from Reshiram's mouth, which was shimmering with crimson light all over his body. No surprise, in the state of reverse scales the terrifying dragon wave hit the terrified wind speed dog. Boom! With a loud bang, terrifying energy ripples spread out. Dakto and Xiaoqi in the field protected their eyes with their right hands at the same time and stood still. The strong wind pressure almost knocked them out. For the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 345.99 wonbon_. I have to say, fortunately, the referee will also retreat into the protective barrier, otherwise, they will inevitably be affected. After a while, the two people who felt the wind pressure in the field also raised their heads at the same time, only to see the middle of the field. A huge crater appeared. Reshiram stopped in the sky above the crater, and his eyes were still scarlet. After there was no custom in the huge crater, Xiao Kai also scanned the audience for the figure of the wind speed dog for the first time. I saw that the wind speed dog's body it has been embedded in the wall on the sidelines and has lost its ability to fight. At the critical moment, it also relies on its own reaction speed to move away to avoid being hit by such a terrifying dragon wave. But because it is in the energy center, his body was also thrown out by the wind pressure, and he slammed into the wall on the side of the court, losing his ability to fight. Realizing that he lost the game, Xiao Kai lost his soul and touched the elf belonging to the wind speed dog around his waist. His hard-planned tactics still seemed so powerless in front of a first-level god. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi's complexion is also extremely bitter, and his belief as an elf trainer has also been severely damaged. Be careful, leave quickly, little Kai there. Contestant seat, Zhongfeng's anxious voice sounded. Zhongfeng understood that after Reshiram entered the reverse scale, his 6 relatives would definitely not recognize him. The wrath of the gods would not dissipate so easily. Xiaoqi's safety. Roar. Sure enough, with a deafening roar, Reshiram's head was raised high, and the golden dragon-type energy in his mouth began to gather. Impressively, at this moment, Reshiram, who was in a madness, was already preparing for the dragon-type big move, the Dragon Star Group, to carry out an indiscriminate attack. Reshiram, calm down. Saw this scene, also looked extremely ugly. After entering the reverse scale state, Dakoto felt the terrifying power released by Reshiram when he attacked the wind speed dog. Dakoto was a little fortunate. He had never tried to make Reshiram enter a state of inverse scale, because no one could force him into such a situation, and now he understands Reshiram's terrifying power even more after the inverse scale. Originally, Dakoto fantasized about using this state to defeat Zhang Maple's empty seat as coming, but at this moment, seeing Reshiram starting to distinguish between enemy and me, this illusion is also shattered. Cut, there is no way, I can only go up. Glancing at the other spectators who were completely terrified, Zhang Feng also frowned slightly and took out the purple master ball hanging from his waist. In this case, the only one who can stop Reshiram from continuing to attack is his own cracking seat. After all, even if the crazy Reshiram was still unable to break the protective barrier, and the audience was safe for the time being, but Xiao Kai, who was on the field, was in an extremely dangerous situation. At the same time, a slightly magnetic voice sounded. Fast dragon, destroy the light. Zhang Feng could react, an extremely tyrannical burst of 5, the direction of the player's channel slammed into Reshiram's neck. After being hit so hard, Reshoa's energy fluctuations dissipated directly, and the huge body also directly it hit the protective barrier. At the same time, this blow also woke up Reshiram, who was in a state of reverse scale, and the scarlet in his eyes gradually faded. What? Seeing this scene, almost everyone at the scene fell into deep shock, and at the same time, their eyes turned to the direction of the player channel. Everyone can see how terrifying Reshiram is in a state of madness. In this case, no one wants to touch Reshiram's bad luck, and it might even offend its owner Dakdo. So, after Reshiram fell into a state of inverse scale, this person sitting in the VIP seat. The group of old foxes didn't move at all, they just watched silently. Even some of the powerful ones were still there. It's better that Reshiram goes mad and can solve its master Dakdo. This way, they also have the possibility to capture the white dragon Reshiram. If they can get the first level god Reshiram, they will definitely be willing to let them go to war with the United States. Du and his partner Kuailong. It's actually a dragon champion, Cross. I saw a figure of a red-haired youth in a cape slowly walk out from the player channel, and a fast dragon hovering above his head. I don't know who spoke first, and I recognized Du in almost an instant. Du's popularity in China it is absolutely unparalleled. As soon as he appeared, the audience fell into a frenzy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng from the player's seat was also relieved, and took back the Pokeball in the split seat. Indeed, since it is the Pokemon Association, if the trainer is in danger, Du will definitely stop it. Walking into the arena, Du glanced at Xiao Kai and Dakdo, who were still in shock, and Reshiram, who was hovering over Dakdo's head after regaining his senses. Then he raised his right hand and said lightly, Dakdo won the second game of the semi-finals, and the trainers of both sides took back their elf and left quickly. Du was also quite helpless. He didn't expect a Washa conference, but he would actually need to do it himself. In that case, he was the only one who could quickly deal with the crazy Reshiram. Duo's eyes became cold for the first time. Facing the opponent he dreamed of defeating, Duo couldn't restrain his excitement for a while, and his body began to tremble. After walking towards the player passage, Du also noticed the abnormal situation of Dakdo. Player Dakdo, please immediately take back your elf, you have successfully advanced. Du also thought for the first time that Dakdo wanted to do something to Xiaoqi, and his tone became serious. Even the white dragon Reshiram in his heyday was not afraid, not to mention that Reshiram was seriously injured at this moment. The sound of the crossing sounded, and the fast dragon above his head was also immediately a fighting stance and stare at Reshiram. Oops, don't clash with this champion at this time. Player seat, seeing Dakduo silent and staring at Duo with gloomy eyes, Michelle said with a worried expression. Dakdo brother, the game is over. We should go back. Hearing Michelle's words, Adair's expression also changed, immediately. Loudly shouting at Duck in the field. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. 346. Ended, the semi-finals ended 99 wonbon. The majesty of a champion is not. They dare to provoke, not to mention the current Dakduo's Reshiram's physical strength is not enough. Dakduo want to do what? The game is over. If you don't listen to the champion, hurry up and step down. For a while, Dakduo, who did not respond, also caused the scene. The audience was dissatisfied. Du's status in the hearts of the Chinese people is absolutely supreme. Oh, this child's eyes are interesting. Do you know him? Zaiba also looked at Dakoto, who was still unresponsive in the arena, with great interest. Again, take back your white dragon and leave the venue. Du also noticed that Dakoto didn't seem to be interested in Xiaoqi, and the hostile eyes were looking at him. After confirming this, Du was not in a hurry, but looked at Dakoto in front of him. He was sure that he had never seen Dakoto. At this moment, Dakoto's mind was constantly flashing the decadent look of his father after being defeated by Du, and the hatred in his heart was constantly surging. Got it, Mr. Du. Slightly, Dakoto suppressed the hatred in his heart, retracted Reshiram in the sky, turned his head and walked towards the player channel. Dakoto also understood that at this moment, he and Du were completely incomparable. Judging from the blow that Kuailong subdued Reshiram, even if his Reshiram is in his prime, he may not be able to get any advantage in front of Du's Kuailong. If he conflicts with Du now, the consequences will be conceivable. No, Du looked at Dakoto's back, frowned, determined that he really didn't know Dakoto, and then slowly took out the Pokeball and took back the fast dragon. After solving the problem of Reshiram's runaway, Du was also in amidst the cheers and applause of the audience. He left the main venue, leaving the rest to the host and the staff at the venue. On the player's seat, Zhang Feng was also staring at the back of Du's departure. The fast dragon crossing only appeared for a moment, but Zhang Feng used the system to detect and observe clearly. The level of the fast dragon crossing was impressively 1! Thinking that the fast dragon crossing has the strength to compete against the first level gods alone, Zhang Feng can't help but feel that he is still a little far behind him. Although his own split empty seat is also 1 rank, and the talent of the cracking seat is not comparable to that of the fast dragon, but with Du's power of the dragon and his fighting experience as a champion, it may be difficult for the cracking seat to win. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also understands that maybe the cracking is empty. The seat has reached the ultimate strength, but as a trainer, he still has a long way to go. Zhang Feng, Xiaokai seems to have left. Yes, I just caught a glimpse of him, and he seems to have no need to persuade him. When Yayi and Serena came to Zhang Feng, they also asked. Yayi and Serena have not been in contact with Xiaokai for a long time, and they do not understand what his state of mind is, so they are quite concerned. Don't worry, Ren. Anyone who has tried their best and is still defeated will be a little resentful. Give him some time. Zhang Feng smiled at the two women and said, Xiaoqi's psychology and quality have never been worried about him. If he can win the championship and be called the strongest combatant, is it because a failure will shake his faith? I believe that only need after a while, Xiaoqi can figure it out on his own. If he loses, he can come back next time he wins. After that, Zhang Feng also brought the two girls back to the hotel. Naturally, the trainer who greeted him and wanted to sign autographs, Zhang Feng, was on the way. Feng also waved his hands in response. And the beauties Serena and Yayi beside Zhang Feng also attracted the attention of passers-by, and passers-by looked at Zhang Feng with envy and jealousy. Zhang Feng, in fact, you are completely thorough this time. It has a high reputation throughout China. In the future, there must be a lot of people looking for your autograph and even taking a photo with you. In fact, you can ignore them. Pu was in a hurry and beckoned constantly, with a slight smile on her delicate face. Unlike the calmness in battle, Yayi also thought that Zhang Feng at the moment was a little funny. Ha ha ha, is that right? Hearing Yayi's words, Zhang Feng also had 3 black lines on his forehead, trying to cover up his embarrassment with laughter. To be honest, this kind of group photo of a large number of fans asking for autographs is quite similar to the scene in his previous life, and he also enjoyed it for a while. Of course, he also has a bigger purpose. If he wants to win over excellent trainers to join his organization, the leader of his organization must have enough popularity and an absolutely positive identity. The leader of the evil organization Galaxy Team, Chiri, he is a well-known tycoon and philanthropist in Shanao. Another example is Fratali, the leader of the Flare team in the Carlos area, who has a deep friendship with Dr. Fatong and Carlos. The high-level leaders of the Elf Association have an inexplicable relationship, which is why their organization dominates their respective regions. At present, Zhang Feng needs to win the title of the champion of the China conference, and then use this popularity to help the organization more or less recruit some talents. This is also the reason why he does not refuse any trainer fans to take photos and sign autographs. Brother Zhang Feng, you will become a big celebrity in the future, should I ask for more autographs? Serena also said with a smile. It's all in the same organization, don't you have as many as you want in the future? Zhang Feng smiled and said to Selena beside her in a gentle tone. Although Selena was the same age as her, she was like a little sister in front of him, lively and cute. After a while, Zhang Feng and his party also returned. When they arrived at the hotel, Lu Mengan, who seemed to be hanging out with their parents, had not returned to the hotel. After watching the game for a day, the two girls were also a little tired, so they said goodbye to Zhang Feng and went back to their room. Not in this hotel. Yayi, who made the reservation, had already negotiated with Serena to live together. After seeing the two women leave, Zhang Feng also asked the front desk about Xiao Kai, because Xiao Kai performed well at the Huasha conference, and the front desk of the hotel also recognized it. After confirming that he did not return to the hotel, Zhang Feng also immediately. I sent him a text message with my mobile phone. The content is simply the word champion. After doing all this, Zhang Feng also returned to his room. Next, he has to prepare for the finals. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fei Lu's novel. 347.99 Wanbon_. Xiao Kai, you fought really well in this battle, especially the combination of the Dark Knight Devil's life-threatening threat and the trick space. Hotel lobby, Zhang Feng and others were sitting together, and Yayi said with a smile. She was also very excited to see the battle between Xiaoqi and Dakdo, especially the series of wonderful calculations after the Dark Knight demon appeared. It's a pity. Come on, White Dragon Reshiram's last reverse scale is really terrifying. Serena also said helplessly, although from the bottom of her heart she is also a little optimistic about Xiaoqi, but there is no doubt that Xiaoqi's semifinal command is good enough. There is no way to lose. After all, Dakdo has Lei Hiramu. White Dragon can be said to be the absolute thigh in the lineup of Dakdo elves. Yes, if it wasn't for Reshiram's last runaway, you would have definitely won this game. Sometimes, it's good to have a goal ahead, so that you can also have the motivation to move forward. Hu bowed his head and said nothing, and said earnestly. This match hit. Xiao Kai was bigger than Zhang Feng imagined, so after a day, Zhang Feng also gathered the people who watched the game yesterday are going to enlighten Xiaoqi. Well, it is understandable, obviously victory is in sight, but the enemy is crushed in an almost desperate way, and it will not feel good on anyone. Well, I know, you don't have to persuade me, I'm not that vulnerable. Although I lost to Dakoto this time, I don't think the difference in strength between me and him is too big to be hopeless, so I will try my best to catch up. Xiao Kai glanced at the three people who cared about him, and forced a smile on his face. After all, he had already lost, and he didn't want his negative attitude to affect Zhang Feng. Then, Xiao Kai also looked at Zhang Feng. With a bitter smile, he said, the agreement with you can only be reserved for next year's World Elf Championship. When it comes to the World Pixie Championship, Xiaoqi's eyes also reveal a ray of light. It is the largest competition in the world's Pokemon competition, and the world's strongest Pokemon trainers will participate. Most of the trainers participating in the Elf tournament are at the level of Heavenly Kings, and some veteran powerhouses from major families will also participate. After all, Qin Tian, the first powerhouse in the elf school that Zhang Feng attended, was in the World Elf tournament. But he couldn't even pass the first round of the audition. Naturally, then we agree to compete in the finals of the World Elf Championship next year. Zhang Feng looked at the light in Xiaoqi's eyes and smiled. He had to say that the easiest way for Xiao Kai to regain his confidence was the elves' battle. Moreover, he saw Xiaoqi's potential. Champion-level trainers will appear, but Zhang Feng is still confident that the encounter between the two will be in the final. Okay. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Xiao Yi agreed immediately. Hey, you two, how can the World Elf Championship be so simple? I've been traveling for many years and I haven't made up my mind to participate. You guys are really big, and you have to meet in the finals. Yayi glanced at Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai, who had made a promise, and teased with a chuckle. It can be said that this is the most arrogant promise Yayi has heard in her trainer career for so long, and she wants to break into the world in her second year of travel. The final of the tournament. But for some reason, recalling the dark figure hovering in the sky in the battle between Zhang Feng and Dakdo, and Xiao Kai, who fought Dakdo and forced Reshiram into a desperate situation, for a time, however, Mei somewhat believed the absurd remarks of the two of them. Calling you guys can be true, it's a matter of claiming the championship in front of someone like me who may not even be able to qualify for the World Championships. Serena's beautiful big eyes are full of anger, and her cheeks are very cute. Although Serena's strength is extremely powerful among trainers of the same age, compared with Zhang Feng and Xiaoqi, the difference is still so much that Selena will think that Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai are much older than her when they are chatting. Tisk tisk tisk. I heard that there is no emotional intelligence between the two of you, Sister Serena said. Right. Yayi also wanted to make the atmosphere completely relaxed, so she also agreed. And Zhang Feng, who is often dubbed the ultimate straight man by Lu Mengan and Xia Zimu, naturally wouldn't be disturbed by Yayi's words. No, Serena, we definitely don't. In that sense, I'm also looking forward to the showdown with you at the World Championships next year. Zhang Feng didn't respond, but Xiao Kai couldn't hold his breath, and apologized to Serena one after another. And Serena seemed to be amused by Xiaoqi's honesty, looking at Xiaoqi's serious face, her face seeing Serena laughing for no reason, and Yayi, who was beside him, also coaxed. Xiao Kai looked at Zhang Feng for help in embarrassment. Zhang Feng was also happy when he noticed Xiaoqi's hint. Now, it is true that the elves' battle IQ against Xiaoqi can be said to be full, but his emotional intelligence is indeed a flaw. Zhang Feng also gave Xiaoqi her eyes. She stopped talking. I have to say, after this episode, Xiaoqi's mood has improved a lot. Then, Yayi also said that she will leave tomorrow to prepare to return to the City of Fate, because Yayi has joined the Elf Association. Then she will also start to get acquainted with her work as soon as possible. I look forward to seeing you in the City of Fate in the future, and I will become stronger next time we meet. Yayi smiled and said to Zhang Feng and his party, after all, there is no such thing as a feast in the world, and there is no chance that we will meet again in the future. When she was alone, she also made friends with Zhang Feng and his group. Especially the friendship with Serena is precious to her. Sister Yayi, don't worry, I will go to the City of Fate whenever I have a chance. Look at you, when the time comes, you can take me for a good walk. Serena looked at Mei and said cheerfully. 348, Yayi leaves 99 wonbon. Serena doesn't belong to that kind of person. She wants to be the strongest trainer, and she spends more time traveling to get to know more fairies or friends. Naturally, when she hears that Mei talks about the city of origin, she doesn't care. Hesitantly said that he would definitely go and have a look. No problem, Serena, I am waiting for you in the City of Fate. Mei looks quite happy. She likes her sister who is a few years younger than her. Haha, it is estimated that the next time we meet will be at the World Elf Championship. You can't be soft-hearted when it comes to opponents. Zhang Feng smiled when he heard the words, and then said to Yayi, after all, although the city of Yuanji has a good economy and beautiful scenery, it is difficult for a city without a gym to attract Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, I hope you can beat Dakodo to get this. The champion of the conference, I am very optimistic about you. Maimo looked at Zhang Feng, and Yayi said with a serious look. If Zhang Feng also lost to Dakto, she would feel even more guilty for. I understand, don't worry, I will definitely not let Duck win more than the champion of this China conference. Zhang Feng was stunned, looked at the eager eyes in front of him, smiled and agreed. His goal was to be the champion of the Huasha conference. The time to parting always came very fast, and a day passed in a blink of an eye. Outside the city of Jinghua, Zhang Feng and his party bid farewell to Mei outside the airport. I don't know how powerful she will become when we meet next time. I'm looking forward to it. Looking at the back of Yayi's departure, Xiaoqi said slowly with emotion. Indeed, not to mention that Yayi has Suicune and Latios, her main pet monarch snake alone has great potential, and a year's travel time is enough for her to become strong and strong. Although Zhang Feng, Yayi and herself are the most famous among the younger generation of trainers, and the one Xiao Kai wants to fight the most is Zhang Feng, but this does not hinder his recognition of Yayi's strength. Haha, I believe that when you see Mei again, she will not be willing to admit that she knows you. After all, I tried my best to fight her. Zhang Feng shook his head. Such a touching scene. This mood was abruptly destroyed by Xiaoqi. Zhang Feng, you have 2 days left in the game. If Kuailong really can't play, will it affect you a lot? On the way back to the hotel, Lu Mingan also asked with concern. As the first to accompany Zhang Feng on the trip, Lu Mingan understands the importance of Kuailong to Zhang Feng, and also feels pity for Kuailong. The final stage of the Huasha conference has arrived, but Zhang Feng's elf has lost the chance to appear. It is estimated that this is not a small thing for Kuailong to hear Lu Mingan's question, and everyone's eyes are also looking at Zhang Feng. Feng, among them Shengguan Wanner, was particularly nervous. Winning the championship of the Huasha conference was the first step for them to set up a group, and the establishment of the organization was related to her revenge plan. Moreover, she also sincerely hoped that Zhang Feng could win the championship of the Huasha conference. In the face of such a powerful opponent as Dakuto, the lack of fast dragons is also extremely passive for Zhang Feng. No problem, Zhang Feng. Xiao Kai also frowned and asked. Don't worry, the fast dragon won't be in the finals, but I won't let Doc take any advantage. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, but he was very much looking forward to this final battle. For this, he also made some preparations. At this moment, in a luxurious suite at the Jinghua Hotel, a group of American Dakuo and his party looked like looking at Akashi sitting across from him indifferently. Tell me, what exactly do you mean by coming here? After a while, Dakuto also asked coldly, for the red-haired boy in front of him. Dakuto is still a little patient. After all, he is also a trainer recognized by God. He glanced indifferently. Akashi showed a slightly hideous smile, only to see him extend a finger to Dakuto and said, one way to defeat Zhang Feng. After finishing speaking, Akashi looked at Dakuto with great interest. He wanted to see how much Dakuto valued Zhang Feng. Sure enough, when he heard Zhang Feng's name, Dakuto's role became solemn. I have seen the terrifying strength of Zhang Feng's dark-faced cracked seat. It is also because Zhang Feng made him understand that the strength gap between different first-level gods is also very huge, and Zhang Feng's cracked empty seat is like a first-level god. An extremely powerful existence in the midst. Perhaps it could be that Riftsa can complete the evolution on his own, or perhaps he defeated Regichkas, a first-level god. What do you mean? Do you think my elder brother Dakuto will be afraid of it? Is that Zhang Feng from China? To speak, Adair is not happy for now. In his opinion, Zhang Feng's elf lineup is very strong, and the split empty seat is also shocking, but his eldest brother Dakuto is also not weak. Akashi as soon as it came up, Adair was very angry with Dakuto's tone that he couldn't win against Zhang Feng. Humph. Akashi glanced at Adair but didn't intend to pay attention to him. His goal today was Dakuto. Hey, I'm asking you something. Seeing Akashi ignoring him, Adele is ready to push him. Stop. At this time, Dakuto's voice also rang, and Adair was also immediately obediently stopped. Tell me, about Zhang Feng, what are your thoughts? Dakuto looked at Akashi and said coldly. Although Dakuto also felt the terrifying aura of Korakuza when Zhang Feng's Korakuza debuted, but he didn't fight directly with Korakuza after all. 4. There cannot be an accurate judgment of strength. Akashi is different. Akashi is the Kizakuza who directly faces Zhang Feng. It would be very good to get some news about Korakuza from him. Haha, since you asked me, then let's just say it directly. Your white dragon is not Zhang Feng's opponent for splitting the empty seat. Speaking of this, Akashi also paused. He obviously wanted to see Dakdo's reaction. What's interesting is that Dakdo just frowned and didn't react at all. Instead, Adair seemed to be provoked by Akashi again. Ready to anger Akashi, but was stopped by Michelle. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 349. Akashi cheated, teamed up with 99 wonbon. Go on. After Michelle stopped Adair, Dakdo also said coldly. Although Dakdo didn't think his Reshiram would lose to Zhongfeng's Kakuza, he still wanted to find out that Akashi was here today. His real purpose. Seeing that Dak didn't change his face, Akashi seemed to be extremely satisfied with his reaction, smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, I said that your Reshiram can't be better than Zhongfeng's cracking seat, you may not believe it." Dissatisfied. But aside from the first-level gods do you have the confidence to defeat Zhongfeng's other main elves? Akashi's voice was very low, and the battle with Zhongfeng made him fully understand Zhongfeng's horror. Hearing Akashi's questioning, Michelle also moved her beautiful eyes and looked at Dakdo, who was in deep thought. The person in Zhongfeng's hands, and it was a disastrous defeat. She actually agrees with what Akashi said. You must know that Akashi, besides Regichkas, there are also 3 gods in the main elves. The lineup is very strong, but he still loses. In Zhongfeng's hands, it can be seen that apart from Cracked Seat, Zhongfeng's other elves are also outrageously strong. Let's get straight to the point and talk about your purpose. Seeing that Akashi looked like he was going to lose, Dakdo frowned impatiently, and said coldly. It wasn't exactly anger, but a hint of anger appeared in Dakdo's heart when he heard Akashi's analysis. Uneasy. After all, although he won the battle with Shaoqi, he exposed all his cards. Facing the ordinary elf, his Reshiram almost overturned. Big, arrogant. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, Zhongfeng's elf lineup is indeed strong and terrifying. In addition to the Celebi who was exposed during the battle with Akashi, there are many legendary elves. Akashi is also not surprised. Dakdo's reaction was just a look at Dakdo, and glanced at Adair and Michelle beside him. Dakdo also understood what Akashi meant, turned his head and glanced at Michelle, motioning her to follow him. Adair left the room first. Adair wanted to say something, but under Dakdo's gloomy eyes, he had no choice but to nod, and reluctantly followed Michelle away. Seeing the two leave, the door was closed. After closing it again, Dakdo also said to Akashi, "Now it can be made clear, I believe you will not come to me just to tell me that I am not as good as Zhongfeng." Akashi smiled coldly, with a chill in his eyes. "Yes, I want to destroy Zhongfeng, and I want him to experience the humiliation of defeat. I also hope that in the battle, you must be ruthless against each of his main elves, and it is best to completely destroy his elves." Pu was staring at him excitedly after he finished speaking. He was sullen. To be honest, he was a little unsure if Akashi was beaten after losing to Zhongfeng. "It's not normal. Saying that my strength is not as good as Zhongfeng, how do you think I can defeat him?" After hesitating for a moment, Dakduo said, "Haha, I have already prepared it for you. As long as you agree to my request, I will lend you Regichkas and use it and your white dragon's strength to defeat Zhongfeng." "Absolutely no problem. And on this matter, I have obtained the consent of Regichkas in advance. It is very happy to play against Zhongfeng's Rift Seat." Akashi also answered quickly, and after speaking, he also looked at Dakdo with great interest. In his opinion, Dakdo had no reason not to agree to such a generous condition. Hearing Akashi's words, Dakdo also fell into contemplation. He is thinking about the feasibility of Akashi's idea. There are no rules to limit the appearance of the elf in the Washa conference, and with the strength of Regichkas, even if he does not command it, it is very powerful. Zhongfeng will not let Kaikong Seek play. It is also difficult to limit it. In this case, he does have full confidence in facing Zhongfeng's other main elves, but in fact he has no grudges against Zhongfeng, and he does not want to ruin Zhongfeng's career as a trainer, so he very hesitant. As long as you nod and agree, the right to use Regichkas belongs to you until the end of this China conference. Seeing that Dakdo was a little shaken, Akashi also directly took out the master ball belonging to Regichkas and put it in front of Dakto. For a long time, Dakto looked at Akashi, who was holding the master ball with confidence, and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and said, "Okay, deal." Speaking, Dakoto also took the master ball belonging to Regichkas directly from Akashi. Seeing this, Akashi smiled proudly. At this moment, he seemed to have seen Zhang Feng meet his own Regic in the final. Cass had a shocked look on his face when he appeared. "Okay, don't forget to trample Zhang Feng's dignity, it's getting late, I'll leave first." He patted Dakto on the shoulder, and Akashi was about to leave. Glancing at Akashi's back, Dakto clenched the master ball in his hand sadly. For Dakto, he must defeat Zhang Feng, so that he can fulfill his long-cherished wish, defeat Yulongdu, and avenge his father. For this reason, even if he is asked to do something against his original intention, he is still willing. In a certain elf training ground, Zhang Feng's Lu Sha is fighting against Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon. Because the final is about to begin, Xiao Kai also voluntarily applied to become Zhang Feng's sparring partner. "Zhang Feng, your fang-toothed land shark is really powerful, I am afraid it is stronger than some. Bite the land shark to be stronger." Looking at the battle in the field, Xiao Kai was also amazed at the fighting power of the fang-toothed land shark. Although Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon suppressed Zhang Feng's fang-toothed land shark to death, the fang-toothed land shark would still try to fight back, from time to time. "It's amazing to be able to do some damage to your fire-breathing dragon." "Haha, not bad." Zhang Feng also smiled slightly and looked at the Fang Lu shark. The other main elves in his hands are unlikely to make great progress in a short time, but the Fang Lu shark is different, not to mention that its evolution is imminent, if it can be freely the mastery of the kind. Ice crystals. State, its strength can usher in a surge in a short period of time. Therefore, Zhang Feng also decided to put all the training time before the start of the final on the Fang Lu shark. "I hope it will usher in the final before the start of the final." A transformation of your own. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection and recommendation. Question about the latest update 99 wonbon. Please understand, I have been living in the hospital recently, and the update time fluctuates. It will return to normal within 3 to 4 years. This book will be written until the end. Thank you. 350, finally started, the finals 99 wonbon. The 3 days of calm passed in a flash. 3 days later, the finals of the Jinghua Huaxia conference officially started. From this morning, the championship competition will be held, and in the afternoon, there will be a coronation ceremony and a Tianwang challenge. With nearly half a month of competition, this China conference has also attracted the attention of trainers from all over the world, and everyone is looking forward to the strong showdown in the finals. Mu and Zhang Feng have not lost their split seats yet, so this game naturally attracts attention. Hello everyone, after a wonderful competition, Zhang Feng and Dakoto will stand on the stage of the finals. I believe I don't need to introduce too much about these 2 trainers. Everyone present should have seen their terrifying strength. Today's finals will determine the final winner from the 2. The commentary's voice was full of energy, perhaps because of the finals, and even the commentator's expression became solemn. Later, the president of the Elf Association, Dama Lanchi, also gave a simple speech on the finals. On the high platform, the 4 heavenly kings and dues look as quite looking forward to it, because no Chinese conference has the intensity of this year. Even those who have already stood at the top of the whole world have to admit that Zhang Feng and Xiao Kai have just been trained for a year. The potential of the home is unlimited. Can you give me this year's challenge? You are the one who challenges the championship every year. You also give us a chance. Zaiba looked at Du, who was sitting on the side with great interest, and said, "The gold content of this year's China conference is really terrifying. Even the fighting king Zaiba is a little hopeful that he can end up playing. Don't be discouraged, you Sun Heechul and Zhang Feng have a good relationship. If Zhang Feng wins, he might choose you." Kona also joined in the fun. She doesn't care about the challenge, and she doesn't think Zhang Feng or Dakduo will come to challenge herself. If the kid from the United States wins, Zyba, you must be out of the game. Now, based on his expression of wanting to eat Do, he will definitely challenge Do. Lu Bo, who has not spoken much, also said with a smile. He also saw what happened between Dakuto and Do. Hearing Lu Bo's words, Do also shook his head and looked at the players who were passing through the channel in the field. Dakuto who entered the stadium. In the auditorium, all the girls and the families of Zhongfeng and Lu Mengan also sat together, and Xiaoqi and Serena also passed from the player's seat. Because it was Zhongfeng's last match, they are also going to cheer Zhongfeng together. Jinghua City Elf Hospital. Yunny, why are you staring at the TV all the time today? You need to deal with the burn of a fairy later, don't forget. Understood, you go and see for me first. Yunny stared at the upcoming WA conference on TV and said, she is also looking forward to Zhongfeng's competition. Hanlin City, no matter. The streets in the Fairy Association Center are full of people, and they are all here for the live broadcast of the finals. Hanlin City Fairy Academy. Vice President Qin Tian is organizing all students to suspend classes for one day to watch the live broadcast of the Huasha Conference Finals. Zhongfeng's large posters can be seen everywhere. Because Zhongfeng is from Hanlin Elf Academy, the school has received an endless stream of sponsorships recently. Many parents who want their children to become trainers and reach the pinnacle of life have also sent their children to them. There are also some family children in the school. For a time, Hanlin College was also very popular in Hanlin City. Naturally, the finals between Zhongfeng and Dakuto, the school also decided to let all teachers and students watch the game. Back to the Huasha conference, the picture of Zhongfeng and Dakuto appeared on the huge electronic screen. The American player seat. Akashi, Adair, and Michelle also sat together. Because of Zhongfeng, they formed a short-term relationship alliance. Of course, Adair is also very unconvinced, and from time to time he will say a few words to Akashi. As the referee on the field walks between Zhongfeng and Dakuto, the game officially begins. Zhongfeng and Dakuto have a lot of hands. I just touched the Pokeball around my waist, and the audience was excited. After so many thrilling competitions, the game finally came to the final highlight. Besides, the final was not only a civil war between China, but also China and China. The confrontation between the United States. Okay, dear audience friends, now standing on the field are players Akashi and Dakuto, and the finals are about to begin. It's worth mentioning that, so far, Zhongfeng's cracking empty seat and Dakuto's white dragon have not been defeated, so now the collision between these two undefeated elves will be very exciting. Which was already full of voices, was coupled with the passionate commentary of the contestants, and the enthusiasm of the audience also reached its peak. With a whistle resounding throughout the audience, Dakuto and Zhongfeng also threw out their hands at the same time. Got the Pokeball. Be enlightened, Zhongfeng, the championship must belong to me. At this moment, Dakuto is only one step away from his dream, and he can't restrain his excitement. Dakuto chose the lead elf to be the Lightning Dragon, one of his main elves. The Fangtooth Land Shark, I'll leave it to you. Zhongfeng chose the Fangtooth Land Shark, which is the order of appearance he had already decided. He has been very attentive to the training of the Fangtooth Land Shark, and the Fangtooth Land Shark is also very competitive, not only learned a lot of new moves, including that kind of Ice Crystal State, is also under control. This is why Zhongfeng chose to let it take the lead. Humph, you are too slack, Zhongfeng. Seeing that the first elf Zhongfeng played was actually in the previous battle with Akashi, the Fangtooth Land Shark, which was not good enough, Dakuto also said coldly. Electric Dragon, let's do it, electromagnetic gun. Without the slightest hesitation, Dakuto directly chose to attack first, perhaps because of Xiaoqi's lesson. Even if he looked down on Zhongfeng's Fangtoothed Land Shark, he would devote his full attention to the battle. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read to collect, recommend.